In the twilight of the 19th century, an era christened the Gilded Age by Mark Twain began, casting a luminescent glow of grandeur across the burgeoning American landscape. And this opulent epoch was a time of dazzling industrial expansion and the meteoric rise of families who wielded unprecedented wealth. But this era was not merely an exhibition of unfathomable affluence. It was also a crucible for the evolving American ethos, marked by a taut tension between established aristocrats and the audacious new rich. Today, we invite you into the glistening world of the Gilded Age, providing you with an immersive 8-hour listening experience as we unravel the tales, tumults, and triumphs of those who reigned supreme during this transformative period in American history. Cleveland, Ohio, on the brink of the 19th century, a collage of hardy souls, undaunted dreams, and fierce determination. It's here, treading through the thunder of steel on rail and the symphony of industry piercing the crisp Midwestern sky, where our story begins. We meet a young John D. Rockefeller, a man not born great, but upon whom greatness would be bestowed by the trials of life. Young John's eyes reflect an old soul, a wisdom gifted by his devout mother, Eliza Davison. A pillar of steadfast religious faith, she has imparted in her son the invaluable lessons of charity, frugality, and financial stewardship. In the muted glow of candlelight, John faithfully absorbed these lessons, his handwritten ledger of daily expenditures a constant companion. However, even as he wrote, his father's shadow filled the room. His father, William Avery Rockefeller, a man with a chameleon-like charm and a penchant for high stakes, peddled his miracle potions. Blending a mix of naive hope and snake oil, he sold dreams to the desperate and unsuspecting. This tension, an intricate waltz between integrity and deception, forms the foundation of the Rockefeller family's destiny. Each moment adds a new layer of resolve. The quiet diligence from a mother's teachings and the ruthless business cunning kindled by a father's guile. Embark with us on this journey from the freshly minted wealth of the new money Rockefellers to the prestigious old money dynasty John would build, as we describe. How the Rockefeller family went from new money to old money. Our saga begins in New York State, where our pivotal protagonist, John D. Rockefeller, first experienced life's trials and triumphs. Raised by his devout Baptist mother, Eliza Davison, Rockefeller learned the virtues of charity, frugality, and the effective management of money from an early age. This foundational training would later become the bedrock of his extraordinary business acumen. However, to fully comprehend the twists and turns of this familial odyssey from rags to riches, we must introduce an almost Dickensian character, John D's father, William Avery Rockefeller. Far from the righteous path his wife tread, William Avery lived a life of flamboyant ruses. As a traveling salesman, he peddled miracle potions with the grand promise of healing any affliction, from insignificant ailments to terminal diseases. Astoundingly, the key ingredient of these elixirs was petroleum, a substance that, unbeknownst to young John, would power his future, paving his way towards becoming America's first billionaire. William Avery, however, bore a less than reputable reputation. He was a man of questionable integrity, dabbling in horse thievery, and habitually tangling with the law. His unorthodox antics eventually led to a forced relocation to Cleveland, Ohio, a move that uprooted young Rockefeller from his childhood home in upstate New York. Eliza Rockefeller, a figure of steadfast faith and resilience, stood as the counterpoint to William Avery's volatile lifestyle. Eliza's devout religiosity played a significant role in shaping young John D. Rockefeller's worldview, infusing his business strategies with a sense of moral responsibility and ethical diligence that would remain with him throughout his life. Now, despite William Avery's dubious character, he surprisingly harbored a staunch belief in the power of education. As such, he enrolled John D. and his brother William at Cleveland's Central High School, the country's first free public high school west of the Allegheny Mountains. This experience instilled a strong sense of independence in John D., particularly during his father's frequent, lengthy absences. And remarkably, these absences were not without their silver lining. When he did indeed return, William Avery's penchant for deception extended to his own son, with John D.'s father himself once bragging, "I cheat my boys every chance I get. I want to make 'em sharp." This unconventional paternal approach, however, inadvertently honed Rockefeller's business instincts. His early exposure to his father's swindles molded him into a shrewd negotiator, a business hawk with an eagle eye for spotting potential pitfalls and deceptive maneuvers in the commercial arena. The motherly figure of Eliza Davison, however, was the enduring, guiding beacon in John Dee's life. Over the course of his life, he progressively distanced himself from his father, while his mother's influence and memory only amplified. Her teachings left an indelible mark on Rockefeller, who would go on to recall, "From the beginning, I was trained to work, to save, and to give." Upon completion of his education, Rockefeller, now seasoned with both life and business experience, found his heart's delight in his high school sweetheart, Laura Spelman, marking the close of one eventful chapter and the dawn of another in his remarkable journey. John D. Rockefeller's business journey, one marked by scrupulous financial acumen and towering ambition, began in September 1855, when at just 16 he entered the business world as an assistant bookkeeper for a small produce commission firm, Hewitt and Tuttle in Cleveland. Even then, his meticulous nature shone through, keeping detailed ledgers that accounted for every cent in his possession. A staunch advocate of charity, Rockefeller adhered to the concept of tithing from his earliest days of earning income for himself, committing 10% of his earnings to charitable causes. In 1859, Rockefeller partnered with Morris B. Clark, launching a produce commission business. They raised $4,000, more than $100,000 in today's dollars, a sizable capital for the time. The Civil War period proved lucrative, as the Union Army's demand for supplies soared. However, it was towards the end of the conflict, as the prospect of wartime profits faded, that Rockefeller and Clark turned their attention towards oil refining. The true turning point came in 1866, when John's brother, William Rockefeller Jr., built another refinery in Cleveland, pulling John into the partnership. In 1867, Henry Morrison Flagler joined them, establishing Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler, which rapidly grew to be the world's largest oil refinery. This operation laid the foundation for Standard Oil, officially formed on January 10, 1870, which embarked on an aggressive campaign to consolidate the oil market. Known as the Cleveland Conquest or the Cleveland Massacre, Standard Oil in less than 4 months in 1872 absorbed 22 of its 26 Cleveland competitors. By 1880, Standard Oil controlled approximately 90% of all oil refineries and pipelines in the United States, allowing Rockefeller to effectively dictate the entire industry's pace and direction. However, Rockefeller's strategies were not without benefits for the public. Before 1870, only the affluent could afford oil light, provided by expensive whale oil. However, in the following decade, thanks to the economies of scale realized by Standard Oil, kerosene became widely accessible to the working and middle classes. Yet these business practices, including underselling, differential pricing, and secret transportation rebates, also invited controversy. And by 1880, Standard Oil was reported by the media as the most cruel, impudent, pitiless, and grasping monopoly that ever fastened upon a country. The intense criticism led to the creation of the Standard Oil Trust in 1882, a corporation of corporations, to centralize Rockefeller's holdings, which further stirred public suspicion. Despite these challenges, Standard Oil stood resilient, consistently making profits year after year, achieving an aura of invincibility and unparalleled wealth. Ida Tarbell, a journalist, would ultimately lead a movement to challenge this behemoth. Her meticulous investigation, culminating in a series of damning articles, exposed Standard Oil's ruthless tactics and ultimately contributed to the dissolution of Standard Oil as a monopoly, leading to the Clayton Antitrust Act. Without fully throwing in the towel, Rockefeller started looking at his transition into retirement while still seeking to preserve his wealth and transform his new money into the more enduring old money. He diversified his investments and launched the Rockefeller Foundation in 1913 with an initial donation of $100 million, broadening his legacy beyond oil and industry, highlighting his commitment to philanthropy. However, his rise from a new money tycoon to an old money patriarch was marred by personal challenges and public scorn, with some speculating that the relentless scrutiny caused Rockefeller to develop alopecia. Despite these obstacles, the name Rockefeller had a journey from poverty to the patriarch of one of America's most powerful families that was only just beginning as he passed control of his dynasty to the next generation. Now, John D. Rockefeller was not merely an astute businessman, he was also an ardent practitioner of old money principles, such as long-term financial planning, privacy, understated elegance, philanthropy, and thrift. These were the values he instilled in his children, ensuring the Rockefeller legacy would span generations. In contrast to the new money families of the Gilded Age, the Rockefellers adopted a more discreet and sustainable approach to wealth. Consider the Vanderbilt and Gould families, prominent figures of the Gilded Age whom epitomized new money opulence. Cornelius Vanderbilt, renowned for his empire of steamships and the New York Central Railroad, celebrated his fortune with a flourish. The manifestation of his wealth was particularly evident in his family's real estate purchases. The family commissioned grand mansions that showcased their affluence, such as the opulent Vanderbilt mansions on Fifth Avenue, which stood as symbols of their enormous wealth. These included the Triple Palace, a trio of residences designed by famed architects and decorated with marble, gold, and other precious materials. In addition to these residences, Cornelius Vanderbilt II acquired an expensive townhouse on 57th Street, which later had to be sold due to financial strain. Additionally, the Marble House, built by William Kissam Vanderbilt in Newport, Rhode Island, was another display of the Vanderbilt fortune. This lavish mansion, however, was eventually sold due to its exorbitant upkeep costs. Their penchant for grandeur extended to their social events as well, with the Vanderbilt Costume Ball of 1883, a $1 million spectacle, immortalizing their penchant for lavish spending. However, the Vanderbilts' unchecked extravagance, combined with their neglect of long-term financial planning, ultimately led to the erosion of their substantial fortune. This financial mismanagement left many of their descendants grappling with relative poverty, a stark contrast to their forebears' opulence. Similarly, the Gould family, led by railroad magnate Jay Gould, failed to preserve their wealth across generations. Jay Gould was famed for his extravagant lifestyle, evident in his creation of Lyndhurst, a sprawling Gothic revival mansion. His offspring mirrored his extravagance, erecting impressive residences such as a castle-like mansion in Lakewood, New Jersey, and a French chateau-inspired mansion in Tarrytown, New York. However, the Goulds mirrored the Vanderbilts in their lack of emphasis on sustained wealth management. George J. Gould II and Jay Gould II, descendants of this once affluent lineage, pursued commendable careers, yet the family fortune dwindled over time. After George J. Gould's demise, their once formidable wealth had practically evaporated, resulting in their descendants leading lives far from their opulent heritage. Today, the Vanderbilt and Gould legacies serve as potent reminders of the impermanence of wealth without prudent stewardship. The next generation of Rockefellers, however, took a different path, rooted in the old money traditions of privacy, thrift, and philanthropy. These principles played out vividly in the lives of John D. Rockefeller Sr.'s children. John D. Rockefeller Jr., the only son and the primary heir, inherited not only his father's vast fortune, but also his commitment to philanthropy. He financed the construction of the Rockefeller Center in New York and restored colonial Williamsburg, among many other philanthropic endeavors. Yet, despite his eye-watering size of income, he lived a relatively modest lifestyle, avoiding public displays of wealth and maintaining a strong focus on his family. Similarly, Rockefeller's daughters also embodied the old money principles. Elizabeth, the eldest, married a banker and led a private life out of the public eye. Alice, despite suffering from various health issues throughout her life, was known for her philanthropy and carried the family tradition of supporting educational and health causes. Alta, the third child, married a scientist and focused her efforts on supporting scientific research. Edith, the youngest, devoted herself to music and philanthropy, continuing the family's commitment to giving back to society. However, embodying old money principles did not exempt the Rockefeller children from difficulties. John D. Rockefeller Jr., for instance, was often criticized for his ruthless business practices, just like his father. Similarly, Alice struggled with her health, suffering from various illnesses throughout her life. The public scrutiny that came with the Rockefeller name was also a constant source of stress for the family. Yet despite these challenges, the old money principles continued to guide them. The Rockefeller children, following their father's example, sought to preserve their wealth for future generations, focusing on long-term financial planning rather than short-term gain. They understood the importance of privacy, choosing to live away from the public eye. They embraced understated elegance, and avoided the ostentatious displays of wealth common among new money families. The financial landscape of America's Gilded Age was indeed a volatile crucible, with fortunes being made and lost almost overnight. Within this climate, a distinction arose between new money, the freshly minted wealth of entrepreneurs and industrialists, and old money, the inherited wealth of established families that had accumulated assets over generations. The terms encapsulated more than just the age of wealth. They signified cultural differences, social acceptability, and the capacity for wealth preservation. The Rockefellers, beginning as new money, were no strangers to this volatility. However, their pragmatic approach to wealth accumulation and preservation arguably allowed them to transition into the esteemed category of old money. Key to this transformation was their ability to integrate into high society and form strategic alliances through marriage. The family made insightful choices in matrimony, aligning themselves with well-established families through advantageous marriages. John D. Rockefeller Jr., the sole son of John D. Rockefeller Sr., set the pace in 1901 when he married Abby Aldrich. Abby wasn't just any bride. She was the daughter of U.S. Senator Nelson W. Aldrich, a political powerhouse whose influence stretched from Wall Street to Washington. The Aldrich family had a strong political lineage, and this marital alliance thrust the Rockefellers into significant political circles, offering them not just social prominence, but also a chance to influence policy. Their progeny, representing the third generation of the Rockefellers, adopted this pattern of strategically beneficial marriages. In 1930, Nelson Rockefeller, later to become the Vice President of the United States, married Mary Todhunter Clark. Mary came from an esteemed Philadelphia family known for its quiet yet significant influence in the city's legal and civic affairs. These unions were not solely about the joining of two individuals, but rather about the confluence of power, influence, and long-standing family heritage. The Rockefellers also distinguished themselves through public service and philanthropy. As previously noted, Nelson held the high office of Vice President under President Gerald Ford, reinforcing the family's presence in the nation's political sphere. Simultaneously, his brother Lawrence carved out a niche as a venture capitalist and passionate conservationist, contributing to the preservation of natural habitats and environmental sustainability. Continuing the family's trajectory in public service, John D. Rockefeller IV, more commonly called Jay, Nelson's nephew and a fourth-generation Rockefeller, built a significant political career. Born in 1937, Jay served as West Virginia's Secretary of State and later as the state's governor, impressively holding office from 1977 to 1985. In 1984, he was elected to the United States Senate, serving 5 terms until he decided not to seek re-election in 2014. As a senator, Jay championed issues such as healthcare reform and internet privacy, thus maintaining the family's tradition of public service. Additionally, embedded in the core of the Rockefeller family's legacy is their remarkable philanthropy. The Rockefellers became known as patrons of education and the arts, helping to shape America's cultural landscape. They lent their considerable resources to institutions such as the University of Chicago and the Museum of Modern Art. This deep-rooted philanthropy wasn't simply about donating money, it was an essential tool for shaping their public persona, showcasing their commitment to societal advancement. Yet alongside this is their equally noteworthy ability to amass and preserve substantial wealth. This duality reflects the character of John D. Rockefeller himself, who was known to be a ruthless businessman, yet an incredibly generous philanthropist. Their philanthropic ventures were strategic. They served to not only improve public welfare, but also to bolster their societal standing, assisting in their seamless transition from new money to old money. Through these actions, the Rockefellers were not just cementing their place within societal elites, but also highlighting their dedication to the public good. Therefore, simultaneously, the Rockefellers adopted several strategies to safeguard their wealth, ensuring that it would endure across generations. One significant step in this regard was the establishment of the Rockefeller Foundation in 1913. This move was more than an act of charity. It was a calculated effort to shield their wealth from heavy estate taxes, thereby allowing it to grow and benefit society simultaneously. Over time, the Foundation's immense contributions to public health, education, and arts helped to further establish and fortify the Rockefeller name. Trusts also played a critical role in their wealth preservation strategy. John D. Rockefeller Sr. formed his first trust in 1891, transferring a significant portion of his fortune to it. This move offered both tax advantages and protection against potential heirs' mismanagement, thereby ensuring the continuity of the Rockefeller fortune. In addition, the Rockefellers innovatively used holding companies to manage their diverse business interests. These corporate structures provided a protective shield for their wealth, while also promoting growth. This use of corporate entities set a precedent for future wealthy families, showing how wealth could be protected and multiplied simultaneously. As such, the Rockefellers are a perfect example of how one family managed to become synonymous with philanthropy while maintaining an iron grip on their wealth, demonstrating a duality that has become part of their enduring legacy. Peering through an oppressive cloak of fog during the somber twilight hours of New York City in the year 1947, there looms an imposing spectre, the decaying Vanderbilt Triple Palace. Once a shining beacon of grandeur and prosperity, it now echoes with the hushed whispers of a forgotten splendor. In its heyday, the palace glistened like a diamond under the opulent glow of gaslit chandeliers. Rooms were decked with European art, while gilded mirrors reflected the refined tastes of the era's elite. The echoes of laughter, clinking crystal, and impassioned debates filled the grand halls, all bearing testimony to the meteoric rise of the Vanderbilt dynasty. However, the current visage of the Triple Palace was an unnerving contrast. Its decadent opulence had faded, traded for an ominous air of dereliction. The silent corridors now reeked of neglect and abandonment. The imposing structure that epitomized luxury now bore the scars of time and indifference, a granite edifice teetering on the brink of oblivion. Pondering such a heart-wrenching image, one might ask, how did this majestic empire collapse, surrendering its palatial grandeur to time's merciless grasp? Join us on this intriguing journey to answer your query as we embark on an expedition to once and for all explain how the Vanderbilt family went from old money to no money. The dawn of the 19th century unveiled a new titan in the American commercial narrative, a man by the name of Cornelius Vanderbilt, affectionately known as the Commodore. His tale opens in the rugged setting of Staten Island, New York, in 1794. Birthed forth in a lineage of 9, young Cornelius was cast in the forge of humility, born into an environment of limited means. Looking back through history, the seeds of the Vanderbilt legacy can be traced to De Bilt, nestled in the heart of Utrecht, Netherlands. Here, Jan Ertzen, Cornelius's great-great-great-grandfather, and a humble Dutch farmer, sought a new life in New Amsterdam, the city that would eventually bear the name New York. In an amazing twist of fate, this ancestor of one of America's wealthiest dynasties came to the New World not only penniless, but was forced into indentured servitude upon his arrival in 1650. However, his back-breaking work would turn out to be the sacrifice that set the Vanderbilt legacy in motion. His village name, suffixed by the Dutch Vander, translated to "of the built," eventually morphed over generations into the weighty name of Vanderbilt. Now, the inception of Cornelius's empire was marked at the tender age of 16, as he gambled on a ferry service operation between Staten Island and Manhattan, funded by a loan of $100 from his mother. This modest venture bloomed into a colossal fortune exceeding $100 million, a staggering sum that today's standards would value over $200 billion. Cornelius Vanderbilt, a figure cast in the mold of determination and intelligence, etched his path to prosperity through an inexhaustible work ethic and shrewd business maneuvering. His simple ferry service expanded its reach during the tumultuous times of the War of 1812, serving the far-flung government outposts strewn around New York City. As peace was restored, Vanderbilt shifted his sights to the steamship industry, aligning himself with the strategic acumen of Thomas Gibbons. Possessing an innate radar for identifying opportunities within fledgling markets, Vanderbilt seized control of the steamboat and nascent railroad industries, effectively transforming the American landscape. In particular, his strategic mastery lay in his ability to grow markets, outmaneuvering competition through offering accessible prices and exploring untapped territories. He built his businesses on the burgeoning pillars of customer satisfaction, efficiency, frugality, and uncompromising consequences for dishonesty or idleness. And even better, this agile titan was no stranger to industry evolution. His adaptability became evident when he smoothly transitioned from steamboats to railroads. Not merely content with business savvy, Vanderbilt was also a ruthless competitor. infamous for his aggressive tactics in obliterating competition. And with regard to his temperament, as a man of few words, Vanderbilt was esteemed for his impeccable judgment of character. He often remained stoic in the face of criticism, steadfast in his decisions, his unyielding determination and adaptability. This drive allowed him to amass a formidable fortune, crowning him as one of the wealthiest Americans of the 19th century. In fact, his lifestyle could be described as having an even Spartan-like frugality, a trait inherited from his mother. This very deliberate lifestyle choice marked him as an outlier, creating a tangible rift between himself and the glittering upper echelons of high society. Yet, unbeknownst to the Commodore, a dramatic shift loomed on the horizon. His descendants, heirs to the Vanderbilt fortune, would cast away their patriarch's doctrine of frugality. They instead embraced a life dripping with extravagance and opulence, casting aside the lessons of their forebear and eventually, as the kids today would say, fumbling the bag. You see, their actions would signal a stark departure from Cornelius's principles, setting the stage for a story of epic downfall and squandered wealth. A tale as grand as their inheritance, filled with missteps, excesses, and lavish spending that would threaten the very existence of the Vanderbilt fortune. With the arsenal of family lineage and robust wealth at their disposal, one could imagine the Vanderbilts flourishing as an enduring emblem of American old money. Yet, in an unexpected twist of fate, Cornelius Vanderbilt's descendants took a nosedive into the realms of opulence and luxurious excess. The precursor to this ill-fated journey was William Henry Vanderbilt, Cornelius's son. Despite his pedigree, he failed to instill the old money ethos into his 8 offspring, arguably raising several who were, alas, spoiled brats beyond measure. In his personal life, William managed to amass an estate worth $200 million by the time of his demise in 1885, doubling his father's empire. However, whispers of his volatile temperament and emotional inconsistency cast a shadow over his accomplishments, and likely hint at how he would come to raise a generation of intemperate progeny. Early anecdotes recount tales reminiscent of HBO's Succession, portraying the relationship between William and his father, Cornelius, akin to that of Logan Roy and Kendall Roy. Cornelius, often frustrated with his eldest son, called him a blockhead and blatherskite. William yearned to prove otherwise, but lacked the courage to face the Commodore's censure. However, a turning point arrived during a family voyage to Europe aboard the steamship Vanderbilt in 1860. Following this trip, father and son grew closer, and William assumed an increasingly integral role in the Vanderbilt business empire. Yet, once at the helm, William's unpredictable nature became a public nuisance. One incident in particular occurred in 1883, when journalist John Dickinson Sherman questioned him about his operation of the limited express train service. One incident in particular occurred in 1883. To a question about whether the trains were run for public convenience, William retorted, "The public be damned." This outburst reflected the growing detachment of the Vanderbilt lineage from the principles of their patriarch. Upon the demise of William Henry Vanderbilt, the family's financial leviathan passed into the hands of his sons, Cornelius Vanderbilt II and William Kissam Vanderbilt. This heralded a new era in the dynasty's narrative, one marked by an increasingly convoluted distribution of wealth. The vast Vanderbilt fortune, once a concentrated reservoir of wealth, began to spread thin across an ever-growing family tree. With each passing generation, the inheritance split among a growing number of descendants. As family branches multiplied, the division of assets exacerbated, gradually diluting the individual shares of the once enormous family wealth. Simultaneously, the formidable grasp of inheritance taxes began to gnaw at the edges of the family's fortune. As one generation passed and handed down their wealth to the next, each transfer was met with sizable tax implications. Over time, these seemingly harmless nibbles transformed into significant bites out of the family coffers. The shadow of such financial burdens grew longer with each subsequent generation, steadily eroding the formidable Vanderbilt fortune. Worse still, the family was plagued by a series of reckless financial choices. Much of the Vanderbilt progeny, far removed from the industrious ethos of their forebear, failed to demonstrate the same business acumen and financial prudence that Cornelius Vanderbilt had once embodied. High-risk ventures, failed investments, and a lack of interest in nurturing the family's business interests dealt a series of devastating blows to their wealth. Compounding this was their inclination towards a luxurious lifestyle. Unlike the Commodore, The descendants reveled in extravagance and opulence. They spent prodigiously, indulging in grand mansions, ostentatious parties, and lavish art collections. Such unrestrained spending only served to accelerate the decline of the once mighty Vanderbilt fortune. This combination of expanding family size, punishing inheritance taxes, imprudent financial decisions, and unabated spending cast a foreboding shadow over the Vanderbilt dynasty. The fortune, once a titan in the annals of American wealth, gradually began its descent into oblivion. By the mid-20th century, the Vanderbilt star had considerably dimmed in the American public sphere, as evidenced by the fate of their grand Fifth Avenue mansions, many of which were sold, demolished, or repurposed as museums. A mere 30 years post Cornelius Vanderbilt's death, not a single Vanderbilt was listed among the wealthiest Americans. Tragically, within half a century of the Commodore's passing, the vast Vanderbilt fortune had entirely evaporated. Now, let us delve deeper into the distinctive factors that precipitated the decline of the Vanderbilt wealth and juxtapose it with a family that, despite amassing wealth during the same era, managed to sustain it through generations. To understand the contrasts, let's first consider a hypothetical scenario. Imagine a dominant figure at the helm of a multi-billion-dollar family empire suddenly succumbing to illness. The CEO, who doesn't belong to the family, has handpicked a COO as his successor. Yet the board remains divided in its support. The company's financial health is waning, prompting board anxieties. Without the board's unanimous backing, exploring alternative CEO candidates becomes imperative. Further convoluting matters is the greenhorn board chair, a family member with another family member and controlling shareholder expecting this chair to ascend as the next CEO. This scenario may seem unusual, but in the world of family-owned businesses, finding a successor is a complex labyrinth. The Vanderbilt family's story mirrors this scenario. The dispersion of their fortune during the third generation corresponded with diminishing family interest in their key asset, the New York Central, coupled with escalating expenses. The Vanderbilts were known for their philanthropy, especially William Keesum Vanderbilt of the third generation, who donated millions to numerous causes. Yet, the dawn of income and estate taxes and the family's incessant spending hastened their wealth's decline. During the initial stages of their wealth accumulation, there was a minimal business regulatory framework, allowing them a free hand in dominating entire industries. The era they thrived in was marked by an absence of income and estate taxes, which meant that the Vanderbilts were able to amass an unimaginable fortune free of governmental restrictions or financial drains. However, as societal norms and governmental policies evolved, the Vanderbilts found themselves facing new challenges. This era also saw an increased regulatory focus on monopolies and business practices, adding another layer of complexity to maintaining and growing their fortune. Further exacerbating this situation was the Great Depression, which wreaked havoc on the American economy. It affected the Vanderbilts' investments and economic interests, leading to a significant downturn in their fortunes. The Rockefeller family, conversely, employed shrewd strategies to safeguard their wealth. John D. Rockefeller's business, via generation-skipping trusts, ensured wealth propagation through the generations. A generation-skipping trust allows the transfer of substantial amounts of money tax-free, skipping a generation, usually passing from the grantor to the grandchildren, rather than the children. In the Rockefellers' case, they managed to retain and multiply their wealth by channeling it down to more distant generations, rather than distributing it among immediate successors. Now, if you'd like to hear more specifics about the Rockefeller family's rags-to-riches story, be sure to click the video on the right-hand corner of the screen or visit the video description box below to hear our deep dive on that dynasty's fascinating tale. The Vanderbilts, however, after a few generations, lacked an established core business that could continuously feed wealth into their trust. Their approach primarily involved the passing of assets directly from parent to child in each generation. This strategy not only exposed their wealth to the successive imposition of estate taxes with each generational transfer, but also made their fortune vulnerable to the lavish spending habits of each inheritor. The Rockefellers, by structuring their wealth transfer through a generation-skipping trust, managed to avoid these pitfalls and ensure the long-term preservation of their family's wealth. And what else set the Rockefellers apart? David Rockefeller Jr., chairman of Rockefeller and Company, in a rare interview, spoke of a system of values, traditions, and institutions developed by the family. These mechanisms aided the family in staying united and preserving their wealth, serving as practical tools for any family trying to instill sound monetary values in their children. Remarkably, the Rockefeller family largely remained unified, devoid of public scandals, feuds, lawsuits, or tragedies that typically plague wealthy dynasties. Today, over 250 direct descendants of John D. Rockefeller and Laura Spelman Rockefeller form the family. We meet as a family twice a year, often more than 100 of us in a room for a Christmas lunch, for example, said David Rockefeller. From the age of 21, family members are invited to these gatherings, aptly called the Family Forum. Here they discuss the family's direction, new members, career news, and other significant milestones. They ensure everyone feels part of the family, including those who married into it. Preserving the family history is also deemed essential. The Rockefellers do this through their familial homesteads, places passed down over generations, where they can reconnect with their past. I can go back to the place where my great-grandfather lived over 100 years ago and see how he lived and see how his son and their grandchildren lived, added David Rockefeller. Such practices exemplify the different approaches two similarly wealthy families took to wealth preservation. The Vanderbilt legacy today is a fascinating tale of resilience, adaptation, and lessons learned from the rise and fall of one of America's wealthiest families. Despite the family's difficulties and the decline of their once vast fortune, some members of the Vanderbilt family have managed to create their own paths and leave lasting impressions on society. Gloria Vanderbilt, a descendant of the Vanderbilt family, faced a difficult life marked by personal tragedies and challenges. Born in 1924, she was the daughter of Reginald Claypool Vanderbilt and Gloria Morgan Vanderbilt. At a young age, Gloria was thrust into the spotlight during a highly publicized custody battle between her mother and her paternal aunt, Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney. Despite these early hardships, Gloria went on to become a highly respected and successful artist, fashion designer, and author. Her resilience and determination to forge her own path endeared her to the public and made her a beloved figure. Throughout her life, Gloria Vanderbilt was not only a colorful but also a very successful personality who made many contributions to the society in which she lived and thrived. She was an exceptional, vivacious fashion icon, renowned for her distinctive style and the widely successful Vanderbilt's brand. In a fascinating aside, one of our followers at Old Money Luxury shared a personal interaction with Gloria Vanderbilt, recalling, "I met Gloria Vanderbilt at her New York art show in 2003. She was elegant, well-bred, polite, soft-spoken, and greeted me with a big smile on her face. Her hair, makeup, clothes were impeccable and understated. Her teeth and complexion were perfect. I'm so glad I met her. I've read her books. She lived appropriately. She was an iconic figure who needed protection from devious people." At her level of wealth, she had friendships with designers, actors, singers, lawyers, professors, business people with education and talent. She loved her sons deeply. Gloria's sons, Anderson Cooper and Carter Vanderbilt Cooper, also faced their share of challenges growing up as Vanderbilt descendants. Anderson Cooper, a well-known journalist and television personality, has spoken openly about the impact of his family's history on his life and career. He has expressed gratitude for the opportunities his family's legacy has afforded him, while also acknowledging the importance of hard work and self-reliance. Tragically, Carter Vanderbilt Cooper passed by his own hand at the age of 23, a devastating loss for the family. The current financial situation of the Vanderbilt descendants varies, as the once enormous family fortune has been significantly diminished over the years. Many of the family's descendants have pursued careers in various fields, from journalism to fashion, and have built their own wealth and success independent of the family's legacy. The family's remaining assets and lingering influence can still be seen in the form of their historic mansions, such as the Biltmore Estate in Asheville, North Carolina, and the Breakers in Newport, Rhode Island. These properties serve as reminders of the family's immense wealth and influence during the Gilded Age and continue to attract visitors from around the world. The rise and fall of the Vanderbilts offers valuable lessons for future generations. The importance of responsible wealth management, strategic estate planning, and the potential pitfalls of excessive spending and poor investment decisions are all evident in the family's story. Additionally, the Vanderbilt legacy serves as a reminder of the importance of resilience and adaptability in the face of adversity. In a dimly lit, hushed room swirling with cigar smoke, J.P. Morgan sat like a king on his throne, emanating an aura of unassailable power. Across from him, political candidate William McKinley's face was etched with lines of worry and exhaustion, visibly burdened by the sinking reality that his presidential dreams could soon disintegrate into dust. The year was 1896, and America stood at a political precipice. You see, McKinley's campaign was gasping for financial life, teetering on the edge of insolvency. Sensing the moment's gravity, Morgan unceremoniously produced a staggering check, instantly lifting the weight from McKinley's shoulders and infusing newfound hope into his weary eyes. With that monumental financial lifeline, Morgan didn't just rescue McKinley's campaign, he essentially bought himself a president. Indeed, the sheer audacity of the act is mind-boggling. Imagine a single private citizen with the clout and resources to effectively install a US president, forever cementing his influence into the core of the American establishment. However, in some ways, Morgan wasn't an anomaly, but rather the crowning jewel in a lineage whose name has become an awe-inspiring symbol of American affluence and dominion. For over 2 centuries, the Morgans have stood as larger-than-life figures, their reach extending from early merchant endeavors to contemporary financial juggernauts like J.P. Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, and Morgan Grenfell. Without a doubt, this old money family hasn't just participated in the creation of modern America, they are some of its primary architects and patrons. In today's video at Old Money Luxury, join us as we retell the entire family saga from their maritime merchant ancestors through J.P. Morgan, the man who essentially invented American finance as we know it, all the way to recent members you can find on social media with parents on reality television. It's quite the story, we'll tell you. With that said, let us begin. From their initial voyage across the storm-tossed Atlantic in 1636, the Morgan family have established themselves as integral elements in the American narrative from the very beginning. Departing the 17th century Welsh countryside, they sought the verdant possibilities of the then Massachusetts Bay Colony, guided by an intoxicating blend of zeal and the quest for an unblemished life. Their ancestor, Miles Morgan, initially settled in Roxbury, Massachusetts, before recognizing the greater opportunities that Springfield presented. At the time, he took on various roles: warrior, farmer, and revered community figure, and attempt to provide pivotal contributions to a colonial society in its infancy. Given such a backdrop as having ancestors here longer than the country has been in existence, sometimes called having American founding stock lineage, it is likely that the Morgans do not see themselves as mere citizens, but as a seminal part of the American founding pedigree. Over decades, this self-perception probably kindles both an exalted pride and a ceaseless ambition, with each successive generation perceiving itself as the custodian of an ancestry that had its roots in the earliest colonial vessels. This sense of duty has thus served as an impassioned catalyst for their various exploits, be it military service, commercial ventures, or their conspicuous role in the social strata. Therefore, as history's pages continued to unfurl, the Morgans continued to evolve from local merchants to dynamic participants in America's fight for independence and economic self-sufficiency. A quintessential portrait of this evolution is Joseph Morgan, Jr., the illustrious great-grandson of Miles Morgan. Holding the rank of captain in the Massachusetts militia, Joseph was therefore an active participant in the drama of the American Revolutionary War, not merely an observer. Post-war, Joseph ventured into the bustling commercial sphere of Connecticut. There, he operated a diverse array of enterprises, a tavern, coffeehouse, and stagecoach line, before co-founding the Aetna Fire Insurance Company in 1819. Indeed, this endeavor has a legacy that reverberates even today. Aetna has evolved into a colossal entity, its roots deeply embedded in the soil of American business history. In 1835, Aetna, under Joseph's direction, experienced a windfall, covering the damages sustained by Wall Street firms during the Great Fire of New York. The decisive moment arrived when Joseph purchased the stakes of hesitant Aetna investors, promptly dispersing insurance payouts to the beleaguered banks. This swift action cemented Aetna's reputation on Wall Street and catapulted its premiums in subsequent years. Therefore, Joseph's commercial triumphs represent a pivotal moment in Morgan history. He was the first family member to be intricately involved with a corporate titan that continues to exert considerable influence today. To put this into a bird's-eye view perspective, the Morgans have thus been business pioneers longer than the United States has even been a country. Now, Paving the way for future generations, Joseph would sire a son, Junius Spencer Morgan, destined to become another influential family figure on the global financial stage. Born in Holyoke, Massachusetts in 1813 to Joseph and Sarah Morgan, as was common for entrepreneurial young men of the time, Junius skipped the hallowed halls of university. Instead, at the age of 16, he apprenticed himself to Alfred Wells, a Boston merchant banker. For the next 5 years, Junius gained invaluable experience in the mercantile and banking spheres, absorbing the intricacies of the financial sector in both Boston and New York. You see, Junius was initially drawn to the sphere of business out of a keen sense for opportunity and an innate knack for numbers, more than a little influenced by the American ethos that equated financial success with virtue. Yet for all his prowess, Junius faced numerous challenges. His ventures, notably in the formation of J.S. Morgan and Company, were examined through the lens of ethical inquiry. Critiques often emerged about the firm's investments in enterprises of a morally ambiguous nature, industries built on the backs of underpaid labor, and deals that perpetuated social inequality. Though Junius's financial mastery was beyond reproach, it existed in a delicate interplay with ethical questions that resisted facile resolutions. In 1854, he subsequently embarked on a transformative chapter, uprooting himself to London, a calculated move underpinned by a melange of ambition and practicality. At that time, London was the pulsating heart of global finance and trade, providing Junius a grander stage to magnify his undertakings. In this teeming metropolis, he confronted an intricate tapestry of challenges. For example, America's burgeoning economic protectionism at the time often clashed with Britain's entrenched advocacy for free trade. On the flip side, Britain kept a vigilant eye on the fledgling United States, concerned that its global supremacy could be threatened by American ascendancy. Junius became the dynamic head of the firm in 1859, while Peabody remained the symbolic senior partner. He then inserted himself into London's high society, hosting opulent gatherings at his residences near Hyde Park and in Roehampton. And although Junius's Peabody and Company had considerable involvement in the transatlantic cotton trade, their core business lay in relationships with Eastern U.S. banks and railroad companies. This strategic alignment allowed them to remain somewhat insulated from the direct implications of American slavery, a contentious issue that gripped many London-based banks at the time. Therefore, during the tumultuous years of the American Civil War, Junius aligned his interests with the Union. The firm capitalized on this allegiance, trading Union war bonds to astonishing profits. Thus, nestled amidst these geopolitical tectonics and economic dissonances, Junius evolved into an invaluable liaison between American magnates and their European counterparts. He found himself enmeshed in the complex interplay of British-American trade negotiations and international diplomacy. But as Junius and his associates deftly navigated the intricacies of international finance through J.S. Morgan and Company, they could scarcely have foreseen that the legacy they were building would not merely endure, but would be monumentally amplified by the next generation, through his son. Born in 1837, John Pierpont Morgan's path to financial eminence appeared practically preordained. Under the rigorous guidance of his aforementioned father, Junius Spencer Morgan, his upbringing was a fusion of privilege, deliberate strategizing, and a unique set of hardships. You see, Junius was unrelenting in his expectations, pushing his son to excel in every aspect of life. This demanding upbringing had its own difficulties, as John Pierpont was burdened not only by his father's monumental pressures to succeed, but also by a recurrent skin ailment, rosacea, which would accompany J.P. Morgan throughout his life. Furthermore, this facial condition not only scarred him physically, but also influenced how he presented himself to the world. Because of his skin issues, Morgan was selective about how he was photographed, often favoring profiles that lessened the visual impact of his facial challenges. Yet what many perceived as a facial anomaly became, in some ways, an asset in a ruthless business world. His imposing countenance, partly a result of his skin condition, became legendary for intimidating competitors and associates alike. It was as if his visage mirrored the formidable, unyielding nature of his character. Now, to mold his son into a refined, cosmopolitan individual, Junius sent young Morgan to a medley of educational institutions. From the Episcopal Academy in Connecticut to the University of Göttingen in Germany, Morgan's educational journey was as broad as it was elite. This eclectic upbringing served as the cornerstone for a life destined to leave an unforgettable mark on the American business landscape, framing not only his capabilities in finance, but also his nuanced understanding of art, languages, and the complexities of human life. However, J.P. Morgan's early career wasn't without controversy, particularly during the Civil War years. Viewing the war itself not as a calamity, but as a lucrative venture, Morgan dabbled in the morally murky waters of war profiteering. One episode that particularly stands out as emblematic of Morgan's contentious actions is the infamous Hall Carbine affair. In this venture, Morgan financed the acquisition of 5,000 surplus rifles, each costing a mere $3.50. These firearms were subsequently sold to Union forces at a hefty profit, illustrating his willingness to capitalize on the nation's fractured state. Such maneuvers would cast a long shadow over his illustrious career, sculpting the narrative that painted him as a cold-hearted capitalist ready to profit from a nation torn asunder. Additionally, another noteworthy episode during the war occurred when J.P. Morgan's father received the crucial news of the fall of Vicksburg, before it was common knowledge in London's financial circles. Utilizing telegraph communications with his son John Pierpont in New York, Junius Spencer was alerted to this pivotal event in the American Civil War ahead of his competitors. Armed with this advance intelligence, the Morgans astutely seized the opportunity to buy up Union war bonds before their prices soared with the newfound optimism for the Union cause. This prescient move not only swelled their coffers, but also showcased the Morgan family's uncanny knack for exploiting real-time information, further consolidating their commanding presence in the intricate theater of finance. Such episodes, marred by ethical dilemmas yet undeniably shaping his path, contributed to the complex legacy that the early Morgans would leave behind. They reveal a group not just of immense influence and financial acumen, but also ones who tread the blurry line between opportunism and the darker facets of capitalism. Now, in 1871, J.P. Morgan's career took a monumental turn with the formation of Drexel, Morgan & Company, a venture with Philadelphia financier Anthony Joseph Drexel. Operating as an agent for European investments in the United States, the company played a pivotal role in reshaping the American economy, which until then had a robust market mainly for railroads and canals. To be clear, Drexel, Morgan & Company wasn't just successful, it was transformative, and it revitalized the American securities market and expanded the national capital market. But the company faced its fair share of controversies, often labeled as a symbol of greed and unchecked corporate power. However, at the dawn of the 20th century, John Pierpont Morgan found himself on the cusp of orchestrating what would become his financial masterstroke. Driven by an unquenchable thirst for consolidation and a vision of a streamlined, globally competitive American steel industry, Morgan aimed to achieve what no one before him had dared: the formation of the world's first billion-dollar corporation. The audacious venture took form as U.S. Steel, a behemoth birthed from the amalgamation of Federal Steel Company and Andrew Carnegie's Steel Leviathan. Morgan's strategic calculations were astute. By creating U.S. Steel, he sought to capture untapped economies of scale, thereby bolstering the competitiveness of American steel on the global stage. Indeed, the maneuvers he employed to pull this off were as complex as they were daring. Through skillful negotiations, a knack for understanding corporate value, and an unparalleled network of contacts, Morgan managed to convince key stakeholders that consolidation was the path to future profit and national prominence. Yet this monumental accomplishment did not escape scrutiny. Critics were quick to denounce U.S. Steel as a monopoly, a dominating force that not only sought to control steel production, but also aspired to wield undue influence over affiliated industries. Such aggressive labor policies and a voracious appetite for control fanned the flames of public debate. The controversy that enveloped U.S. Steel would echo in the chambers of policymakers, playing a significant role in shaping antitrust laws and labor rights for years to follow. Indeed, even as his titanic achievement with U.S. Steel stirred turbulent waters of public discourse and legislative apprehension, J.P. Morgan managed to sail relatively unscathed. His cultivated social prominence and intricate web of influential connections, interwoven with a nuanced understanding of legal boundaries, afforded him a buffer from the severest of societal and legal reprisals. However, after the monumental creation of U.S. Steel, Morgan would not rest on his laurels. He subsequently continued to be a dominant force in American finance, playing critical roles in stabilizing the US economy during periods of financial panic. Notably, his intervention in the Panic of 1907 showcased his immense influence, as he personally orchestrated a bailout of sorts, convening with other titans of industry to prevent a broader economic collapse. Additionally, as a patron of the arts, he amassed an extensive collection, including rare books and manuscripts, further etching his influence on American culture. But as time wore on, Morgan began to prepare for the inevitable passing of the torch. Though he would never completely step away from the empire he had built, he started laying the groundwork for the next generation. His son, J.P. Morgan Jr., would therefore inherit not just a business but an entire ethos, a philosophy of financial influence, social prominence, and yes, the intricate dance with public scrutiny and legislative oversight. Now, each successive generation of Morgans made its own unique contributions to the family legacy. Born as the heir apparent, the aforementioned John Pierpont Morgan Jr., commonly known as Jack, attended prestigious institutions like St. Paul's School and Harvard College before following in his father's footsteps in both finance and philanthropy. Later, Jack's high-stakes involvement in World War I would display an uncanny resemblance to his father's actions during the American Civil War. As his firm became the sole supplier of munitions for the Allies, he facilitated massive loans and supply agreements with the British and French governments, earning a staggering 1% commission on $3 billion. While these transactions significantly funded the war effort and brought him enormous prestige, they also attracted criticism. He was accused of influencing American foreign policy for personal gain. Specifically, allegations suggested he pushed the US closer to joining the war to safeguard his extensive investments. Therefore, this duality of financial success, marred by ethical questioning, echoed his father's controversial business choices during the Civil War. Both men leveraged national conflict as a springboard for immense profit, and both faced public scrutiny for their willingness to capitalize on such grim circumstances. Furthermore, the Morgans were seminal in the founding of America's central bank, the Federal Reserve System, in 1913. After the aforementioned Panic of 1907 revealed the fragility of the US financial system, J.P. Morgan Sr. played a key role in conceptualizing a centralized banking structure. The family's influence therefore pervaded the Federal Reserve's architecture, triggering debate over the extent to which private banking interests had molded public policy. Soon thereafter, the Great Depression wreaked havoc on John Pierpont Morgan Jr.'s financial empire, causing his assets to sharply decline from a staggering $704 million to a lesser $425 million. Adding fuel to the fire was the Senate's Pecora hearings in 1932, which served as a catalyst for public animosity against Wall Street titans, with Morgan Jr. becoming a symbol of a flawed and failing financial system. These hearings thereby crystallized the public's image of Morgan Jr. as someone who opportunistically profited during periods of economic hardship, further intensifying the scrutiny his family had long been under. Additionally, amidst this turbulent backdrop, Morgan Stanley was founded in 1935, conceived as a direct response to the Glass-Steagall Act, which mandated the separation of commercial and investment banking activities. The company was meant to carry on the Morgan family's investment banking operations. Specifically, Henry Sturgis Morgan, a grandson of J.P. Morgan, was among its co-founders. The inception of Morgan Stanley thus served a dual purpose. It not only complied with new federal regulations, but also provided a pathway for the Morgan legacy to adapt and persist in a drastically altered financial landscape. Therefore, the Morgan legacy wouldn't end with Jr., it would continue with his grandchildren, J.P. Morgan III and Henry Sturgis Morgan. United in their business acumen, they additionally fused two banking powerhouses, Morgan Guaranty Trust Company of New York and J.P. Morgan and Company, to birth Morgan Guaranty Trust, which swiftly ascended the ranks to become a dominant global financial institution. This institution found itself in a complex geopolitical web during the Cold War era. As Morgan Guaranty Trust was intricately tied to significant corporations, both within the United States and globally, it couldn't escape scrutiny. Questions over the bank's vast influence and the ethical considerations surrounding its global footprint became subjects of intense discussion. Rolling into the 1980s, the Morgan lineage widened its financial focus by venturing into diverse investment channels. Alongside, they amplified their charitable work through ventures like the Morgan Family Fund, and the Morgan Library and Museum. These altruistic efforts could not fully silence lingering questions about the source of their colossal wealth, a scrutiny intensified by the family's by then 100-year involvement in wartime profiteering and strategic corporate maneuvering. Now, the turn of the millennium saw another milestone when J.P. Morgan and Company united with Chase Manhattan Corporation. This merger created a financial juggernaut, raising eyebrows around antitrust issues. Nevertheless, such concerns were eventually sidelined, allowing this new entity to consolidate its formidable status in global banking. As of the last few years, the Morgan family remains firmly rooted in the echelons of old money, albeit in a somewhat unexpected manner, and not always in a quiet wealth kind of fashion. One example includes John Adams Morgan, who tied the knot with fashion designer and reality TV star Sonia Morgan in 1998. They have a daughter, Quincy Adams Morgan, who has mostly been kept away from the public eye. However, pictures of her are easily found on social media. Quincy recently graduated summa cum laude from the University of Pennsylvania in 2023, before moving to Los Angeles to ostensibly find a new path. Simultaneously, keeping to the old money principle of intermarriage between noble families, there is actually an entire segment of the Morgan dynasty who are members of the British aristocracy. You see, Mary Lyman Morgan Burns, a sister of J.P. Morgan, had a daughter, Mary Ethel, who married into the illustrious Harcourt family by becoming Viscountess Harcourt in 1899. Indeed, the name Harcourt has been a fixture in British history, going as far back as the 1100s. Over the centuries, the Harcourt family has amassed considerable influence in various sectors, most notably in politics and diplomacy. Further cementing the Morgans' foray into British aristocracy, Cynthia Mary Burns, related to the family through Walter Spencer Morgan Burns, married Sir John Gawen Carew Pole, 12th Baronet, in 1928. The Pole baronetcy is additionally one of the oldest in England, with a lineage dating back to the early 1600s, with roots in both politics and military service. Therefore, the story of the Morgans is a fascinating odyssey, from humble maritime merchants to powerful financiers who shaped epochs, with tentacles reaching into the creation of America's financial infrastructure, intricate engagements in global conflicts, and connections to British aristocracy. Their influence is as complex as it is vast. And, as if to put a cherry on top, they've also become household names in the nation's most essential financial institutions. Thus, in many ways, the Morgans encapsulate the multifaceted dimensions of American financial and political history, embodying both the benefits and complications that come with immense power and wealth. In a grand study awash with flickering shadows, Andrew Carnegie sits at a dark mahogany desk. The room is nearly dark, save for the small circle of light cast by an ornate oil lamp. The year is 1889, and outside the window the Pittsburgh steel mills are ablaze, lighting up the night sky like the stars glimmering above the Scotsman's palatial estate. However, inside, a different kind of inferno burns. It is the fire of an idea that will change the course of American history. With a clenched jaw and eyes gleaming with resolve, Carnegie leans forward, gripping his quill as if it were a sword. As he scribbles intently, he hesitates suddenly, feeling the weight of the next sentence. After taking in a deep, reflective breath, the magnate finally writes his declaration for the ages. The man who dies rich, dies disgraced. Relieved, Carnegie puts down his pen, contemplating the magnitude of the words he has just committed to paper. It is indeed a declaration that will reverberate through generations, shaking the foundations of American capitalism. Now, in our 21st century economic climate, the concept of old money signifies not just wealth, but the enduring legacy of families who have maintained and even greatly expanded their fortunes for generations. But what happens when a family intentionally breaks this cycle of generational wealth and gives away their billions on purpose, thus consciously pushing their status back down to the middle class? In this episode of Old Money Luxury, we will explore this exact enigma. Guided by the ideology of their patriarch, Andrew Carnegie, the Carnegie family went from amassing a colossal fortune that, for a time, crowned him the world's richest man, to strategically giving away more than $5.6 billion in today's currency. With that mystifying prelude as a backdrop, join us as we now recount the entire saga and describe how the Carnegies went from old money to no money. Our journey first begins on the misty lanes of Dunfermline, Scotland, where Andrew Carnegie first saw the light of day in 1835. Born to no ordinary family, young Andrew's lineage was steeped in the humble craft of weaving, a tradition nourished by his father, William Carnegie, and his paternal grandfather. The maternal side of his family tree branched off in a different direction. Andrew's mother, Margaret Morrison Carnegie, hailed from a line deeply involved in tanning and shoemaking. However, she was not merely a homemaker, but rather the daughter of George Lauder, a political stalwart who ensured young Andrew's mind was sparked by the heroics of Scottish legends like Robert the Bruce, Rob Roy, and William Wallace. The Carnegie family's daily life was framed by the quaintness of their weaver's cottage and the looming presence of the Industrial Revolution, a transformative period that remodeled Scotland's social fabric and economic vitality. Dunfermline itself was a hub of textile manufacturing, but the family's fortunes dimmed as factory systems replaced traditional handlooms. This decline subjected weavers like William Carnegie to financial hardships, casting shadows of poverty over their lives. Yet, William was not just a weaver caught in the crossfire of industrialization. He was a passionate advocate of the Chartist movement, which called for broad political and social reforms. On the other side, Margaret Morrison Carnegie's family was also politically active, adding another layer to Andrew's inherent views on social responsibility. But how did the teenaged Andrew navigate through a world shifting under his feet? The answer lies in his relentless pursuit of self-education. Formal schooling took a back seat as Andrew leaned into books and night school, supported by a family tradition that valued intellectual rigor and political activism. Libraries became his sanctuaries, thanks to Uncle George's introductions to literary masterpieces and historical narratives. These early experiences seeded his lifelong love for libraries and a philanthropic fervor to construct these reservoirs of knowledge across English-speaking countries. But Scotland's Industrial Revolution would soon not just alter the nation's economy, it would birth complex societal structures, trigger urban migration, and lead to governmental reforms. Amidst this tumult, it became clear that the Carnegie family needed to seek greener pastures. And to that, the burgeoning magnetic allure of the American dream, the notion that in the United States you can make it big through sheer grit and enterprise. And we arrive at the year 1848, when the Carnegies decide to pack up their hopes and dreams, cross the Atlantic, and settle in Allegheny City, Pennsylvania. Here, they would hope to find not just economic sustenance, but a stage upon which young Andrew could shape his indomitable destiny. Now, the Carnegie family had deliberately chosen Allegheny, the budding industrial suburb of Pittsburgh, for its abundant economic prospects. During this period, in the mid-19th century, America was a crucible of change, fueled by Manifest Destiny and the California Gold Rush of 1849. The nation itself was also on the cusp of an industrial revolution, transitioning from agricultural simplicity to industrial complexity. Allegheny specifically was a mosaic of diverse communities, including Germans and Croats, and offered a plethora of job opportunities in sectors like commercial trading, meatpacking, and leather tanning. However, despite these favorable conditions, the Carnegies faced initial hardships. William Carnegie's weaving business faltered, forcing 13-year-old Andrew into the laborious role of a bobbin boy in a cotton mill, where he would work 72-hour weeks for a modest $1.20 per hour, roughly $168 a month in today's currency. But not one to be confined by menial tasks, Andrew navigated through a series of roles that laid the foundation for his later empire. Positions such as messenger, secretary, and telegraph operator for the Pennsylvania Railroad served as an informal education in corporate structure and strategy. His affiliation with the railroad industry was particularly instructive. It offered lessons in management and cost optimization, as well as invaluable connections with industry giants like Thomas A. Scott and J. Edgar Thompson. These associations helped Carnegie secure early ventures like the Keystone Bridge Company, critical to the railway infrastructure. Subsequently, the Civil War amplified Carnegie's already diversifying portfolio, especially with his stake in the Columbia Oil Company. The conflict skyrocketed demand for both iron and oil, boosting his profits. Although eligible for military service, he opted to pay a substitute $850, or roughly 20,000 modern dollars, to enlist in his stead, a common practice among the affluent. And by the early 1870s, Carnegie had diversified his investments across a broad spectrum. His real breakthrough came in 1873, with the recognition of steel's untapped potential. Notably, he initiated the construction of the Edgar Thomson Works in Braddock, Pennsylvania, a groundbreaking facility introducing the Bessemer steelmaking process to America. Costing an estimated $1.2 million, or roughly $30 million in modern currency, the mill was a high-stakes bet on an unproven sector. Yet the gamble yielded significant dividends, as the facility didn't just elevate steel production standards, it fundamentally altered the fabric of American industry. In the years following, Carnegie further expanded and integrated his business holdings, including significant assets like the Scotia ore mines, Union iron mills, and Lucy furnaces. This methodical combination of resources and production capacities set the stage for the emergence of the powerhouse that became Carnegie Steel Company in 1889. Now, by the dawn of the 1890s, Andrew Carnegie was firmly established as an industrial colossus, presiding over a domain that extended well beyond the furnaces of his steel operations. His Carnegie Steel Company was the bedrock of global steel production, redefining benchmarks for both efficiency and profit. During his financial peak, Carnegie was an indomitable force in American enterprise, amassing his immense wealth chiefly through steel production endeavors. His holdings were extensive, comprising a diverse array of investments from lucrative real estate to varied business ventures. One significant acquisition was Scotland's Skibo Castle in 1899, which he transformed into a tranquil retreat, far from the industrial hustle. You see, Carnegie's monumental success was rooted in two pillars: innovative techniques and shrewd business acumen. His playbook included various methods aimed at ensuring Carnegie Steel remained an industry leader. Vertical integration, strategic mergers, and an uncompromising attention to cost efficiency were among them. For example, vertical integration was foundational to his business approach. He took ownership of entities along different stages of the steel-making process, from iron ore mines to railway companies. This end-to-end control enabled him to dramatically lower production costs while simultaneously optimizing operations for greater efficiency. His expansionary ambitions were further realized through mergers and acquisitions, notably the union of assets with H.C. Frick and Company in 1892. This move fortified the Carnegie Steel Company, giving him greater leverage over both the marketplace and the supply chain. An unwavering dedication to operational efficiency led him to adopt the Bessemer process, significantly quickening steel production while driving down costs. This made steel more affordable and accessible, altering the American landscape by facilitating the construction of bridges, skyscrapers, and expansive railway systems. However, this zeal for efficiency occasionally came at the cost of labor welfare. The introduction of cutting-edge technology and methods often preceded adequate safety measures. This tension came to a head in the Homestead Strike of 1892, a violent skirmish between workers and management that resulted in 12 deaths and created an enduring fissure between labor and leadership. Henry Clay Frick, who was the muscle of Carnegie Steel at the time, instigated the conflict through wage reductions. While Carnegie was geographically removed, quietly waiting back in Scotland, he had empowered Frick to act unilaterally, leading to a violent standoff that left an indelible scar on his otherwise storied legacy. Indeed, this harrowing incident triggered a significant self-reckoning for Carnegie, ultimately inspiring his gospel of wealth philosophy. This ideological shift diverged markedly from his peers' prevailing perspectives, emphasizing not just the ownership, but also the ethical stewardship of wealth. Published initially in 1889, the thesis proposed that affluence carried a moral duty to benefit society at large. Transitioning from theory to action, Carnegie would subsequently channel his resources into philanthropy, laying the groundwork for educational institutions, public libraries, and other community-focused entities. However, his philanthropic masterstroke would first need an exit strategy from the rough-and-tumble business world of industrial age America, and therefore he would need a powerful ally to help strategically guide him out of the corridors of ruthless Gilded Age finance. Now, at the turn of the 20th century, when the American steel industry was the backbone of a rapidly modernizing economy, legendary financier and Machiavellian businessman J.P. Morgan saw an unparalleled opportunity. Steel was not just a commodity, it was the lifeblood of industrializing cities, the burgeoning auto industry, and wartime production during World War I. By acquiring Carnegie Steel, Morgan could craft the United States Steel Corporation in his image, a monolithic entity that at the time was the world's largest company. This acquisition enabled Morgan to corner the steel market and exploit the soaring demand for this vital resource. Thus, the 1901 sale of Carnegie Steel to J.P. Morgan for an astonishing $480 million, equivalent to over $13 billion in today's money, was more than just a business transaction. It provided Andrew Carnegie with the financial muscle to massively escalate his philanthropic activities, in sync with his own moral guidelines encapsulated in his Gospel of Wealth. With this philosophy as his North Star, and seemingly endless cash in the bank after the sale of his empire, Carnegie proclaimed that the affluent were morally obligated to disperse their wealth in their lifetime, and this sale armed him with the capital to make a transformative societal impact. Carnegie's subsequent largesse left an indelible mark on multiple sectors: education, peace initiatives, and scientific research, to name a few. Among his most enduring contributions were the Carnegie Libraries, a global network of more than 2,500 public libraries. Indeed, his advocacy for public libraries came at an opportune moment when the American public library system was in its nascent stage, meeting the growing need for accessible knowledge. Consequently, these libraries were a catalyst for education and self-improvement across diverse populations, and they ushered in a new era of knowledge democratization. Local communities soon became the financial pillars of these libraries, providing about 80% of public funding. Furthermore, Carnegie's focus on libraries spurred a ripple effect, inspiring other local philanthropists to invest in their communities. These libraries were not just buildings filled with books, they were innovation hubs that enriched their localities and continue to serve their communities today. Beyond libraries, Carnegie's financial legacy led to the founding of educational behemoths like Carnegie Mellon University, an institution renowned for its contributions to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Additionally, Carnegie Hall in New York City stands as an emblem of his patronage in the arts. This iconic concert venue has been a stage for countless musical legends and continues to uphold its reputation as an architectural and cultural jewel. However, the sale of Carnegie Steel also had ramifications for Carnegie's personal fortune. In keeping with his views on wealth dispersion, Carnegie systematically drained nearly all of his family's financial reservoirs. Now, in 1919, Andrew Carnegie's death led to a circumspect distribution of his considerable assets, personal belongings, a financial endowment, and real estate properties, among them a New York City townhouse and a Scottish vacation home. His spouse, Louise Whitfield Carnegie, a New York native, had encountered Andrew at the age of 23, thanks to her father. The two marked in 1887 at an intimate ceremony, subsequent to Louise signing a prenuptial contract that waived any future claim on Andrew's wealth. And Louise, frequently depicted as a person of kindness and moral caliber, had a prominent role in Andrew's altruistic pursuits as a board member of the Carnegie Corporation. Following Andrew's demise, she remained an active participant in the family's philanthropic ventures. Margaret Carnegie Miller, their sole child, inherited a modest trust fund, compelling the family to part with the Manhattan residence due to maintenance expenses. Born and raised in New York City, Margaret wed Roswell Miller Jr. in 1919. They had 4 offspring before their marriage disintegrated in 1953. Margaret served on the board of the Carnegie Corporation from 1934 until 1973 and remained an honorary trustee for life until her passing in 1990. Now, the 13 subsequent descendants of Andrew Carnegie have not accumulated billionaire status, but have thrived within the financial bracket of accomplished middle class to upper middle class professionals. Investments in diverse sectors like real estate and technology have been judiciously managed. Philanthropy, too, is an enduring family hallmark. William Thompson, a great-grandson, exemplifies this, having navigated personal setbacks such as his mother Louise's polio, to perpetuate the family's charitable legacy. As former chair and honorary president of the Carnegie UK Trust, he oversaw the yearly allocation of £1 million to assorted causes. Admirably, in the 21st century era of intense public scrutiny and a mass media obsession with wealth, the Carnegies have kept impressively low profiles. Thorough internet searches on their lives reveal little. Social media platforms are devoid of family references, to the point where it's unlikely you'll find pictures of, or even the full names of, many living Carnegie family members. Such obscurity is indeed cultivated and cherished by this legendary clan, reflecting their old money ethos that prioritizes discretion over publicity. Where new money types may seek public affirmation through visible philanthropy or social media, the Carnegies exemplify different ethics. They have opted for a near-invisible public persona, contrasting sharply with the transparent lifestyles common among contemporary wealthy individuals. The preservation of privacy has thus become a family trait, and it adds another dimension to an already multifaceted family narrative. Andrew Carnegie was a public figure, but his heirs have largely retreated from the spotlight and the headlines, exemplifying a thoughtful navigation between the twin demands of affluence and social responsibility in today's world. When thinking of American old money dynasties, you may know families like the Rockefellers, the Kennedys, and the Vanderbilts, storied names that have adorned the country's cultural and political fabric. Yet, lurking behind these more publicized dynasties is the saga of the DuPont family, a lineage that arguably eclipses them all in wealth and influence. Now, the DuPonts first burst onto the American scene in the early 1800s as French immigrants with a keen eye for the untapped promise of a burgeoning nation. While most stories of this era feature settlers striving for basic survival, from the beginning, the DuPonts aimed higher, a gunpowder empire set in their sights. And that's just the opening act. As the 19th and 20th centuries rolled in, so too did the DuPonts' levels of immense power and prestige. Indeed, the family delved into arenas far beyond gunpowder, chemicals, materials, science, and even armaments. But what happens when a family steeped on the brink of becoming old money has to learn how to navigate scandals, market crashes, and the unyielding march of technological progress? In today's episode of Old Money Luxury, we'll explain that and more as we describe in sordid detail how the DuPont family went from new money to old money. Our saga commences in 1739 Paris, where Pierre Samuel DuPont emerges, a figure molded from humble origins yet infused with unrelenting ambition. You see, the mid-18th century in Paris was rife with socio-economic contradictions, with the opulence of the aristocracy clashing with the impoverishment of the lower classes, and all against a backdrop of intellectual enlightenment and cultural awakening. Despite the austerity shadowing his early years, Pierre Samuel's educational aspirations flourished, nurtured by parents who recognized and fervently nurtured his intellectual propensities. Certainly from youth, his intellectual curiosity was insatiable, perhaps fueled by an internal drive to transcend his modest upbringing, or possibly an innate quest to fathom the intricacies of human society. Without a doubt, this early brilliance was particularly noticeable in areas like economics and philosophy, disciplines that would later anchor the DuPont family's monumental rise. Now, Pierre Samuel soon entered the intellectual crucible of the Collège de France, a hub of progressive thought. There he immersed himself in the advanced theories of his time, methodically sculpting a formidable foundation in economics and philosophy. And after years of studious investment, his academic endeavors bore fruit. His seminal writings, specifically those exploring the complex interplay between economic structures and human behavior, became revolutionary texts in academic circles. And these works didn't merely garnish applause, they sparked fervent debates among scholars and thinkers alike. Furthermore, his scholarly achievements did more than win him academic acclaim. They propelled him into the corridors of political influence. His essays and treatises earned him advisory roles to key figures within the French governance, including ministers and perhaps even members of the royal court. Once there, his insights shaped not only intellectual dialogues, but also influenced practical policy-making, making him a distinguished luminary of his time. But as history evolved, so did France's political backdrop. The cataclysmic onset of the French Revolution in 1789 plunged the nation into a vortex of volatility. And while initially an advocate of revolutionary ideals, Pierre Samuel's faith waned as the movement spiraled into zealous excesses. When he found himself incarcerated by the revolutionaries in 1797, the writing was on the wall. France, once a sanctuary, had turned treacherous. Confronted with this stark reality, Pierre and thus the DuPont family undertook a momentous decision that would recast their fate. They selected the United States as their sanctuary in 1799. Strategically speaking, this choice wasn't driven by mere desperation, but by a calculated vision. They perceived America as a cradle of untapped potential, a refuge where political perils could not shackle their ambitions. Thus they set sail for a land draped in the promise of renewal. Yet the DuPont's journey to America was not without blemishes of suspicion. Rumors circulated about their political alignments back in France. Some speculated that Pierre Samuel secretly sympathized with radical Jacobins, notorious for leading the Reign of Terror. However, a scrutiny of historical accounts dispels these doubts. In fact, Pierre Samuel DuPont was a figure of nuanced ideologies. He neither espoused Jacobin ruthlessness nor condoned monarchical rigidity. He navigated a path in alignment with his principles, rejecting both extremities in a life that was anything but ordinary. Now, the early 1800s United States that the DuPonts planted their flag in was a youthful nation on the cusp of industrial emergence. Pierre Samuel DuPont, then a French expatriate teeming with unyielding resolve, had decided within just 3 years of setting foot on American soil to establish a venture. The history books thus marked the 19th of July in the year 1802 as a momentous date that would herald in the inception of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company. Furthermore, the socio-economic conditions of the era were propitious for DuPont's entrepreneurial leap into gunpowder manufacturing. America's westward expansion, coupled with escalating geopolitical tensions, made the domestic production of the family's future cash cow product, gunpowder, not merely viable but indispensable. Moreover, the US market was primarily reliant on British imports, revealing a gap that begged to be filled. Even today, we can envision a gunpowder mill in Wilmington, Delaware, a daring endeavor in a landscape where the complexities of gunpowder manufacture loomed large. At the time, the British had firmly established themselves as the reigning giants of this volatile trade. Nevertheless, Pierre Samuel DuPont remained unwavering in his quest for a competitive stronghold. His audacity to challenge established industrial might displayed his acumen for business and an intrinsic understanding of market dynamics. And in carving out this niche, DuPont not only offered a domestic alternative, but also seized a chance to contribute to America's burgeoning self-reliance, aligning his own destiny with that of a nation in ascendance. Now, Pierre's recipe for success extended beyond mere ambition into the realm of astute strategy. His chosen location by the Brandywine River was meticulously planned, with the river offering the dual advantage of powering the mill and facilitating an efficient distribution network for his gunpowder products. Further complementing this was Pierre Samuel's relentless focus on quality. He imported seasoned professionals from France, ensuring that the company's operations were steered by expertise. Cutting-edge machinery became a signature feature of the mill, setting it apart from competitors. However, the journey was not devoid of setbacks. The War of 1812 temporarily bolstered demand, but the post-war landscape was less forgiving, forcing the company to diversify into realms like black dye and sulfuric acid. By the 1830s, the focus sharply shifted. DuPont pivoted his operations toward manufacturing black powder for leisure and sporting activities, a high-stakes bet that yielded significant dividends, and the company soon emerged as the foremost supplier of black powder within the United States. But the ingenuity didn't halt there. In 1834, DuPont broadened his portfolio, entering the textile industry with a new mill on the Brandywine River, purposed for cotton yarn production. This strategic move resonated with the rapid growth of America's textile sector and catapulted DuPont into a significant market role in cotton yarn. Yet this part of the story is punctuated with ethical quandaries. The 1840s saw DuPont becoming enmeshed in the American slave economy, as slave labor was used in its cotton mills, and its gunpowder ended up in the arsenal of slaveholders. Thus, a dichotomy of moral stances existed within the company. Pierre Samuel DuPont was an ardent opponent of slavery, whereas others like Eleuthère Irénée DuPont were slaveholders themselves. However, questionable ethics notwithstanding, in the coming decades the DuPont lineage set forth their next major chess move, one that would catapult them into the echelons of America's most powerful and affluent families. Now, the American Civil War offered a critical juncture. The Union Army was in dire need of gunpowder. Recognizing the opportunity, the DuPonts secured profitable contracts, becoming an indispensable supplier in the war machinery. Indeed, the family didn't merely capitalize on this moment, they revolutionized it. With remarkable alacrity, the DuPonts expanded their production capabilities to satiate the burgeoning demand. By the cessation of hostilities, they had ascended to become the globe's preeminent gunpowder manufacturer. Their coffers swelled, marking their transition from wealthy entrepreneurs to American financial aristocracy. Yet, this ascent was not without its dark clouds. As the 19th century waned, the DuPonts diversified their influence beyond mere commerce, crafting a multi-pronged strategy to permeate political spheres. For instance, one notable milestone was the marriage of Eleuthère Irénée DuPont and Alice Belin in 1890. Alice, daughter of an esteemed Delaware politician, functioned as a conduit, providing the DuPonts a direct line to Delaware's political sanctums. However, the family's tendrils extended well beyond state lines. Henry Algernon DuPont, another scion of the family, took on a significant diplomatic role as the U.S. minister to Italy from 1893 to 1897. These strategic affiliations and prestigious appointments were the cornerstones that anchored the DuPont family's political sway. But luminosity often draws shadows, and the DuPonts were no exception. As they reveled in the financial windfall accrued during the Civil War, they faced allegations of war profiteering. Nonetheless, these claims left an unforgettable mark, prompting public skepticism and demanding increased transparency in their enterprise. But overall, in navigating eras of war, prosperity, and controversy, the DuPont family emerged not just as commercial magnates, but as multifaceted puppeteers, wielding considerable authority in both corporate boardrooms and political chambers. As the calendar pages flipped into the 20th century, the DuPont family's fortunes and dilemmas would evolve in parallel, with a seesaw-style existence of highs and lows that no one could have predicted. Now, the outbreak of World War I offered the DuPont family yet another stage for their mastery in explosives and gunpowder. Aligning with the Allied forces, they furnished indispensable war supplies, from explosives to other key materials. For the DuPonts, this was more than a commercial endeavor. It was a manifestation of patriotic zeal. Beyond supplying war materials, the family deployed their considerable wealth to ignite a flame of nationalism. For example, they underwrote war bonds and spearheaded patriotic events that invigorated the American spirit. Subsequently, their dual role of fortifying national defense and amassing immense profits was undeniable. With the government willing to pay a premium for quality war supplies, the DuPont coffers burgeoned. And in the Great Depression, an epoch marked by widespread financial devastation, the DuPont family demonstrated financial acumen and resilience, while many enterprises faltered. Specifically, their secret weapon was a canny investment in General Motors, or GM. Initiated in the 1920s, they had accumulated a dominant stake in GM by the decade's end. And despite the economic cataclysm that slashed sales in GM, the DuPonts remained unflinchingly committed to their investment. With strategic cash injections and managerial acumen, they buoyed GM during the Depression's bleakest hours. Their steadfast support wasn't merely optimistic. It was a well-considered gamble that ultimately yielded lavish dividends. As the American economy painstakingly resurrected itself, the fortunes of General Motors rebounded, and the value of DuPont's stake soared correspondingly. However, the latter part of the 1930s and the early 40s presented the DuPonts with judicial hurdles that challenged the very foundations of their empire. Accusations of breaching antitrust regulations, specifically in their gunpowder and chemical enterprises, loomed large. In response, the family countered vigorously, arguing that their operations were simply competitive strategies in a cutthroat market. But the federal government had its own agenda. In 1941, legal proceedings commenced against DuPont, unfolding in a protracted battle that would last years. Eventually, the government's unrelenting legal efforts culminated in the disassembly of the DuPont corporate structure into 3 distinct units, leaving questions open to whether the DuPont name could last into the modern era. Next, in the incipient years of the 1960s, the DuPont family found themselves at the vortex of an environmental maelstrom. The ecological fallout of their chemical operations was becoming increasingly hard to ignore, with air and water pollution linked to alarming health outcomes, including cancer. And initial attempts to dismiss these burgeoning concerns soon proved untenable. In 1962, a watershed moment materialized as the family established a specialized environmental protection division, funneling substantial resources into eco-friendly technologies. To align their internal ameliorations with public perception, the DuPonts launched an expansive public relations offensive. Through meticulous ad campaigns and strategic sponsorships, they sought to project an image of corporate responsibility, keen to demonstrate their bona fide commitment to environmental safeguarding. By 1981, the DuPont clan orchestrated a masterstroke that echoed through business corridors, a successful acquisition of Conoco, a leading energy firm. Indeed, this strategic maneuver marked a seminal chapter in their diversification agenda and solidified their footprint in the flourishing energy sector. The melding of Conoco into the family's industrial empire provided an appreciable boost to their earnings and extended their global reach. Looking at the contemporary landscape, the DuPont lineage continues to be a paragon of influence, with tentacles spread across sectors like business, philanthropy, and governance. Yet, the family's journey has been punctuated with episodes of disquietude. In the early 21st century, the DuPonts encountered a renewed wave of scrutiny, this time focused on the health implications of Teflon, their iconic non-stick substance utilized in cookware. Scientific investigations revealed unsettling connections between Teflon and various health disorders, casting aspersions on the family's legacy. Initially defiant, the DuPonts eventually bowed to the weight of evidence, acknowledging Teflon's potential health hazards. In 2005, a costly denouement unfolded as the family consented to a sizable settlement, $16.5 million dispensed to laborers exposed to Teflon toxicity. This was coupled with pledges to recalibrate manufacturing protocols to minimize Teflon emissions. While these upheavals cast a pall over their prestige and dented Teflon sales, the DuPont family's sustained influence remains indelible. Their capacity to navigate treacherous waters, whether environmental, financial, or ethical, cements their status as one of America's most important old money families. Thus, from their initial footprints in France to their groundbreaking enterprises on American soil, the family's contributions span a broad swath of domains: chemical innovations, strategic acquisitions, environmental stewardship, and even governance and philanthropy. Each generation of DuPonts has imbued new facets to an already multifaceted legacy, renewing and refreshing the family's imprint on myriad sectors. Their story stands as a paradigmatic example, illustrating that even in the face of formidable challenges, resilience and ingenuity can carve a path to enduring relevance and influence. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a time machine, setting the coordinates for the heart of the Gilded Age, America's era of unprecedented industry and affluence that forged the most iconic old money families. And, amid the titans of the time, beyond the Rockefellers, Carnegies, Astors, and Mellons, there looms a name that might surprise you: Gould. Indeed, Jay Gould, that infamous architect of fortunes whose audacious maneuvers in finance and railroads arguably gave us the phrase robber baron. But Gould's tale doesn't just end with that moniker. At the zenith of his power, he was a force so formidable that he came breathtakingly close to cornering the entire gold market, a feat so fantastical that it threatened to bring President Ulysses S. Grant to his knees. On today's episode, we become your tour guides into the opulent and infamous world of Jay Gould and his descendants. Through their eyes, you will witness the fierce battles for supremacy in business, the lavish lifestyles that only unimaginable wealth could afford, and the intricate strategies of power and influence that turned the wheels of the nation's progress, painting a vivid picture of an era where ambition knew no bounds and the quest for dominance was the ultimate game. Thus, their legacy, marked by extravagant multi-billion-dollar successes and spectacular falls from grace, offers a window into the tumultuous period that gave rise to America's wealthiest dynasties. As we describe the Goulds, the old money family that went from riches to rags and back again. Jay Gould, a titan of American railroads and a wizard of finance, stitched his name into the fabric of the late 19th century with a fortune so vast it's hard to wrap your head around it. Picture $71.2 billion in today's dollars, enough to make Midas blush. Therefore, Gould wasn't just rich. He was a cornerstone of America's transportation revolution, playing the market with the finesse of a seasoned gambler. And his empire wasn't confined to ledgers and stock certificates. Gould's penchant for splendor was nowhere more evident than in his choice of digs, with Lyndhurst Mansion being the jewel in his crown. Perched by the Hudson in Tarrytown, New York, this Gothic revival masterpiece, enveloped in its own 67-acre wonderland, was more than a home. It was a statement. Acquired in 1880, Lyndhurst was a canvas for Gould's grandeur, boasting turrets and designs that broke the mold of conventional architecture. Thus, his tenure at Lyndhurst, though marred by tuberculosis, was a time of opulence and refinement, evidenced by the treasures within Herter Brothers furniture, Tiffany windows, and paintings straight out of the Knoedler Gallery. After Gould's departure in 1892, Lyndhurst's legacy continued through his daughters, Helen and Anna, who infused it with their personal touches, modernizing and memorializing the estate. Now, a national historic landmark, Lyndhurst stands as a preserved slice of history, inviting us into the world of one of America's most intriguing magnates. But Gould's reach extended beyond the realms of real estate and railroads. His dominion over Western Union gave him the keys to the kingdom of information, allowing him to manipulate news flow and silence critics. Indeed, Gould's dance with politics was a delicate one, involving backroom dealings and, reportedly, the greasing of presidential palms. And Jay Gould's belief in the United States' economic future not only shaped his business maneuvers, but also etched a path for his descendants, weaving their way into the tapestry of global power and prestige. The marriages of his family members, notably Anna Gould's ties with European nobility through her marriages to Bonny de Castellane and then to Hélie de Talleyrand-Périgord, Duke of Saigon, mirrored the Gould family's societal elevation and their unbroken strand of influence. Not to be overshadowed, Helen Vivian Gould's union with John Graham Hope Delapour Horsley Beresford, a scion of British nobility, underscored the family's entrenched status among the world's elite, bridging continents and cultures. These days, the torch of the Gould legacy has been carried forward by their business ventures, particularly through Kingdon Gould III. A beacon of the family's legacy, Kingdon's forays into Washington, D.C. real estate, including the legendarily opulent Mayflower Hotel, highlight the Goulds' unyielding influence on the economic stage. However, needless to say, this family isn't exactly the household name that the Rockefellers or Mellons have continued to be. With that in mind, what exactly happened to this once $70 billion behemoth of a family that led them to fade into obscurity? To answer that, we'll have to turn over the proverbial page to the next chapter. The man who would come to be known in history as much for his infamy as his fame was born, Jason Gould, born on the 7th of May 1836 in Roxbury, New York. And regardless of his later controversial exploits, without a doubt the life of Jay Gould represents the classic rags to riches American ethos, as his journey began in a setting far removed from the bustling centers of finance and industry in a family of modest farmers in western New York. Now, John Burr Gould, Jay's father, balanced his life between farming and milling, participating actively in community development. And notably, he was the first male child of European descent born in Roxbury, remembered for his contributions to local education. Mary Moore, Jay's mother, brought to the family a heritage of Scottish settlers known for their strong religious convictions and perseverance. For this, Jay inherited from her a blend of religious fervor and a softer side that would occasionally manifest in his later business dealings. Despite their humble circumstances, Jay Gould's early life was supported by his parents' commitment to his education and development. This support enabled him to attend local schools and further his studies at Beechwood and Hobart seminaries, where he was exposed to classical languages. Undoubtedly, this educational background was somewhat exceptional for a farmer's son, suggesting his parents recognized and nurtured his potential beyond their agricultural setting. Growing up in Roxbury, Gould's early years revealed a sharp intellect and a natural inclination towards commerce, setting him apart from his peers. And the political and social upheavals of the time, particularly his father's involvement in the anti-rent movement, challenging the remnants of feudal land practices in New York, likely had a significant influence on Gould, fostering a sense of determination and the importance of securing one's interests. Then, the trajectory of Gould's career took a decisive turn with his initial foray into the business realm, starting in a blacksmith shop. And his business acumen quickly shone through, leading to an offer of partnership, which he later parlayed into a sale to his father. This early venture into commerce provided Gould with invaluable insights into the mechanics of business, laying the groundwork for his later exploits. Yet, perhaps most telling of Gould's early professional endeavors was his mastery of surveying, which he adeptly turned into a lucrative vocation. His surveying work across New York's southern counties, culminating in the publication of a history book at the age of 19, not only highlighted his expertise, but also his knack for leveraging his talents to full advantage. The young entrepreneur's skills in surveying came to the forefront when he taught himself the trade and turned it into a profession. As Gould's entrepreneurial spirit flourished, he ventured into the tanning industry in the 1850s. With the savings he had accumulated, Gould opened a tannery in Pennsylvania, aligning himself with Zadok Pratt, a veteran in the field with the experience of running the world's largest tannery at one time. And though their collaboration was brief, it proved to be a critical learning curve for Gould, enriching his business management acumen. The dissolution of this partnership led Gould to New York City, the pulsating heart of America's financial universe, where he dived into stock market speculation. His subsequent foray into Wall Street was in partnership with Charles Loop, a seasoned leather merchant. This venture, however, met a grim fate in the Panic of 1857, leaving Loop ruined and Gould's reputation tarnished. Yet, undaunted by these early challenges, Gould's resolve only strengthened. Convinced of the fortunes waiting to be made in New York City, he remained unshaken in his pursuit of success, as he would soon find his calling in a burgeoning industry of the time, the railroads. Jay Gould's foray into the railroad sector marked the beginning of what would evolve into a monumental chapter in his pursuit of wealth and influence. Starting in 1859, Gould dipped his toes into the waters of railroad stocks, laying the groundwork for a venture that would eventually crown him a titan of the industry. In 1863, Gould had etched his name as a noteworthy figure in the business world through his management of the Rensselaer and Saratoga Railway. His adept handling of this venture paved the way for his acquisition and reformation of the Rutland and Washington Railway, further cementing his stature within the industry. Subsequently, Gould's ascendancy continued unabated, and by 1867 he had secured a director's seat at the Erie Railroad, setting the stage for one of his most audacious and notorious exploits. But Gould's tenure with the Erie Railroad was marked by brazen financial stratagems that would etch his name into the annals of American business law. The Erie Railroad War, a vehement struggle for dominion over the Erie Railroad, cast Gould into the spotlight as a formidable adversary. Alongside James Fisk, Gould engaged in a series of cunning maneuvers to thwart Cornelius Vanderbilt, deploying fraudulent stock issuances and manipulating legal and political avenues to diminish Vanderbilt's influence over the railroad. Indeed, this skirmish not only cemented Gould's repute as a financial sorcerer, but also highlighted his readiness to employ any means necessary to safeguard his ventures. Yet, it was Gould's venture into the gold market that truly exemplified his boldness and strategic finesse. The infamous Black Friday of 1869 saw Gould and Fisk concoct a plan to monopolize the gold market, driving up prices through accumulation and disinformation, all while betting against the likelihood of government intervention. Gould's audacity reached new heights as he sought insider knowledge from President Ulysses S. Grant's circle, aiming to stay one step ahead of federal actions. Despite their initial success, with gold prices skyrocketing, the government's decisive sale of significant gold reserves under Grant's directive caused the market to plummet, leading to widespread financial devastation. Gould, through cautious hedging, managed to sidestep personal catastrophe, but the debacle left an enduring stain on his legacy, showcasing the volatile nature of unbridled financial speculation. Thus, Gould's business endeavors, marked by a blend of brilliance and moral ambiguity, reveal a pattern of ambitious acquisitions and financial gambits. Through the Erie Railroad War, he demonstrated a relentless drive to manipulate systems to his benefit, a precursor to the bold tactics he would later employ. His attempt to corner the gold market underscored his penchant for risk and innovation, setting him apart from his peers. However, these ventures also painted Gould as a figure whose relentless quest for dominance often skirted the boundaries of ethics, leaving a complex legacy that intertwines ingenuity with controversy. Now, Jay Gould's ascendancy to the zenith of financial success culminated in an amassed fortune, estimated at a staggering $77 million, an amount that, in contemporary terms, translates to many billions, as mentioned in the beginning of this video. His financial dominion extended across various pivotal sectors of the American economy, most notably railroads, telegraphy, and even the media, with significant stakes in the Union Pacific Railroad, Western Union Telegraph Company, and ownership of the New York World newspaper. Yet, despite Gould's undeniable prowess in wealth accumulation and his substantial contributions to the American economic landscape, especially in the realms of railroad expansion and modernization, his name became synonymous with the pejorative moniker robber baron. This label, emblematic of the era's most ruthless capitalists, clung to Gould and his peers, who were perceived as exploiting labor, manipulating markets, and engaging in bribery to amass vast fortunes, often at the public's expense. However, no matter what our opinions of his tactics are, it is clear that Jay Gould emerged a very rich man, ready to pass a hefty legacy onto his children. In the next chapter, we'll find out whether they were able to keep the fortune growing, like the Rockefeller and Mellon descendants did, or if they would falter. George J. Gould's entrance into the world on the 6th of February, 1864, in New York City, marked the assumed continuation of a legacy shaped by his father, Jay Gould. However, unlike the meticulously planned successions of today's old money scions, there was little indication that Jay Gould deliberately prepared George to inherit the empire. Yet, we're on solid footing to assume the environment George grew up in naturally inclined him towards the path tread by his father. Inheriting the reins in 1892, George took over a sprawling network that included the Missouri Pacific and Texas and Pacific railroads, among others. But George's tenure was marked by ambitious but ultimately unfulfilled visions, such as the creation of a transcontinental railroad system. This dream, grand in scope, was marred by a lack of concrete financial and operational planning, and his approach to expansion was fraught with strategic missteps, notably an aggressive push for growth without the necessary capital, which overstretched the empire's resources and hampered its competitiveness. Under George's watch, the Gould railroads grappled with outdated infrastructure and inefficiencies, lagging behind rivals that prioritized modernization and operational excellence. And his failure to adapt to the fast-evolving landscape of the American railroad industry, particularly evident in his handling of economic downturns like the Panic of 1907, further destabilized the empire. Therefore, unlike his father, whose knack for market manipulation and strategic acumen was legendary, George's decisions often reflected a lack of the same depth of insight, leaving the empire vulnerable to financial turmoil. Furthermore, George's laissez-faire management style contributed significantly to the decline of the Gould Empire. This approach led to strategic drift and operational neglect, allowing problems like corruption and maintenance issues to flourish unchecked, a stark departure from Jay Gould's tightly controlled empire. The resulting deterioration in service quality and customer trust further diminished the competitiveness of the Gould railroads. In other words, the cumulative effect of these strategic blunders was the loss of control over the family's railroad holdings, and the financial disarray brought on by George's leadership forced the Goulds to cede several key railroads, marking a dramatic fall from prominence in the American railroad industry. However, while George was bungling up the family fortune, the women of the Gould family were using a bit more tactful approach to the old money game through strategic marriages and working their way into the aristocracy. Anna Gould, born into the opulence and controversy surrounding her father, Jay Gould captured the public's imagination not solely through her inheritance, but also via her marriages to European aristocracy. In 1895, she entered into matrimony with Bonny de Castellane, a French nobleman emblematic of old world title holders who sought to fortify their waning fortunes through alliances with New World wealth. Indeed, this marriage represented a quintessential Gilded Age transaction, merging the financial might of America's new money with the storied pedigrees of European nobility. And the union of Anna and Bonny was marked by opulence and public fascination, with their Parisian residence, the Palais Rose, standing as a testament to their extravagant lifestyle. However, the marriage deteriorated due to Bonny's prodigal spending habits and unfaithfulness, culminating in their divorce in 1906. Anna's subsequent marriage to another aristocrat, Élie de Talleyrand-Périgord, Duke of Sagan, in 1908, marked her second alliance with European nobility, further elevating her social stature despite initial familial reservations given Élie's relation to Bonny and his less illustrious paternity. Unlike her first marriage, Anna's union with Haley proved to be more harmonious and enduring. Next, Marjorie Gould, a niece of Anna, also navigated the marriage market to bolster the Gould family's societal position through her union with Anthony Joseph Drexel III in 1910. This alliance with the Drexel banking dynasty underscored the strategic matrimonial choices that fortified the Goulds' social standing in both American and European circles. And Helen Gould, another distinguished member of the Gould lineage, furthered the family's entrenchment in nobility through her marriage to John Graham Hope de la Poer Horsley Beresford, the 5th Baron Decies, in 1911. To provide a bit more context, these matrimonial strategies were emblematic of a broader phenomenon during the Gilded Age, where marriages between American heiresses and European nobles were orchestrated not just for love, but for the mutual benefits they offered: financial stability for the aristocracy and an entree into the elite social echelon for America's nouveau riche. The Gould family's forays into such unions thus mirrored the ambitions and societal aspirations of America's wealthiest clans, seeking to cement their legacy and prestige through connections that spanned the Atlantic, blending the rugged individualism of American enterprise with the ancient traditions of European aristocracy. In some ways, we could say these marriages also saved the Gould legacy, for from them birthed later generations of influential, if somewhat poorer, descendants in many fields across the world. The modern Gould family, with its roots deeply entrenched in the industrial and financial bedrock of American history, branched into various spheres of influence and achievement, from the cutthroat arenas of business established by Jay Gould to the refined realms of sport and public service navigated by his descendants. For example, Kingdon Gould Sr. and Jay Gould. The second exemplify the evolution of this dynastic tale, embodying the transition from the aggressive pursuit of wealth to the cultivation of genteel interests and public stewardship. Kingdon Gould Sr., born into privilege in 1887 in Manhattan, emerged as a figure who seamlessly blended the financial legacy of his lineage with a passion for the social and sporting life that defined American high society in the early 20th century. A product of the prestigious Columbia University, his education in engineering paved the way for his stewardship of the family's railroad interests and his valorous service during World War I. And beyond his professional endeavors, Kingdon Sr. was renowned for his prowess in polo, a sport that symbolized the leisure and competitive spirit of the elite. Furthermore, his marriage to Annunziata Camilla Maria Lucci broadened the familial and social connections of the Goulds, ensuring the legacy's continuation through their children, among them Kingdon Gould Jr., who we'll cover in a second. And Jay Gould II, Kingdon Sr.'s sibling, charted a path in another historically elite sport. His acclaim was garnered not in the boardrooms of industry, but on the court tennis fields, where his extraordinary skill earned him a championship reign that spanned over 2.5 decades, and even an Olympic gold medal. His triumphs in court tennis, starting from a precocious national title win at 17, attested to a dedication that paralleled the industrious spirit of his grandfather, albeit within the confines of sport rather than finance. Yet the achievements of Jay Gould II in the sporting domain did not insulate him from personal trials, as his life was prematurely curtailed by illness, a poignant reminder of the vulnerabilities that lie beneath the surface of public success. The continuum of the Gould legacy was furthered by Kingdon Gould Jr., who transitioned from the familial heritage of financial and sporting accomplishment to a career defined by political and diplomatic service. His roles as ambassador to Luxembourg and the Netherlands were not merely diplomatic postings, but represented the Gould family's enduring influence within the tapestry of American public life. Kingdon Jr.'s diplomatic tenure, especially during the tumultuous period of Nixon's resignation, highlighted the adaptability that have characterized the Goulds across generations. The legacy persisted through Kingdon Gould III, who carved out a significant niche within the real estate development sector, particularly in the bustling environs of Washington, D.C. As a key figure in the Gould Property Company, founded by his father, Kingdon III steered the firm to prominence in the D.C. metropolitan landscape. His stewardship was marked by his role in spearheading projects like the Hyatt Regency Crystal City Hotel and the iconic Mayflower Hotel, both of which have left a lasting impact on the city's architectural and commercial development. Kingdon III's entrepreneurial vision was further manifested in the partnership with Boston Properties, culminating in the development of Market Square North. This project, completed in 1997, not only enhanced the Pennsylvania Avenue National Historic Site, but also exemplified his ability to blend historical preservation with modern development. Additionally, his strategic foresight in executing a land swap deal with the District of Columbia paved the way for the construction of the Washington Marriott Marquise. This hotel, serving as a central hub for the Walter E. Washington Convention Center, underscored Kingdon III's influential role in shaping the real estate and hospitality sectors in Washington, D.C., thus continuing the Gould legacy of impactful contributions across generations. Thus, the Gould family legacy, spanning from Jay Gould's notorious rise as a Gilded Age tycoon to his descendants' diverse pursuits in sports, diplomacy, real estate, and even European aristocracy, embodies the complexity of American success. While Jay's ruthless business tactics earned him wealth and infamy, his descendants diversified this legacy through contributions to sportsmanship, public service, and urban development, blending ambition with societal engagement, but also navigating the controversies inherited from their forebears' tumultuous career. Imagine you are a multi-billionaire tycoon in the twilight of your life, standing before the vast empire you've built from the ground up. As you decide where to leave your fortune, you look into the eyes of your heirs, trying to discern who among them you trust enough to handle your life's work. Indeed, it would be a moment of profound introspection and decision-making, echoing the choices faced by industrial robber barons of the past. And one such magnate, Henry Clay Frick, confronted this very dilemma. His legacy, however, took a turn that many might not anticipate. In the cutthroat world of the steel industry, Frick's business practices earned him infamy. Yet, perhaps as a counterbalance to his ruthless pursuits, he also became known for his lavish spending on art and cultural artifacts. Turning their backs on the race to accumulate more wealth, the Frick children found their callings as scientists, professors, and artists, quietly choosing to let the mighty $3 billion Frick family fortune dwindle away, setting the name apart from old money families whose wealth seems to grow by the minute, like the Rockefellers and Mellons. In today's episode, we dive into the lessons learned from the Frick family fortune, the complexities of inheritance, and the nuances of old money as we describe the Frick family, when a $3 billion inheritance is given away. Henry Clay Frick, that titan of American industry and a maestro in the art of making bank, didn't just climb the ladder of the Industrial Revolution. He practically built a new one, planting himself firmly as the world's second richest man at his peak. And his wealth, painstakingly forged in the fires of the coke and steel industries, didn't just surpass the fortunes of mere mortals. It even outshone that of his mentor and partner in industrial alchemy, Andrew Carnegie. But Frick was no one-trick pony. His shrewd business sense, tireless dedication, and knack for spotting golden opportunities in coke and steel turned his ventures into the Midas touch of the era. H.C. Frick and Company wasn't just another player in the game, it was the game, fueling the furnaces of steel magnates like Carnegie himself. By joining forces with Carnegie in 1882, Frick entered the steel industry's major league and became its MVP, riding the wave of America's steel-fueled ascendancy. But let's not box Frick into the all-work and no-play category. The man had a flair for the finer things in life, a veritable connoisseur of the arts with a taste as refined as the finest aged wine. His New York City mansion was a temple to luxury, and a Beaux-Arts masterpiece that shouted opulence from every limestone block. Built between 1912 and 1914, this Fifth Avenue fortress was more than a dwelling. It was a vessel for Frick's monumental art collection, destined to become the Frick Collection Museum. And the mansion's interiors? Think of them as the velvet glove on the iron fist of industry, with 16 rooms that were less rooms and more sanctuaries for the soul. This was a home built not just to live in, but to exhibit a collection that would make any art lover weep with joy. The so-called living hall alone, virtually unchanged for over 76 years, is an icon of Frick's enduring vision of grandeur and grace. And what of the art? Frick didn't just collect paintings. He collected masterpieces from Rembrandt's enigmatic The Polish Rider to Goya's dynamic The Forge. His collection was a roll call of art history's VIPs, Bellini, Vermeer, Gainsborough, El Greco, each piece a badge of honor, each brushstroke a narrative of Frick's journey from steel magnate to patron saint of the arts. Today, the Frick collection stands not just as a museum, but as a cathedral to creativity, housing over 1,500 pieces that span centuries of European art. Thus, when Frick took his final bow in 1919, he didn't just leave behind a pile of cash. He left a treasure trove so immense it's hard to wrap your head around it. Imagine a fortune so vast that today it would be worth billions, a sum so eye-watering it underscores the monumental empire he built, brick by coke-fired brick. Clocking in at an estimated $145 million at his earthly departure, think a cool $2.9 billion today, Frick's fortune was the stuff of legends. Therefore, from humble origins to towering over the American Industrial Revolution, Frick's story wasn't just about making money, it was about making history. However, making the money for yourself is one thing, teaching your children, and then their children, requires an entirely different skill set. In order to learn exactly what happened to the mighty Frick fortune, let's roll back the gold-encrusted timepiece and start our journey in the rolling hills of rural Pennsylvania. Yet, as the story unfolded, it led to a pivotal moment that would shock both admirers and critics alike. In the early settlements of Pennsylvania, where opportunity beckoned the bold, the forebears of Henry Clay Frick made their mark. Originating from Swiss and German stock, these pioneers embodied the spirit of those seeking a fresh start in the New World. And their endeavors, primarily rooted in agriculture, contributed to the development of western Pennsylvania, setting a stage far removed from the future industrial exploits of their descendant. Indeed, John W. Frick, Henry's father, was no stranger to this agricultural life, but harbored ambitions that stretched beyond the confines of farm work. Born into a modest farming environment, John was a man who saw value in education and the promise of innovation, despite the family's financial limitations. And Elizabeth Overholt Frick, Henry's mother, brought to the family a legacy of industry from the Overholts, a family known in their locality for their work ethic and for making a mark in the distilling business. Elizabeth's influence imbued the family with a resilience and a strong sense of community, foundational values in the small town of West Overton, Pennsylvania, where Henry was born. Thus, the upbringing of Henry Clay Frick reflected these principles of hard work and community service. Born on the 19th of December 1849 as the eldest of 6 children, Henry's early life was framed by the simplicity of rural America, an existence marked by the labor of farming and the tight-knit community ties. And his education, starting in the local schools, revealed an early inclination towards business and a particular talent for numbers. Despite showing promise and a hunger for knowledge, financial pressures led to a pragmatic shift in Frick's path. Leaving Otterbein College to return home at 16, he began working as a clerk in a Pittsburgh mercantile firm, a decision dictated more by necessity than choice. This period of work outside the academic sphere offered Frick practical insights into the business world, an unplanned but invaluable continuation of his education. And these clerkship years were more than a stepping stone. They were a transformative period that allowed Frick to internalize the mechanics of business and the intricacies of the market. Therefore, this era in his life was instrumental in shaping his approach to business, fostering a meticulousness in financial matters and a strategic vision that could pinpoint and exploit nascent opportunities with precision. By 19, he had launched into his first venture into entrepreneurship, investing in a coke production operation. This bold move signaled the onset of an expansive business empire, and Frick's unyielding determination and keen business insight would soon propel him from the modest beginnings of rural Pennsylvania to towering heights in the industrial landscape. Henry Clay Frick's entry into the coke and steel sectors was a pivotal move that not only surged his wealth, but also solidified his position in American industrial history. And his strategic ventures in these industries were characterized by shrewd decisions and alliances, propelling him to a leading role in the Industrial Revolution. You see, the inception of Frick's journey into the coke business in the 1870s showcased his ability to identify and capitalize on emerging market trends. Coke, a critical fuel derived from coal for steel production, was growing in demand as the steel industry began to boom. Consequently, starting with a modest investment in a small coke operation, Frick's keen market insight and entrepreneurial spirit led to the rapid expansion of his enterprise, H.C. Frick and Company. And his efforts soon positioned him as the country's leading coke producer. Now, a defining moment in Frick's career was his partnership with Andrew Carnegie during the 1880s. Carnegie, a major figure in the steel industry, recognized the importance of having a stable coke supply for his mills. This partnership between Carnegie's steel manufacturing capabilities and Frick's coke production expertise was a powerful combination, enabling them to dominate the steel and coke markets. And Frick's role evolved significantly when he became chairman of Carnegie Brothers and Company in 1889, further tightening the integration between coke production and steel manufacturing. Now, this collaboration with Carnegie was crucial for Frick's financial success. As the steel industry flourished, driven by the expansion of railroads and the urbanization of America, Frick's wealth skyrocketed. His dominance over the coke supply chain provided him with a strategic edge and a lucrative slice of the industry's profits. Frick's influence extended further, with his contribution to the creation of the United States Steel Corporation in 1901. This amalgamation of steel and iron firms, including Carnegie Steel, into the world's first billion-dollar corporation, signaled a new chapter in industrial history. By the dawn of the 20th century, Frick had become one of the nation's richest individuals. His ventures into coke and steel, coupled with his alliance with Carnegie, yielded substantial returns, enabling him to diversify into real estate and finance. However, Frick's legacy is not without its controversies. His vehement stance against labor unions and his pivotal role in the Homestead Strike of 1892 underscore a darker aspect of his legacy. This confrontation at the Homestead Steel Works, which Frick managed on behalf of Andrew Carnegie, became one of the most notorious labor disputes in American history. And the decision to bring in private security agents from the Pinkerton Detective Agency to break the strike led to a violent clash, resulting in numerous fatalities and a wave of national condemnation. The incident not only spotlighted the harsh realities of labor conditions during the era, but also the extreme measures industrial magnates would employ to quash unionization efforts and maintain control over their workforce. Despite the shadow cast by such events, the impact of Henry Clay Frick on the industrial landscape of America is undeniable. His strategies, though often criticized for their ruthlessness, played a pivotal role in establishing a vast industrial empire. His legacy, though complex and controversial, underscores the multifaceted nature of industrial expansion and its far-reaching effects on American society and economy. However, his impact on his own children and descendants would be even more direct, which is what we'll investigate in the next chapter. Henry Clay Frick, indeed, left a legacy that extends far beyond his business achievements. Upon his passing in 1919, the division of his substantial estate revealed a clear preference for his daughter, Helen Clay Frick, who inherited the majority of his wealth. This decision highlighted her distinctive role within the Frick family and paved the way for her future endeavors in philanthropy and the arts, in sharp contrast to her siblings, who received significantly less. Now, many say Helen's inheritance was a deliberate recognition of her shared interests with her father, particularly in the realm of art. Entrusted with a considerable portion of his fortune, including his esteemed art collection and his New York residence, later transformed into the renowned Frick Collection Museum. This bequest appears to be a clear indication of Frick's trust in Helen's ability to further his cultural and philanthropic aspirations. However, the financial discrepancy in the inheritance was notable. Helen's share amounted to approximately $38 million, equivalent to over $400 million in today's currency, positioning her among the wealthiest women in America during that period. On the other hand, Frick's son, Charles Frick, received a lesser portion of the estate. Though still a considerable amount, it paled in comparison to what Helen received. Yet, nevertheless, Childs established his own legacy as a noted vertebrate paleontologist, contributing extensively to the American Museum of Natural History. Yet the repercussions of Frick's decision have had a lasting effect on his lineage. Helen's inheritance not only allowed her to enhance the Frick legacy through her philanthropic and cultural contributions, but also set a precedent for the subsequent generations. And her efforts laid the groundwork for her nephew, Henry Clay Frick II, and other descendants to pursue diverse interests and careers. Notably, Henry Clay Frick II became a distinguished physician and professor instead of a ruthless businessman like his grandfather, serving as chairman of the Department of Medicine at New York Hospital, Cornell Medical Center. Thus, his career, though distinct from the industrial and artistic spheres of his grandfather and aunt, was facilitated by the financial stability afforded by the Frick fortune, showcasing the varied paths Frick's descendants have taken, each shaped by the inheritance and the legacy left behind. However, it is certainly clear that the multi-billionaire lifestyle that Frick himself lived would not be the path of his later descendants, due in part to his personal dispensations of wealth. In order to better understand how that played and compare it to other old money families who kept and even increased their wealth, such as the Rockefellers and Mellons, let's jump to the next chapter. Now, Henry Clay Frick's approach to amassing and allocating his fortune was characterized by a pronounced emphasis on culture and philanthropy. His lavish expenditures, epitomized by his opulent New York City residence, now the esteemed Frick Collection Museum, and his vast art collection, underscored his profound appreciation for cultural and historical patrimony. And while these investments endowed his legacy with a rich cultural dimension, they did not enhance the financial inheritance bequeathed to his descendants in a direct manner. In a marked contrast, contemporaries such as the Rockefellers and Mellons opted for a diversified investment strategy, channeling their fortunes into ventures that assured enduring generational wealth. The Rockefellers, for example, significantly engaged in philanthropic endeavors through the establishment of perpetual entities like the Rockefeller Foundation. This strategy not only advanced public health initiatives, but also secured and augmented the family's wealth. Likewise, the Mellons' savvy investments across finance and industry sectors guaranteed a wealth expansion that benefited successive generations. The execution of Frick's estate further highlights the contrast in financial legacy management between his family and those of the Rockefellers, or Mellons. Frick allocated a substantial portion of his estate to philanthropic causes, with the majority of his residual wealth inherited by his daughter, Helen Clay Frick. Though laudable, this philanthropic gesture did not facilitate wealth growth over time. Helen, inheriting a considerable fortune, prioritized arts and charity over investment strategies that could have furthered the family's financial base. And Frick's choice to bequeath the bulk of his estate to a singular heir, rather than distributing it among multiple descendants, concentrated the wealth but simultaneously curtailed its growth potential. Conversely, the Rockefellers and Mellons established trusts and foundations, mechanisms that not only safeguarded their wealth but enabled its financial proliferation across generations. Therefore, today, Henry Clay Frick's descendants, though comfortably affluent, do not figure among the echelons of modern billionaires. This status is the result of a series of factors deeply embedded in the family's ethos and historical decisions. And the Frick family's inclination towards privacy, coupled with an enduring commitment to philanthropy, has significantly influenced their financial standing and societal perception. Additionally, the Fricks have steered clear of venturing into large-scale business enterprises or adopting investment strategies aimed at significantly multiplying their wealth in today's economic climate. While they have managed their assets with competence, their approach has not been marked by the aggressive pursuit of capital growth, a strategy often employed by contemporary wealthy individuals and families to amass substantial fortunes. The year, 1848. The locale, New York City, humming with life, yet the Astor mansion stood in a cold contrast, its aura of regality offering a muted hush. John Jacob Astor, his legendary family's first magnate, lay on his bed, life flickering like a dying candle. The bed, resplendent in silk and rich mahogany, was an ironic setting for a man who began his journey in the ruggedness of Waldorf, Germany, and the son of a simple butcher. His saga, powered by a monumental spirit, led him across the Atlantic, driven by dreams too large for his small German hamlet. From fixing musical instrumentals to peddling fur, from dabbling in fledgling real estate to mastering finance, he embroidered his success into the fabric of a new world, weaving a legacy in golden threads. Now his son William stood sentinel at his bedside, eyes hard, matching his father's steel. An understanding passed between them, as silent as the room, and as profound as the coming inheritance. "Make it grow, William," the old Astor rasped, a lifetime of victories and struggles faintly echoing in his voice. Yet little did he know that his earthly departure would not mark the end of an era, but the beginning. It would be not only an immense fortune he passed on to his son William, but the seeds of a transatlantic empire. In today's video at Old Money Luxury, we shall recount the incredible true life story of the Astors, America's first old money family, from the dusty roads of rural Germany to the hallowed halls of Westminster to the affluent avenues of the city that never sleeps. So settle in and join us as we describe how the Astor family went from new money to old money. In the rural enclave of Waldorf, nestled near the regal city of Heidelberg, now part of contemporary Baden-Württemberg, Germany, a son was welcomed into the world in 1763. The newborn, christened John Jacob Astor, was the youngest scion of Johann Jacob Astor, a humble butcher, and Maria Magdalena von Berg. At the tender age of 16, John Jacob departed his home for the bustling city of London, where he fell under the tutelage of his uncle in the art of crafting musical instruments. Our lovely English capital, in its grandeur, not only provided Astor with proficiency in English, but also a robust apprenticeship in the realm of commerce. The year 1784 marked Astor's embarkation to the United States, his pockets filled with little more than hopes and a collection of several flutes for sale. He chose New York City as his new home, where he opened a small but ambitious shop trading in furs. The 1794 Jay Treaty, which allowed Americans to trade in Canada, served as a catalyst from which to build the empire that would come to create America's first old money family. By the turn of the century, Jacob had accumulated a fortune of $6 million, an eye-watering amount of wealth for an era where America was less than 20 years old and reigned as the luminary of the fur trade. He then diversified his portfolio, trading furs for Chinese tea and investing in Manhattan's burgeoning real estate market, becoming a notable figure in fur transactions in China. Additionally, John Jacob's brother Henry, an enthusiast of equine racing and a German immigrant like himself, purchased a thoroughbred messenger who had journeyed from England to America in 1788. This noble steed would sire all standard-bred horses in America, adding a unique chapter to the Astor family legacy. Now, the demise of Meriwether Lewis in 1809 ignited a quest for an able governor for the area. Astor saw an opportunity, proposing a daring plan to monopolize and extend the fur trade to the Pacific. His venture employed Wilson Price Hunt, a St. Louis businessman, to lead an overland expedition to the Columbia River. The journey, though fraught with disastrous decisions, inadvertently led to seminal discoveries and paved the path known today as the Oregon Trail. This venture formed the bedrock for American development of Oregon and Washington. You see, Astor's empire held a near monopoly on the fur trade, and by the 1820s it stood as one of the largest enterprises in the nascent United States. Yet, by 1834, the illustrious Astor exited the company he had built, partially due to a shift in fashion trends leading to the decline of fur's popularity, causing the company to fragment. However, by then, Astor had already acquired the title of America's very first multimillionaire and the world's richest man. Now, John Jacob Astor's demise on the 29th of March 1848 marked the end of an era. With a fortune worth a staggering $20 million, Astor passed as the richest person in America. To give a perspective on how wildly large this fortune was in today's terms, if we compare Astor's wealth to the gross national product of America at that time, his net worth would be similar to a 2023 sum of $121 billion, competing with only the likes of Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk on the world stage. And John Jacob's penchant for philanthropy was equally illustrious, dedicating $400,000 from his coffers to the establishment of the Astor Library, the esteemed institution that would later coalesce with the Lenox Library to become the iconic New York Public Library. Now, his firstborn son, John Jr., from birth, was plagued by a disheartening blend of ill health and mental issues, thus leading to John Jacob's will giving him an allowance just adequate to assure his sustenance in the uncertain times ahead. Therefore, the lion's share of the Astors' immense wealth, coupled with the destiny of their family empire, was bestowed upon the capable shoulders of his second son, William, thus positioning the next move on the grand chessboard towards old money dominance the Astor family would play in this game of familial intrigue. Now, William Backhouse Astor Sr., named after William Backhouse, his father's merchant friend, over the course of his life would prove his mettle as a competent associate in his father's prosperous export enterprise, all while carefully injecting capital into Manhattan's fertile soil of real estate. Emboldened by his family's already legendary business reputation, William amplified the empire's real estate portfolio, erecting over 700 stores and homes in the growing New York City. His real estate ventures around Central Park yielded exponential growth for the family assets. Understand, William, an astute operator himself, not merely preserved, but managed to multiply the Astor family fortune. His diligent endeavors led to even more prosperity for their lineage, his legacy culminating in a staggering estate valued at nearly $50 million. It was as though Midas himself had passed his golden touch onto the next Astors, and they wielded this gift with expert precision. However, in the long arc of family law, the most crucial move William made was a defining characteristic of old money dynasties: strategic intermarriage. On the 20th day of May in the year 1818, he took the hand of Miss Margaret Alida Rebecca Armstrong, the children of Senator John Armstrong Jr. and Elida, sister to Horatio Gates Armstrong. From her mother's side, she claimed lineage from the renowned Livingston clan, her own mother the youngest offspring of the eminent Judge Robert Livingston and his wife Margaret. Furthermore, Her pedigree included such luminaries as Founding Father Robert R. Livingston and Secretary of State Edward Livingston. On the other side, her father, John Armstrong Jr., held the distinguished title of President James Madison's second Secretary of War. From this impressive brood, William and Margaret's offspring would include a shockingly impressive third generation of Astors to steer their colossal empire. John Jacob Astor III, born during a balmy summer's day on the 10th of June in 1822, would thrive as an American financier, generous benefactor, and a soldier in the American Civil War. His extraordinary business acumen served to bolster his personal fortune, much like his father and grandfather, eventually earning him the title of the richest amongst the Astor lineage from his generation. By the end of his reign, he would come to grow the family coffers to a stratospheric range between $75 million and $100 million, around 2.5 to 3.5 billion in today's dollars. Though again, we must remember that this was a time when the US had a much lower GDP than we have today, thus indicating that $3 billion back then may be closer to 80 or 90 billion relative to today's economies. John III's proudest achievement, however, lay in the establishment of the English branch of the Astor dynasty. It was this branch that cemented the Astor name amongst the British nobility, an enduring legacy that even to this day continues to take pride of place in the aristocratic circles, and we'll cover more in a minute. Now, William and Margaret's daughter, Laura Eugenia Astor, born in 1824, married to a man by the soon-to-be conspicuously American name of Franklin Hughes Delano on the 17th of September, 1844. This unforeseen twist of destiny would link the Astors with another echelon of the closest thing America has to royalty, the Roosevelts. Franklin Hughes was, after all, the namesake of a certain US president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. This union also reinforced the Astors' ties with America's founding stock, given Franklin Hughes Delano's lineage traced back to Philip Delano, a pilgrim who set foot in Plymouth, Massachusetts in 1621. Our tale now settles upon William Astor Jr., the bearing carrier of his forefathers' illustrious American legacy. Yet it was actually his wife, the imposing Caroline Schermerhorn, who would seize the reins of New York's elite, sculpting the bedrock of its high society. Born to the privileged echelons of New York's Dutch aristocracy on September 22, 1830, Caroline, or Lina as she was affectionately known, was a Schermerhorn, offspring of the city's earliest settlers. Her father, Abraham Schermerhorn, had made his fortune in shipping and possessed a net worth of $500,000, a significant sum for the time, equivalent to $13.74 million today. Helen Van Cortlandt, née White, of the prominent Schermerhorns, was her mother. Fate entwined Caroline Schermerhorn and William Astor Jr., the grandson of John Jacob Astor, in a harmonious union in 1853. An intriguing piece of history unfolded in 1862 when the couple commissioned a fashionable four-bay brownstone townhouse at 355th Avenue, an address that would later be home to none other than the Empire State Building. Now, contrary to popular perception that she was always more focused on high society than family, Mrs. Astor, for a considerable part of her years as a mother of young children, devoted herself to her family and household management. Additionally, a hefty inheritance from her parents afforded her a level of financial independence uncharacteristic for women of her era. As the years passed, Caroline Astor's sphere of influence, aptly known as the 400, emerged as a cornerstone of New York's Gilded Age society. You see, the city's population had swelled dramatically post-Civil War, with wealthy migrants and immigrants challenging the traditional stronghold of the New York elite. Teaming up with the revered social arbitrator, Ward McAllister, a kin of Samuel Cutler Ward, who had joined the Astor clan through marriage, Mrs. Astor began to shape the rules of decorum and select the acceptable newcomers to their esteemed circles. McAllister famously claimed that amidst the grandeur of Gilded Age New York, a mere 400 could truly qualify as members of fashionable society. The Queen of Society, as she came to be known, Mrs. Astor solidified her exclusive circle by throwing a grand annual ball on the third Monday of January. Scoring an invitation was seen as the ultimate accolade, the golden ticket confirming one's place within the glittering edifice of New York society. Caroline Astor during this era was renowned for her impeccable grace, scrupulous discretion, and a tongue that never courted controversy. Her amicable demeanor belied a certain detachment. She was never one for unsolicited intimacy, nor was she given to sharing confidences. Her social sphere was rigid, an unassailable bastion of old money, steadfastly unyielding in the maelstrom of changing times and values. Yet for all their staunch traditionalism, the Astors' fame reached far beyond their native shores, their names synonymous with the crème de la crème of the elite. The press found themselves inexplicably drawn to their lives, the grandeur, the scandals, case in point, the affair of Lady Caroline's attires. Much to the delight of the international press, Caroline Astor's sumptuous gowns, intricately adorned with apple-green silk, velvet, and ostentatious ostrich feathers, were intercepted by government agents under the suspicion of luxury duty evasion. Months of speculation followed as the world pondered whether Astor would capitulate to the looming charges of $300 to $400. Lady Astor remained adamantly defiant, and, in the end, her gowns were put to auction. Curiously enough, it could be suggested that the Astors meticulously manufactured their connotation as old money, cleverly maneuvering the public's perception of older groups as new money. The quintessential example of this was their complex dynamic with the Vanderbilts. The Vanderbilts, a family known for wealth amassed rather than inherited, represented a form of opulence that the Astors found rather gauche and nouveau riche, particularly railroad money, which was distasteful in the eyes of Mrs. Astor. As such, she found herself reluctant to entertain the Vanderbilt daughters. Yet, in 1883, she felt compelled to formally acknowledge the socially prominent Alva Erskine Smith, spouse of William Kissam Vanderbilt, granting the Vanderbilts access to the upper echelons of society. A popular tale swirling around the high society circles tells of Alva Vanderbilt orchestrating an opulent costume ball at her residence, yet depriving young Caroline Astor, Lena's youngest, of her participation, as Mrs. Astor had not extended a formal call. Observing the Vanderbilts' assent, Lady Astor, foreseeing the strategic advantage of their alliance in maintaining the exclusivity of New York's high society, extended an olive branch and attended Alva's grand ball. Thereafter, the Vanderbilts were graced with invitations to Lady Astor's annual soiree, symbolizing their official ascension into New York's high society. For our more riveting and detailed account of the Vanderbilts' dramatic rise, fall, and subsequent resurrection, click the video on screen or visit the video description box, and we'll guide you through that immense saga. Now, after the demise of the indomitable Lady Astor, the role of reigning queen of New York society was a mantle too weighty for one woman. The responsibility fell upon the heavy shoulders of three ladies of prestige: Marion Graves Anthon Fish, the genteel wife of Stuyvesant Fish; Theresa Fair Ulrichs, the glamorous spouse of Herman Ulrichs; and Alva Belmont, who had found a new companion in Oliver Belmont. In this same circle of power and affluence, Mrs. Astor's son, John Jacob Astor IV, a businessman of extraordinary prowess, writer, military officer in the Spanish-American War, sadly breathed his last in the calamitous sinking of the Titanic. With an estate valuing approximately $87 million, a fortune that would be the equivalent of $2.64 billion today, Astor was the wealthiest among the unfortunate souls on the ill-fated voyage, and arguably one of the world's richest men during his time. At the same time, on the other side of the pond, the Astor lineage grew nobler, cultivating its prestige through the illustrious titles of Viscount Astor and Baron Astor of Hever. First, a wealthy American Astor by the name of William Waldorf Astor took the bold step of transplanting himself to the British soils in 1891, later adopting the mantle of British citizenry in 1899. As a mark of his sterling contribution to the wartime charities, he was awarded a baronage in 1916 and elevated to a viscount a year later. Thus was the birth of the Viscount Astor, granted by the peerage of the United Kingdom on a summer afternoon in 1917, forever intertwining the Astors with the annals of British nobility. In the mid-century year of 1956, another title was fashioned within the peerage of the United Kingdom. This was the title of Baron Astor of Hever, awarded to the influential newspaper baron and conservative politician, another John Jacob Astor, the fourth offspring of William Waldorf Astor, first Viscount Astor. In today's world, certain Astor descendants, such as William Astor, 4th Viscount Astor, persist in wielding their influence, notably in the British House of Lords. However, the family fortune has been eroded over time, with certain heirs grappling with monetary hardships. One poignant symbol of this decline is the family's 420-acre estate, now wearing the signs of neglect due to insufficient maintenance funds. Thus, the Astor name, once synonymous with America's affluent uppermost echelons, has faced a gradual diminution in its prestige. While their mark on New York City's panorama and the American milieu remains indelible, their once venerated status has taken a quiet retreat. Yet for all their dwindling wealth and influence, the Astor lineage has left an indelible legacy on the city that never sleeps. The cityscape is peppered with edifices bearing the Astor insignia, including many streets, buildings, and companies. Institutions like the modern St. Regis Hotel and the Astor, alongside various other landmarks, indeed echo their erstwhile glory. Therefore, the story of the Astor family's evolution from new money to old money serves as a potent reminder of both the importance of diversification and the transience of time and success, no matter what heights of success you reach. And, for what it's worth, the name Astor will always hold weight in the Western world. If we were to ask you to name an old money American dynasty that still has power today, it's likely your mind would quickly jump to household names like Rockefeller, Morgan, or Carnegie. And indeed, who would blame you? Those iconic families have their legacy embossed in our very memories with towering skyscrapers like Rockefeller Center, legendary concert venues such as Carnegie Hall, and banking giants like J.P. Morgan Chase, still in operation today. However, what if we were to tell you that there is one old money family still pulling the strings of global finance behind the curtain, who is many billions of dollars richer than any Rockefeller, Morgan, or Carnegie living today? Indeed, the Mellon family of Pennsylvania has not only been in power as long as any Gilded Age robber baron, but their living descendants have maintained more wealth than almost any old money family featured on this channel, boasting a staggering fortune currently estimated at an eye-watering $12 billion. Furthermore, Mellon family members have had their hands in every stratum of American influence, from their patriarch, whose decisions as U.S. Treasury Secretary led America to experience both the Roaring Twenties and the Great Depression, all the way to the current BNY Mellon Bank, donning the family's surname, which presides over literally trillions of dollars in assets to this very day. Most assuredly, the Mellon family has it all, from a matriarch who changed the face of American interior design with her many lavish homes and sumptuous estates, to a cryptocurrency whiz-kid who's been quietly counting billions as US government regulators scramble to decide how to handle crypto. In today's episode, we'll tell you this secret old money banking dynasty's full, unauthorized journey, revealing a legacy that has quietly shaped the very backbone of American wealth and influence, as we describe. The Mellons, the secret old money family, richer than the Rockefellers. Scratching near the top of the elite scoreboard of America's richest families, the Mellon family are a little mentioned, but a captivatingly formidable force. Think of them as a sleeper team in the Super Bowl of American old money affluence. And with a jaw-dropping $12 billion to their name, their bank account is as deep as it is old. And in this legendary luxury lineup, patriarch Christopher Mellon assumes the role of quarterback. Born on the 2nd of October 1957, Christopher's more than just a typical team captain. His career resembles a complex jigsaw puzzle, blending elements of high finance and secretive government roles with an unexpected twist. His involvement in UFO advocacy adds a layer of mystery. And the overall Mellon family tree, while not quite a household name like Rockefeller or Kennedy, is as intricately woven and powerful as a hidden masterpiece in an exclusive art gallery. Indeed, Christopher's lineage is a discreet yet powerful roll call of American industrial and banking leaders. At the root of this quietly influential family tree stands Thomas Mellon, the original architect of Mellon Bank, an institution that, like its founders, has played an incomparably important yet little-known role in shaping America's financial horizon. This legacy continues robustly with BNY Mellon, the evolutionary successor of Mellon Bank and the family's banking empire. Today, BNY Mellon stands as a titan in the financial world, showcasing its prowess with a remarkable 22% surge in net income and stewarding a staggering $46.9 trillion, yes, $1 trillion with a T in assets under custody. In short, that ranks the Mellon family's brainchild banking empire as the 13th largest bank in the United States, all while managing to be ranked among the world's most admired companies, according to Fortune magazine, in 2023. However, the Mellons, not content with banking alone, have played a game of twister with various industries. They struck black gold when they helped create Gulf Oil, which eventually became household name gas behemoth Chevron in the 1980s, and in the steel sector, they clanged swords with giants, backing Union Steel before it was scooped up by Andrew Carnegie and US Steel. But, as with any truly impressive old money dynasty, their empire didn't stop there. Their investment portfolio reads like an Oscar nominee list for America's most iconic companies, including Westinghouse Electric, Newsweek, and General Motors. But it's not all about the greenbacks. For decades, the Mellon family has also engaged in land conservation efforts. The Richard King Mellon Foundation has notably contributed over 100,000 acres to wildlife refugees. And in real estate, the Mellons are more than just casual players. From the 700-acre Virginia Mellon estate to Oak Spring Farms, a 4,000-acre expanse that was Bunny Mellon's personal Eden, they've got the Midas touch in property. And let's not overlook that 27-acre slice of Antiguan paradise, a real estate jewel in the Mellon crown. Additionally, in the political arena, family member Timothy Mellon doesn't just donate, he makes waves. His $5 million contributions to various political causes and an eye-watering $90 million to Republican campaigns since 2018 show he's not shy about backing his beliefs with his wallet. However, while it's easy to sit and bask in the shocking power, wealth and influence of this $12 billion old money leviathan known as the Mellon family, you'd be surprised to learn that they first got their start, like so many Americans, as immigrants to the country's shores centuries ago. Therefore, join us as we venture back in time to discover exactly how one Irish immigrant reached the land of the free and the home of the brave, to spawn what would become one of America's richest families of all time. The Mellons family's story begins in the 19th century, a time of significant migration, with the Mellons originating from Scotland and later settling in Tyrone, Ireland. The Gaelic origins of their surname, derived from Meal and Mealan, translated to attractive or little pleasant one, offer a glimpse into the family's heritage. You see, during this period, County Tyrone, located in the northern part of Ireland in the region of Ulster, was a key area for Scottish Protestant settlers. This migration was part of the Ulster Plantation, a process in which the British government settled Scots in Ireland to establish control over the rebellious Irish provinces. One Archibald Mellon, part of this Scottish Protestant group known as the Scotch-Irish, began the family's American story in 1816, with many Scotch-Irish like the Mellons emigrating to the United States during this time. First establishing themselves in Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, the family's legacy would begin in earnest when, in 1818, Thomas Mellon, the future founder of Mellon Bank and first patriarch of the Mellon dynasty, entered the United States. Determined to rise above the constraints of his rural beginnings, Thomas Mellon's life was a journey of ambition and aspiration. He vividly recalls in his autobiography the moment at the age of 10 when he first glimpsed wealth and magnificence I had before no conception of, a revelation that came upon seeing the opulent estate of his future parents-in-law, Jacob Negley and Barbara Ann Negley. Then, inspired at 14 after reading the transformative stories of Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, Mellon resolved to leave farming behind. Pursuing higher education, he entered the University of Pittsburgh, then the Western University of Pennsylvania, in October 1834, and graduated in 1837. After dedicating 5 years and investing $500 in his education, Mellon turned to teaching classics briefly before successfully entering the legal profession. He then established his own law firm before subsequently being elected as a judge for the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas. Thus, Thomas Mellon's legal acumen not only enhanced his personal wealth through astute investments in downtown real estate, but also positioned him as a reputable attorney for corporations. Indeed, Mellon's early legal successes were the bedrock of the family's financial empire. His investments in law and real estate were instrumental in the establishment of T. Mellon and Sons, a banking house that emerged as the region's largest by the end of the 19th century. Beyond real estate, Mellon also ventured into coal, forming a profitable alliance with James B. Corey, a significant figure in the Pittsburgh coal industry. This diversification into real estate and coal was pivotal in his wealth accumulation, and by 1869, Thomas Mellon had yet again pivoted from legal practice to concentrate on his investments. Therefore, his banking house, T. Mellon and Sons, had shrewdly laid the groundwork for what would later become the Mellon Financial Corporation. But Thomas Mellon's prolific ability to adapt and seize new opportunities was but a blip on the radar of what his descendants would be able to accomplish. And on a brisk spring day in March 1855, Thomas, his son, Andrew, would enter into the world to fulfill that destiny. Andrew William Mellon, affectionately known as A.W., was the sixth child born to Thomas and Sarah Jane Mellon, yet, tragically, only the fourth to survive past infancy. And from his earliest years, Andrew's life was deeply intertwined with that of his father. Distrustful of both private and public educational institutions, Thomas Mellon took it upon himself to construct a schoolhouse specifically for his children, appointing a private tutor to oversee their education. Thus, starting at age 5, Andrew was educated in this unique setting, and this tailor-made educational experience, combined with a front-row seat to his father's financial expertise, undoubtedly helped set the foundation for Andrew's future success in banking and finance. Now, the 1870s saw Andrew furthering his academic pursuits at his father's alma mater, Western University of Pennsylvania, now known as the University of Pittsburgh. However, in a twist of fate, Andrew departed without a degree, opting instead for the rich lessons of practical experience. Then, in 1873, at only 18 years of age, Andrew took a decisive step into the world of banking by joining his father's bank, T. Mellon and Sons. Despite his youth, he swiftly emerged as a key player, exhibiting a sharp acumen for banking and finance. And his formative years at the bank, including witnessing the economic maelstrom of the Panic of 1873, had undoubtedly sharpened his economic insight and banking strategy. But the year 1876 marked one of the most pivotal moments in Andrew's trajectory, as he was granted power of attorney to steer the bank's operations. With this power, over time, Andrew would develop what would be called the Mellon system of business. Indeed, this was more than a mere strategy. It became a comprehensive approach to creating a robust industrial empire. This Mellon system involved meticulously crafting a network of interconnected enterprises, each supporting and enhancing the others. For instance, their banking interests provided financial backing to their industrial ventures, such as the aluminum and oil industries, while their real estate investments offered physical and infrastructural support. Indeed, this visionary approach was instrumental in the formation of major corporations such as the Aluminum Company of America, Gulf Oil Corporation, and Union Steel, which eventually merged with United States Steel Corporation. Now, in the same year that Thomas Mellon gave his son Andrew the power of attorney over the bank, 1876, Thomas introduced his son to Henry Clay Frick, marking a significant collaboration in American industrial history. Frick, a key figure in the burgeoning steel industry, was establishing the Frick family empire, a monumental force in the industrialization of the United States. His involvement in the coke and steel industries, pivotal for the era's rapid industrial growth, made Frick an invaluable ally for the Mellons. And by 1887, Andrew's brother, Richard B. Mellon, had also joined as co-owner and vice president, further consolidating family control over the business. Now, during the 1880s, Andrew Mellon, in collaboration with Frick, took control of the Pittsburgh National Bank of Commerce. Indeed, this was a significant power play for the family, as national banks held the exclusive right to issue banknotes, a crucial financial tool for empires like the Mellons. Specifically, issuing banknotes allowed them direct influence over the money supply and credit availability, vital components in an era of rapid economic expansion and industrialization. Furthermore, despite the considerable asset transfer from Thomas to Andrew Mellon, their enterprises remained relatively small, leading to what we would call these days a lean startup configuration in the Mellon's empire. Therefore, though T. Mellon and Sons employed just 7 individuals in 1895, this small scale suggested a strategic choice, prioritizing meticulous control over rapid expansion, laying a solid foundation for future growth. However, Andrew Mellon's immense influence was, much like many family members, not limited to business acumen. Founded in 1913 by Andrew and his brother Richard B. Mellon, the Mellon Institute stood as a symbol of innovation in scientific research. You see, the Mellon brothers, beyond their roles as bankers and venture capitalists, were foresighted in understanding the synergy between new technologies and established industries, and thus their aspiration to establish a groundbreaking research center materialized in this institute. Now, during the same period, another educational giant was taking shape. The Carnegie Institute of Technology, inaugurated in 1900 by legendary industrialist and one-time richest person in the world, Andrew Carnegie, aimed to mirror the Scottish model of technical education, catering to the needs of an industrializing society, and this particular school, initially serving the educational requirements of working-class children, evolved into a vital center for practical education, later becoming the Carnegie Institute of Technology, or Carnegie Tech. The paths of these two institutions next converged in 1960, when discussions about a merger were initiated by family member Paul Mellon, representing the Mellon legacy. This historic amalgamation in 1967 led to the formation of Carnegie Mellon University, a fusion that was not just an institutional merger, but also a culmination of the Mellons' long-standing support, leading to the establishment of the Mellon College of Science and the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. In the 21st century, CMU is acclaimed for its educational excellence, recently ranked number 24 among national universities in the US News and World Report and 3rd for most innovative schools. Its international reputation is equally strong, with commendable top 30 positions in global rankings by Times Higher Education and QS World University Rankings. Thus, by the 1920s, Andrew W. Mellon's financial and culture stature had soared, making him one of America's wealthiest and influential individuals. However, in order to solidify his already prodigious financial influence, he would need to enter into a wholly different realm of power, politics. In 1921, a pivotal moment in American history unfolded as President Warren G. Harding appointed Andrew Mellon, an already legendary figure of significant wealth and influence, as the Secretary of the Treasury. This role, which Mellon held across a shocking 3 presidential administrations, catapulted him into the limelight of national affairs. Confronting a substantial federal debt, a byproduct of World War I expenditures, Mellon embarked on an ambitious strategy to reform taxation by using an, at the time, unconventional approach: lower tax rates to spur economic activity, thereby boosting tax revenue. Consequently, the Revenue Acts of 1921, 1924 and 1926 materialized Mellon's vision, resulting in a drastic reduction of the top marginal tax rate from 73% in 1922 to a mere 24% by 1929. This period witnessed the American economy's roaring ascension, marking the oft-called Roaring Twenties as an era of unprecedented growth and prosperity. However, Mellon's tenure was not without its challenges. With the onset of the Great Depression in 1929, his economic policies, once celebrated, now faced rigorous scrutiny. Critics emerged as the national debt escalated anew, and the 1930s marked another turbulent period for Andrew Mellon. With his reputation suffering following the Wall Street crash, he escaped the States to serve as ambassador to Great Britain in 1932 before returning to private business. His unwavering belief in minimal government intervention and the necessity of economic recessions to purge excesses became contentious topics during this era, and a debate that continues to this day. Meanwhile, the 1940s saw Richard King Mellon, Andrew's brother, additionally emerge as a key figure. A military man, Richard reactivated his service in 1942, overseeing Pennsylvania's Selective Service System and later joining the War Department in Washington, D.C. His contributions, which included establishing banks for the armed forces and promoting "This is the Army," earned him the Distinguished Service Medal and post-war he continued his military involvement in the Army Reserves, ultimately attaining the rank of Lieutenant General. But beyond his military endeavors, Richard King Mellon assumed a prominent role in the Mellon dynasty, particularly following Andrew Mellon's passing in 1937. King, as he became known, eerily aligned with Robert De Niro's sinister real-life character in the recent Killers of the Flower Moon film, started at the bottom of the family bank in 1920, working as a messenger and assistant cashier, and later became its president in 1933. Richard King Mellon's post-war period was also characterized by his collaborative efforts with Pittsburgh Mayor David L. Lawrence. Together they tackled urban challenges like flooding, pollution, and blight, initiating large-scale redevelopment projects that redefined Pittsburgh. Indeed, Richard King Mellon's financial clout was instrumental in aligning these projects with new regulatory standards, reshaping the city's fabric. Additionally, Richard and his wife, Constance Prosser Mellon, adopted 4 children: Richard P. Mellon, Seward Prosser Mellon, Constance Barber Mellon, and Cassandra Mellon Milbury, all of whom continued to influence the region. Furthermore, in 1947, Richard's establishment of the Richard King Mellon Foundation marked one of the family's first significant forays into philanthropy. The foundation has awarded over 8,000 grants to more than 1,800 different organizations since its inception. However, it would be another family member, one Paul Mellon, who would live a life that would inextricably tie the name Mellon to philanthropy and art. Paul Mellon, that man who would turn the family name into a word synonymous with philanthropy and art, was born on the 11th of June 1907 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The son of Andrew W. Mellon, Paul grew up in an environment of affluence and opportunity, and his early education at the Choate School, a boarding school whose alumni list includes the likes of JFK himself, laid the foundation for Paul Mellon's academic pursuits. Thereafter, Mellon's thirst for knowledge took him to Yale University, where he earned an A.B. in 1929, followed by another degree from Cambridge University in the UK in 1931. However, in a departure from the expected career path in finance, Paul Mellon charted his own course. After briefly working at the family's legendary Mellon Bank, Paul realized his heart was set on art and culture. By 1936, Paul Mellon communicated this passion to his father, already a patron of the National Gallery of Art, and surprisingly gained his financier father's support. This led to the commencement of the gallery's construction in 1937, with Paul playing a critical role. Now, the 1950s saw Paul Mellon's unique leadership style come to the fore. Unlike his father, Andrew, known for his financial and political prowess, Paul focused on the arts, education, and the environment, supporting numerous institutions, including the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra and London's Tate Galleries, and becoming instrumental in creating the Bollingen Prize for Poetry. Furthermore, Rachel Bunny Mellon, Paul's wife, was no less influential in the cultural and artistic spheres. Born into wealth and marrying into it, Bunny was celebrated for her exquisite taste in art, design, and horticulture. For example, she famously redesigned the White House's Rose Garden at Jacqueline Kennedy's request, and also the East Garden. Her expertise in gardens was matched by her skill in interior design and art collection, working with notable decorators and amassing an impressive collection of art and porcelain. Indeed, Bunny's style was luxurious yet unassuming, reflecting her discerning eye for art, clothes, and interior design. Soon, she became an icon of mid-century style, not just through her personal choices, but through her contributions to the National Gallery of Art, where she and Paul donated over 1,000 European paintings. Furthermore, Bunny Mellon's iconic homes and gardens, spread across the United States, France, and the Caribbean, were well known as an embodiment of the Mellon family's luxurious yet unpretentious taste. Oak Spring Farm in Upperville, Virginia, a sprawling 4,000-acre property, stood out among her estates. Though the interiors of this residence, like many of her homes, remained largely private, they were reputed to be extraordinary, showcasing Mellon's confident and refined style. Another of Mellon's cherished properties was Scallop Path, a historic estate on Cape Cod. Acquired in the early 1970s, Mellon meticulously renovated the 1700s-era main house over several years, and the estate, spanning 7.5 acres and featuring a 7-bedroom main house, a guest house, and exquisitely designed gardens, was shaped by Mellon's creative vision. And in New York City, Mellon's flair for design was exemplified by her 11,000 square foot, 14-room townhouse in the Upper East Side. This luxurious property, which later sold for $41 million, boasted a private garden and was a showcase of her impeccable taste. Simultaneously, by the 1970s, Paul Mellon had also made a significant mark in academia. His contributions and influence in this sphere highlighted the Mellons' expansive reach, extending beyond art and design to the educational realm. For example, he transformed the Paul Mellon Foundation into the Paul Mellon Center for Studies in British Art under the Yale Center for British Art, marking a new chapter in the study of British art and demonstrated Paul's prudent approach to philanthropy and intellectual pursuits. Therefore, together, Paul and Bunny Mellon left a legacy rich in cultural, educational, and environmental contributions, each defining their era with a blend of discernment, generosity, and a profound love for the arts. However, as the 21st century beckoned, the Mellons, ever the adapters, would be presented with a new set of challenges with the 2008 financial crisis looming, and a family member deciding to enter into the mysterious world of cryptocurrency. In the final decade of the 20th century, the Mellon family started to engage dynamically with the burgeoning tech industry, injecting substantial investments into technology ventures. Indeed, this pivot was a strategic response to the digital revolution sweeping the financial world. First, they renamed Mellon Bank to Mellon Financial Corporation, and then quickly adapted to globalization through the formation of BNY Mellon. This newly minted financial powerhouse, born from the merge of Mellon Family's bank and the Bank of New York, boasted trillions in assets under management and operations across 35 countries by 2023. And among the recent, more trailblazing torchbearers of the family's dynasty, Matthew Taylor Mellon II and Timothy Mellon stand out, each charting distinct courses while upholding the family's legacy. Matthew Taylor Mellon II, a direct descendant of both the founder of Mellon Bank, Judge Thomas Mellon, and the founder of Drexel University, Anthony Joseph Drexel, carved out a niche for himself as a billionaire businessman and entrepreneur. You see, Matthew first made his mark in the fashion industry in 1999, marrying Tamara Mellon, the co-founder of Jimmy Choo. At Jimmy Choo, he was instrumental in developing a men's line, bringing a fresh perspective to the luxury shoe brand. His entrepreneurial journey further expanded in 2000 with the launch of Harry's of London, an innovative venture that blended athletic shoe technology with the traditional aesthetic of men's dress shoes. His fashion ventures continue to evolve with Hanley Mellon, a women's ready-to-wear line co-created with then-wife Nicole Hanley in 2014, reflecting their global travel inspirations. Even more unconventionally, Matthew's interests extended beyond fashion to the burgeoning world of cryptocurrencies. He invested $2 million in CoinApex, a startup incubator focused on Bitcoin-related businesses, demonstrating his interest in the digital currency space. And he played a pivotal role in the Chamber of Digital Commerce as its honorary executive committee chairman, advocating for digital currency advancement. His subsequent investments in cryptocurrency, particularly in Ripple, resulted in a fortune estimated in the billions, highlighting his acumen in identifying and capitalizing on nascent financial trends. And Timothy Mellon, another heir to the Mellon banking fortune, took an equally divergent path, making significant strides in the railroad industry. As the main financier of Guilford Transportation Industries, formed in 1977 and named after his hometown of Guilford, Connecticut, Timothy displayed a strategic approach to business growth. In the 80s, his acquisition strategy extended to purchasing rail lines from Maine to Maryland, marking his influence in the transportation sector. However, Timothy Mellon also engaged in political financing, albeit in a less publicized manner. Despite his reclusive nature and distance from active politics, he emerged as a significant contributor in the 2020 presidential election, donating $10 million to the America First Action Super PAC, aligned with Donald Trump. Thus, the Mellons, while pursuing diverse individual interests, have consistently emphasized having an impact that extends beyond their financial endeavors, with significant contributions to the arts, education, and conservation, thus shaping aspects of American cultural and social landscapes. Let us imagine that you and your family have decided to take a trip down south to the Sunshine State and the hedonistic haven that is South Florida. What would your dream beach getaway entail? Would you bask in the golden rays on the pristine sands of Miami Beach, explore the vibrant Wynwood district with its colorful murals and trendy galleries, or indulge in the high-end shopping and dining experiences of Brickell? Perhaps you'd head up for a few nights in the sumptuous surroundings of the Breakers Hotel in Palm Beach, captivated by the opulence and elegance that define this region. However, as you enjoy your dream getaway, you might unknowingly be basking in the luxurious legacy of one old money family who built the very foundation of the tropical haven known as Florida. Indeed, when Standard Oil co-founder Henry Flagler, yes, the right-hand man of none other than John D. Rockefeller himself, first stepped foot in the Miami area, there was little but untamed wilderness. In today's episode of Old Money Luxury, we'll share how Flagler and his descendants put the shine in the Sunshine State as we describe the Flaglers, the old money family who built Miami, and Florida itself. During the early 20th century, the Flagler family amassed a jaw-dropping fortune, all thanks to the brilliant and occasionally ruthless business maneuvers of Henry Morrison Flagler. By the time he checked out in 1913, his estate was worth a cool $100 million, which today would be an eye-watering $12.5 billion. And Flagler made his first pot of gold co-founding Standard Oil with the legendary world's richest man of all time, John D. Rockefeller. Using his cunning rebate system and a knack for strategic partnerships, Standard Oil became the behemoth of American oil refining, cranking out 10,000 barrels a day by 1872. And this oil-fueled cash cow was just the beginning for Flagler's grand ambitions. Furthermore, Henry Flagler's legacy is etched all over Florida, and even in parts of North Carolina. In fact, in the Sunshine State, you can't throw a rock without hitting something named after him. Flagler County, born in 1917, includes the cities of Bunnell and Palm Coast, and in St. Augustine, the Hotel Ponce de Leon, now Flagler College, stands as a monument to Flagler's luxurious vision. Opened in 1888, this opulent hotel is a marvel of Spanish Renaissance architecture, with interiors so lavish they'd make a sultan blush. Nearby, the Hotel Alcazar, another of Flagler's brainchildren, now houses the Leitner Museum, offering a glittering glimpse into the Gilded Age with its eclectic array of artifacts. The swanky Palm Beach, Florida, is home to Whitehall, Flagler's 75-room mansion, completed in 1902. This Beaux-Arts beauty, now the Henry Morrison Flagler Museum, showcases the grandeur of Flagler's lifestyle and his substantial contributions to the region's development. And then there's the Breakers, a legendary resort in Palm Beach. Modeled after an Italian Renaissance-style villa, it opened in 1896 and instantly became the darling of the wealthy elite. The Breakers still stands, one of the few grand hotels still family-owned, specifically by the Keenan family, who are Flagler's descendants. Additionally, Miami itself owes much of its early growth to Flagler and his Royal Palm Hotel, which opened in 1897. By extending his railroad to Miami and building essential infrastructure like streets and utilities, Flagler laid the groundwork for the city's explosive development. But Flagler's influence even stretches to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where the prestigious Keenan-Flagler Business School bears his name, as well as that of his third wife, Mary Lily Keenan. Furthermore, as a titan of the Gilded Age, Flagler's personal possessions were as grand as his business ventures. His art collection, for example, boasted over 180 paintings, which were displayed in his palatial residences. But Flagler's artistic flair didn't stop at paintings. He commissioned famed glassmaker Louis Comfort Tiffany, yes, as in that Tiffany's, to create stunning stained glass windows for the Hotel Ponce de Leon. These intricate, vibrant windows were a true marvel of craftsmanship, adding even more grandeur to an already opulent hotel. and jewelry. Oh, Flagler and his wives had that in spades. One of his most beloved possessions was a white Maltese terrier named Delos, considered by Flagler to be a treasure, and he even had a portrait painted of himself with Delos, showcasing the deep bond he had with his pampered pooch. Beyond art and jewels, Flagler indulged in other luxuries like his private railcar, number 91. This lavishly appointed railcar was a symbol of his power and influence, allowing him to travel in comfort and style along the Florida East Coast Railway, which he himself built. However, at this point, you're probably wondering how a little-known oil tycoon from up north came to build one of the most multicultural and forward-thinking parts of the United States, Miami and the greater Florida region, in just a few short years. In order to get our answer, we'll have to start at the very roots of the Flagler dynasty, which takes us back to the foggy, windswept plains of Germany. The Flagler family's journey from the Palatinate region of southwestern Germany to the United States is nothing short of an epic. You see, it all began with Zachariah Flagler, who first set foot in Walworth, England, before making his way to America in 1710. The family eventually planted their roots in Dutchess County, New York, with the surname Flagler anglicized to Flagler by Henry's grandfather, Solomon. Now, Henry Morrison Flagler was born on the 2nd of January 1830 in Hopewell, New York, and his father, Isaac Flagler, served as a Presbyterian minister, while his mother, Elizabeth Caldwell Harkness, brought 2 sons from her previous marriage to Dr. David Harkness of Milan, Ohio. Thus, when Elizabeth married Isaac, her sons Daniel and Stephen became part of the Flagler clan. In particular, Henry Flagler's half-brother, Daniel Morrison Harkness, born in 1822, faced a whirlwind of changes early on. After his father's death in 1825, Daniel and his mother moved back to New York to live with her in-laws. This period was marked by frequent moves and evolving family dynamics. Elizabeth's marriage to Isaac Flagler expanded the family to include Henry, born in 1830, and another sibling, Carrie. In 1837, Daniel, seeking stability and opportunity, decided to stay with his uncle Lamon G. Harkness in Bellevue, Ohio, rather than move with his new Flagler family. This decision marked the start of his business career, working in his uncle's store in Republic, Ohio, and laying the groundwork for his future entrepreneurial ventures. Subsequently, Henry Flagler's early years were closely linked with those of his half-brother Daniel. At the age of 14 in 1844, Henry moved to Ohio to join Daniel, 7 years after Daniel had left the Flaglers, who was already working there. He began his working life in his uncle's store at a modest salary of $5 per month, plus room and board. This early move was pivotal for Henry, as it introduced him to the business world, and by 1849, his diligence and growing skills earned him a promotion to the sales staff, with a salary increase to $40 per month, equal to around $1,600 monthly today. However, the 1860s brought a setback when Henry's foray into the salt mining industry with the Flagler and York Salt Company in Saginaw, Michigan, failed due to the disruptions of the Civil War. Despite this failure, Henry's entrepreneurial spirit remained strong, and a defining moment came in 1867 when John D. Rockefeller sought capital for his burgeoning oil business. Sensing a golden opportunity, Henry secured a $100,000 investment, equal to around $21 million today, from his half-brother Stephen V. Harkness. This investment paved the way for a partnership between Rockefeller, Andrews, and Flagler, with Henry managing Harkness's interests. Thus began Henry Flagler's meteoric rise in the business world, laying the foundation for his future successes and a career that would end with the creation of none other than the great state of Florida and the monumental city of Miami. Now, as we've learned, Henry Flagler's plunge into the oil industry followed a roller coaster of business ventures, including a failed salt enterprise and a successful grain commission business. But the real twist in his story came when he, John D. Rockefeller, and others evolved into the powerhouse known as the Standard Oil Corporation, officially incorporated in Ohio in 1870. And Flagler, with his keen business strategies, played a pivotal role in the early success of Standard Oil. His knack for negotiating rebates from railroads gave the company a competitive edge, allowing it to outmaneuver rivals and dominate the market. And his business acumen was evident in securing deals like the one with the Lakeshore Railroad for a discounted rate in exchange for a guaranteed volume of oil shipments. This deal not only slashed Standard Oil's transportation costs, but also made life tough for competitors who couldn't match the scale of Standard Oil's operations. By the late 1880s, Standard Oil commanded 90% of the oil refining market in the United States, and its dominance wasn't just about size, it was about efficiency and relentless innovation. The company's practices, though, didn't sit well with everyone, leading to the birth of antitrust laws aimed at curbing monopolistic power. Yet, the legacy of Standard Oil's strategies and innovations reshaped the oil industry and laid the groundwork for modern corporate practices. Soon, Flagler's fortune didn't rest solely on oil. In the 1880s, he diversified his investments, setting his sights on Florida. This shift was partly driven by personal reasons. His first wife, Mary, had fallen ill, and the couple traveled to Florida for her health. Quickly sensing opportunity in the sunny, underdeveloped region, Flagler dreamed of transforming the state into a premier tourist destination and began pouring money into infrastructure and real estate. Now, Henry Flagler, by then renowned as a co-founder of Standard Oil and one of America's wealthiest men, embarked on a grand project to develop Florida's East Coast in the late 19th century. In 1885, he acquired the Jacksonville, St. Augustine and Halifax River Railway, a modest line in northeastern Florida. And this purchase marked the first step in Flagler's vision to create a transportation network that would open the region to tourism and development. Flagler quickly converted the railway to standard gauge and began expanding southward, driven by his belief in Florida's potential as a winter resort. Determined to create an American Riviera, Flagler set out to construct a series of lavish hotels along the East Coast, each one more extravagant than the last. And the jewel of Flagler's hotel empire was the Pont de Leon Hotel in St. Augustine, completed in 1888. This marvel of Spanish Renaissance architecture featured 540 rooms, intricate terracotta detailing, and the first ever use of poured concrete in a large-scale building. Designed by renowned architects John Carrere and Thomas Hastings, the hotel exemplified Flagler's commitment to luxury and grandeur. Not content with the success of the Pont de Leon, Flagler continued his spree, building the Alcazar Hotel in St. Augustine in 1889. And the Alcazar, with its Moorish-inspired design, boasted an indoor swimming pool, the largest in the world at the time, and a host of recreational facilities for the wealthy. Then, as Flagler extended his Florida East Coast Railway southward, he brought his vision of opulence to new frontiers. In 1894, he unveiled the Royal Poinciana Hotel in Palm Beach, a six-story Georgian-style structure that quickly became the largest wooden building in the world. With over 1,000 rooms and lavish amenities, the Royal Poinciana set the standard for luxury in the region. Furthermore, in the 1890s, Flagler aimed to extend the railway even further south to the Miami River area, then sparsely populated. Encouraged by local landowner Julia Tuttle and the Brickell family, Flagler agreed to bring his railroad to the region in exchange for land grants. This decision proved wise, as the area's citrus crops survived the devastating freezes of the years 1894 and 1895. Then, Flagler's arrival in 1896 marked the founding of Miami, which he helped develop by dredging a channel, building streets, and financing essential infrastructure like water and power systems. The extension of the Florida East Coast Railway to Miami spurred the city's rapid growth, transforming it from a small settlement into a vibrant metropolis within a few decades. And undeterred by the challenges of traversing the Florida Keys, Flagler embarked on his most ambitious project yet, the Overseas Railroad, also known as the Key West Extension. Constructed between 1905 and 1912, this engineering marvel spanned 128 miles of open water and islands, connecting the mainland to Key West. Specifically, Flagler envisioned the city as a deep-water port and trade hub, capitalizing on its strategic location near the newly constructed Panama Canal. Despite immense costs and engineering difficulties, including hurricanes that threatened to halt the project, Flagler persevered. And though it never achieved the commercial success he hoped for, the Key West extension remains a symbol of Flagler's vision, determination, and lasting impact on Florida's development. However, the legacy of the Flaglers is not all sunshine and rainbows, or should we say in true Floridian fashion, not all sunshine and oranges. His development of this iconic state was mired in controversy through many times in his life, and in the next chapter we'll investigate just that. During his development of Miami and the greater Florida region, Henry Flagler became embroiled in controversy due to his business practices, particularly those involving convict leasing and debt peonage. You see, these practices were part of a broader system of labor exploitation in the southern United States following the Civil War, and convict leasing involved the state leasing prisoners to private companies for labor, while debt peonage forced individuals to work to pay off debts, often under brutal conditions. Consequently, Flagler's involvement in these practices was notable in Florida, where he used convict labor to build his extensive railroad network and develop his hotel empire. Allegations included the use of African-American convicts, often arrested under dubious charges due to the Black Codes, a set of laws designed to control and exploit the newly freed black population. These convicts faced harsh working conditions, inadequate food and shelter, and severe punishment, including beatings and whippings. Flagler also faced accusations of debt peonage, where workers, often immigrants, were brought to Florida under contracts requiring them to work off their transportation costs. These workers were frequently trapped in a cycle of debt due to the high costs of living and working conditions imposed by Flagler's companies. Reports indicated that many workers were unable to escape this system, effectively making them slaves to their debts. Thus, public perception of Henry Flagler was deeply divided. Some celebrated him as a visionary who transformed Florida's economy, turning it into a major tourist destination and agricultural hub. His investments in infrastructure, particularly the Florida East Coast Railway, were seen as monumental achievements that spurred economic growth and development in the region. However, the darker aspects of his business practices attracted significant criticism and controversy. Reformers and muckrakers of the time, such as those involved in the Department of Justice investigations, highlighted the inhumane conditions and exploitation inherent in the convict leasing and debt peonage systems. These revelations painted Flagler as a ruthless businessman who prioritized profit over human dignity and welfare. The media played a crucial role in shaping public opinion, with northern newspapers and magazines often condemning Flagler's practices, while many southern publications, some owned or influenced by Flagler, defended him and downplayed the allegations. Yet his direct influence in creating the Sunshine State, and specifically the city of Miami, cannot be denied, and his legacy is still embossed in the buildings, streets, and transportation hubs that pepper the local landscape. And Henry Morrison Flagler's first marriage to Mary Harkness in 1853 marked a pivotal chapter in his life, both personally and professionally. Mary, who was Flagler's first cousin, provided a stable and supportive environment that allowed him to focus on his burgeoning career. And the couple had 3 children, Jenny Louise, Carrie, and Harry Harkness. Tragically, their daughter Carrie died at the age of 3, and Jenny Louise later died from complications related to childbirth. These personal losses deeply affected Flagler, but he continued to push forward in his professional endeavors. Furthermore, as mentioned before, Mary's health deterioration over the years prompted Flagler to even consider living in the sparsely populated Florida in the first place. Despite the change in environment, Mary's health sadly did not improve, and she passed away in 1881. Her death was a significant blow to Flagler, but it also indirectly set the stage for his future ventures in Florida. Then, Flagler's second marriage to Ida Alice Shords in 1883 introduced a new set of dynamics and challenges. Ida, who had been Mary's caregiver, initially seemed to be a suitable companion for Flagler. However, her behavior became increasingly erratic and concerning, and Ida's mental health issues began to surface, manifesting in delusions and irrational behavior. She became obsessed with spiritualism and claimed to be in communication with historical figures through a Ouija board. Flagler's response to Ida's deteriorating mental state was to seek medical intervention. And in 1895, she was institutionalized for the first time, and her condition was diagnosed as delusionary insanity. This diagnosis provided Flagler with the grounds to seek a divorce, which was a complicated process at the time. Shockingly, in 1901, Flagler managed to influence the Florida legislature to pass a law that made incurable insanity a valid reason for divorce. This law was specifically tailored to his situation, and he was the only person to benefit from it before it was repealed in 1905. Even more controversially, the divorce allowed Flagler to marry his third wife, and just 10 days after his divorce was finalized, at the age of 71, Flagler married the 34-year-old Mary Lily Keenan, a woman of remarkable beauty and intelligence from a prominent North Carolina family. This union was not just a personal milestone, but also a pivotal moment that would further cement Flagler's legacy. Henry himself passed away in 1913 after a fall at Whitehall, leaving Mary Lily as one of the wealthiest women in America. This wealth, however, did not bring her lasting happiness. In 1916, just 3 years after Henry's passing, she married Robert Worth Bingham, a childhood friend and a North Carolinian socialite. Their marriage, however, was fraught with difficulties and suspicions. Mary Lily's health began to deteriorate shortly after their marriage, and she died under mysterious circumstances in 1917 at the age of 50. The official cause of death was listed as a heart attack, but rumors of foul play persisted, with many speculating that Bingham had a hand in her death to gain access to her fortune. Despite these suspicions, no concrete evidence was ever found to support these claims, leaving her death one of the great unsolved mysteries of the era. But the wealth that Mary Lily inherited from Henry Flagler was substantial, and its distribution after her death had a significant impact on her family and various institutions. Upon her death, the bulk of her estate, valued at around $100 million, equal to more than $10 billion today, was divided among her siblings and other family members. Her brother, William R. Keenan, Jr., played a crucial role in managing the estate and ensuring that the wealth was used to support various philanthropic endeavors. And subsequently, the Keenan family used the fortune to establish and support numerous educational and cultural institutions, including the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which benefited greatly from the Keenan professorships and other endowments funded by the Flagler wealth. Thus, the impact of the Flagler wealth on the Keenan family and the institutions they supported was profound. The Keenan Fund, established with the inheritance, provided crucial financial support during the Great Depression, helping the University of North Carolina to expand its campus offerings and attract high-caliber faculty. The fund also supported faculty pensions and sabbaticals, ensuring the university's continued growth and success during a challenging economic period. Additionally, the wealth was used to support various charitable and cultural programs, leaving a lasting legacy that continued to benefit communities long after Mary Lily's death. One step into the city of Beverly Hills, where the essence of luxury is not just lived, but breathed, is often said to cast a spell of opulence that blankets the land. Indeed, this sanctuary of Southern California wealth, with its air perfumed by affluence, invites you into a world where every corner tells a story of grandeur. Here, amid the lush boulevards, stand guardians of history, majestic stone edifices that whisper tales of a bygone era's extravagance. However, one monument, in particular, beckons with a presence that transcends its physical bounds, serving as a gateway to the saga of an old money family whose vision carved the destiny of Beverly Hills from the dreams of giants. This is your entrance into the legacy of the Doheny family, an emblem of early American prosperity that shaped this enclave into a citadel of luxury. Coming from humble origins to a level of wealth matched only by the name Rockefeller, their foresight transformed the Californian landscape, melding their dreams with the earth to craft an oasis of elegance. In today's episode, we invite you on a voyage through their opulent rags-to-riches tale, exploring how dreams etched in stone can define the heart of a city as we describe. the old money family that built Beverly Hills, the Doheny dynasty. The 1920s roared for the Doheny family, with Edward L. Doheny's pockets bulging from striking black gold in Los Angeles back in 1892. By this jazz-infused decade, he wasn't just rolling in dough, he was out-rolling the likes of John D. Rockefeller. Picture it, Doheny, a titan of the oil scene, sitting atop a mountain of cash with a net worth breezing past $100 million by 1925, and that's a cool $1.67 billion today, in case you're wondering. And Doheny wasn't just a lucky prospector. Alongside his sidekick, Charles A. Canfield, he hit the oil jackpot in Mexico, turning them into the world's oil kings. By 1902, Doheny's Huasteca Petroleum Company was sprawling over 448,000 acres in Mexico, pumping out 85% of the country's oil, making him the biggest independent oil producer on the planet. But let's not sugarcoat it. While Doheny's wallet got fatter, the benefits for Mexico's people and government were, well, less than a trickle. Then there's the pièce de résistance of Doheny's empire, the Greystone Mansion. Constructed in 1928 for a whopping $3.1 million, equal to around $53 million in today's money, this Tudor revival masterpiece was a gift to his son, Edward Ned Doheny Jr. Designed by the star architect Gordon B. Kaufman, this 55-room, 46,000-square-foot behemoth sat on 16 lush acres, claiming the title of California's priciest home at the time. Thus, if walls could talk, Greystone's environs would probably just chuckle and say, "Expensive? Darling, I'm priceless." But Greystone was just the jewel in the crown of the Doheny real estate empire. The family also owned a French Gothic chateau in the exclusive Chester Place, transforming Doheny Sr. into the unofficial king of this gated community. If you're picturing Monopoly, you're not far off, except in this game, Doheny was playing with real houses and real money. So, while the 20s were roaring for many, they were practically singing for the Dohenys, with Edward L. leading the chorus from his oil-drenched throne, overshadowing even the mightiest of moguls. But the Doheny family wasn't just about opulent mansions and oil gushers. They had a knack for turning everything they touched into a display of grandeur, including the great outdoors and the automobile industry. They transformed Chester Place into a sprawling private park and generously gifted a chunk of their coastal paradise in Dana Point to the state of California, creating what's now known as Doheny State Beach. And their philanthropy didn't stop at the beach. They were also instrumental in the growth of academia in Los Angeles, doling out parcels of land for campuses like Mount St. Mary's College and erecting buildings at Loyola Marymount University. Clearly, when the Dohenys went into philanthropy mode, they went big. But, oh, the cars. The Dohenys took luxury to the streets with a fleet of custom-built automobiles that turned heads and set the standard for high-class travel. Edward and Ned Doheny weren't just car owners. They were connoisseurs of bespoke automotive artistry, commissioning creations from the Earl Automobile Works that were as much about status as they were about getting from point A to point B. These were showstoppers, each a masterpiece of design and luxury that showcased the Dohenys' place atop the social and industrial ladder. Plus, art and culture weren't left behind in the Doheny dash for distinction. The family's residences, particularly the storied Greystone Mansion, doubled as sanctuaries for a lavish collection of art and rare books. Their homes were more than mere living spaces. They were temples of taste, brimming with fine art and exquisite furnishings that could rival any museum. And in true Doheny style, their art wasn't just for private enjoyment, it was shared with the world in exhibitions, adding a dash of their opulent lifestyle to the cultural tapestry of Los Angeles and beyond. In every sense, the Dohenys didn't just live in the era, they were architects of it, crafting a legacy that was as much about the splendor they surrounded themselves with as it was about the unforgettable mark they left on Californian society and industry. However, this old money saga isn't one that starts with little Edward holding a silver spoon, enjoying his opulent wealth from a young age. In fact, The Doheny journey is one out of the classic rags to riches style in American history, which is what we'll investigate in the next chapter. At the close of the 19th century, the ascent of Edward L. Doheny encapsulates the quintessence of the American dream, set against the backdrop of an Irish immigrant family's endeavor for a better life. Born into the Doheny family in 1856 in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Edward's narrative was not isolated, but part of a larger wave of Irish emigration. Fleeing famine, political upheaval, and economic despair, Edward's parents represented a microcosm of the Irish diaspora, driven by the hope of forging a prosperous existence in the United States. Thus, Edward's early years were deeply influenced by the resilience and aspirations of his forebears. Despite the family's humble beginnings, Edward exhibited a tenacious spirit and ambition from an early age, and by 16 he ventured out, working as a mule driver for the US government's geological survey teams, marking his first foray into the realm of prospecting. However, this endeavor quickly revealed its limitations in terms of financial gain, propelling Edward towards the pursuit of precious metals in the West's rugged terrains. His quest for fortune led him across the American frontier, from the Black Hills of South Dakota to various other locales known for their mineral wealth. Yet, these early attempts at mining were met with limited success. The 1880 census records, identifying him as a painter in Prescott, Arizona, underscore a period of financial instability and a deviation from his initial aspirations. But these years, characterized by a diverse range of jobs and challenges, unknowingly laid the groundwork for Doheny's eventual triumph in the oil industry. Then, his venture into Los Angeles would mark the inception of a remarkable chapter in the development of the American oil industry. His arrival in the city in 1890, with initial aspirations within the legal field, quickly took a dramatic turn, and destiny had a unique path charted for him. In 1892, Doheny's attention was captured by a wagon laden with oil-soaked soil while ambling through Los Angeles. This peculiar sight propelled him to engage with the driver, who introduced him to brea, a term for tar, igniting Doheny's curiosity and setting the stage for his future endeavors. With the foundation of his oil empire commencing, Doheny, alongside his mining partner Charles A. Canfield, embarked on an ambitious journey by drilling the first successful oil well in Los Angeles. Nestled near what is today known as Dodger Stadium in Echo Park, this venture not only struck oil, but also ignited the Los Angeles oil boom, redefining the industry's landscape. The well's success underscored Doheny's transformation into a vanguard of the California oil realm, stemming from his acute observation and innovative approach. He capitalized on the visible oil seeps in the area, deducing the existence of bountiful underground oil reserves. Soon, the repercussions of Doheny's discovery reverberated beyond his immediate circle, engendering a profound transformation across Los Angeles and its adjacent regions. The oil well beckoned a wave of prospectors and investors, catalyzing the oil industry's expansion and bolstering Los Angeles's evolution into a pivotal urban center. But soon, Doheny and his team wouldn't simply limit their influence to Southern California, or even solely to the United States. Doheny was going global, as we'll see in the next chapter. Edward L. Doheny's ventures stretched well beyond the confines of California and significantly marked the early 20th century's industrial landscape. His foresight led him to Tampico, Mexico in 1901, where he established the nation's inaugural oil well. And this venture wasn't merely an act of pioneering spirit, but a strategic maneuver that positioned Doheny at the forefront of the oil industry amidst the Mexican Revolution. Under his guidance, the Mexican Petroleum Company emerged as Mexico's leading oil producer. Notably, in 1916, his Cerro Azul No. 4 well distinguished itself as the preeminent oil-producing well globally, boasting a production rate of 260,000 barrels a day. And Doheny's influence in the oil sector extended to South America, where his ventures in Venezuela and Colombia saw the Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company ascend to one of the globe's foremost oil entities in the 1920s. His knack for strategic investments, particularly in essential infrastructure like pipelines and storage facilities, played a pivotal role in the efficient distribution of crude oil from these territories. However, Edward Doheny's reign was not without its controversies. For example, his involvement in the Teapot Dome scandal stands as one of the early 20th century's most notable episodes of corporate and political misconduct. In 1922, a controversial decision was made by Albert B. Fall, the U.S. Secretary of the Interior, to lease significant oil reserves at Elk Hills, California, to Doheny's Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company, and the Teapot Dome field in Wyoming to the Sinclair Consolidated Oil Corporation. These reserves were crucial assets of the U.S. Navy, and the leases were arranged without the transparency of competitive bidding, a decision that would soon ignite a scandal of national proportions. The core of the controversy centered around a $100,000 payment made by Doheny to Secretary Fall in 1921, purportedly as a gift, but widely regarded as a bribe to secure the lease on the Elk Hills Naval Petroleum Reserve. This act of bribery, although Doheny was ultimately acquitted in 1930, significantly marred his reputation. Then, the scandal expanded as it was revealed that Fall had accepted similar bribes for the leasing of the Teapot Dome oil field, leading to his conviction. In the aftermath, Doheny divested a majority of his holdings in Pan American Petroleum and Transport to Standard Oil of Indiana in April 1925, while consolidating his California assets into the newly formed Pan American Western Petroleum Company. This strategic maneuver allowed Doheny to refocus on the core aspects of oil exploration and production, distancing himself from the scandal. But the legal entanglements and public scrutiny intensified when Doheny and Fall faced the prospect of a second trial for bribery in 1929. Subsequently, in a tragic turn of events, Doheny's son Ned and his assistant, Hugh Plunkett, both implicated in the scandal, died in a murder, plus Ned taking his own life, under circumstances that remain speculative and contentious. Raymond Chandler, who briefly intersected with the oil industry during this turbulent period, later wove elements of these events into his literary work, reflecting on the lasting impact of the scandal. In the years following, Edward Doheny retreated from the public eye, overwhelmed by legal battles and personal loss. Indeed, the shareholder lawsuits that ensued in the wake of the Teapot Dome scandal, coupled with the death of his son, led to his withdrawal into a life marked by solitude and declining health. But Doheny's legacy, while significant in the development of the American oil industry, remains intricately tied to one of the most infamous scandals in U.S. history, serving as a cautionary tale of the risks inherent in the unchecked pursuit of power and wealth. On the flip side, his descendants would pave a much more upbeat path for the west side of Los Angeles in the coming years. In the latter part of the 19th century, Edward L. Doheny took a significant step into family life with his marriage to Carrie Luella Wilkins in 1883. Specifically, their union took root during Doheny's aforementioned initial forays into prospecting and mining in the challenging landscapes of the New Mexico Territory. The couple settled in Kingston, a modest and rugged silver mining town where Doheny sought to carve out a fortune in mining before shifting his focus to the burgeoning oil industry. The birth of their daughter, Eileen, in December 1885, marked the onset of Doheny's familial responsibilities. Nonetheless, these initial years were characterized by economic challenges as Doheny endeavored to provide for his family, at times engaging in various occupations, including painting. Following the unfortunate demise of his first wife, Doheny entered a second marriage in 1900 with Carrie Estelle Betzold, a telephone operator he encountered in Los Angeles. By this time, Doheny had already laid the foundations of his wealth in the oil sector. Estelle, born in Philadelphia in 1875, and having moved to Los Angeles at 15 with her German immigrant parents, underwent a remarkable transformation from a telephone operator to a prominent philanthropist and an avid book collector through her marriage to Doheny. This transition underscored the profound influence of Doheny's achievements on his family's fortunes. In stark contrast to the hardships endured with his first wife, his life with Estelle was characterized by affluence and societal influence. Estelle leveraged her position for philanthropy, significantly impacting the community, notably through her support for the Catholic Church and her role in founding the Doheny Eye Institute after suffering partial blindness, reflecting the Doheny family's extensive social influence. But of course, the narrative of the Doheny legacy extends to Edward L. Doheny's descendants, notably through Lucy Doheny Batson, who later became Lucy Doheny Batson Niven, and her lineage, which includes Larry Niven. Larry Niven, a luminary in science fiction literature and a recipient of the Hugo Award 5 times, exemplifies the broad spectrum of talents and contributions the Doheny family has made beyond industrial and philanthropic endeavors. Therefore, while Lucy's direct connection to her father's legacy may not have been as publicly prominent as that of her brother Ned, her descendants have made significant cultural contributions, particularly in literature and entertainment, underscoring the Doheny family's diverse legacy. And Ned Doheny and Lucy Smith's offspring perpetuated the family's legacy across diverse spheres, notably through their philanthropic and cultural engagements. The Estelle Doheny Eye Foundation, a homage to Edward L. Doheny's second spouse, embodies the family's dedication to advancing medical research, with its endowment surpassing the $100 million mark. And Patrick A. Doheny, a descendant of Ned, has played a pivotal role in enriching Los Angeles's cultural scene, notably through his support for the LA County Museum of Art. Furthermore, despite their profound impact, the Doheny family has favored discretion over public acclaim. Yet, their sustained support for esteemed institutions, including the Huntington Library, eloquently speaks to their unwavering commitment to fostering cultural and scientific advancement. However, for most Angelenos and Beverly Hills residents, the most iconic piece of the Doheny legacy lives on in a stone edifice that we all know and cherish, which we'll discuss next. In the heart of Beverly Hills, California, Greystone Mansion emerges as a remarkable showcase of early 20th century opulence and architectural brilliance. This Tudor revival marvel, completed in 1928, was the brainchild of noted architect Gordon B. Kaufman. It was conceived as a grand gift from Edward L. Doheny to his son Ned and his family, embodying the zenith of luxury and ambition of its era. Constructed with an investment exceeding $3 million, a figure unheard of at the time, the mansion set a new standard for residential grandeur in California. And since the city of Beverly Hills acquired it in 1965, turning it into a public park 6 years later, Greystone Mansion has woven itself into the fabric of the community's cultural and social life. It has graced the silver screen and television, serving as a picturesque setting for numerous productions and thereby cementing its place in Hollywood lore. Furthermore, the mansion's elegance and historical significance make it a prime venue for weddings, sophisticated gatherings, and cultural events such as the annual Music in the Mansion series, which celebrates classical music, enhancing the cultural offerings available to the community. Thus, Greystone Mansion today is more than a landmark. It is a vibrant testament to the community's dedication to preserving its rich cultural heritage. And beyond their immediate estate, the Doheny family has significantly shaped the broader Beverly Hills and Los Angeles community. Edward L. Doheny's charitable activities, especially through the Carrie Estelle Doheny Foundation established by his widow, have been instrumental in enhancing the welfare, health, and education within Los Angeles. This foundation, together with the family's other philanthropic efforts, has contributed profoundly to the cultural and social fabric of the city. Furthermore, the Doheny name has become a permanent fixture in the landscape and history of Beverly Hills and its surroundings. Doheny Drive, serving as a daily testament to the family's lasting presence and contributions to urban development, runs through the heart of the city. Additionally, the Doheny family's ventures into real estate, notably the creation of the prestigious Trousdale estates on what was once part of the Doheny Ranch, have profoundly influenced the architectural and community development of the area. And therefore, the Doheny family's story has all of the trappings of a classic American old money tale: rags to riches, triumph, tragedy, scandal, and philanthropic endeavors. In the Gilded Age of Boston's elite, where power and legacy were the ultimate currency, the Cabot dynasty once stood as the unchallenged kings and queens of unparalleled wealth, political might, and social sovereignty. Their influence was vast, their authority unquestioned, their affluence a dazzling beacon of old money grandeur that ruled the city's upper echelons with an iron fist. Yet, against the opulent backdrop of this formidable dynasty's reign, a figure lurked in the shadows, fueled by a mix of admiration and burning jealousy: Joseph P. Kennedy, Sr. You see, Joe Kennedy, a man of considerable ambition and cunning, was captivated by the Cabots' untouchable status, their every move dictating the social and political tides of Boston. It was indeed a world he desperately craved to conquer, not just for himself, but as a legacy to bequeath to his offspring. Thus, driven by a relentless envy and a visionary's foresight, Kennedy embarked on a relentless quest to dismantle the Cabot stronghold. He saw in his sons not just heirs to his name, but chess pieces in a grand strategy to usurp the Cabot's throne. With each calculated move, the Kennedys began their ascent, challenging the Cabots where they were strongest, on the political battlefield. Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., with a blend of charm and ruthlessness, groomed his sons for greatness, instilling in them the ambition to eclipse the Cabots' once unassailable position. In today's episode of Old Money Luxury, we share with you a 20-year campaign waged in the public eye and behind closed doors, where alliances were forged and loyalties tested as the Kennedy sons rose to prominence. And the Cabot dynasty's grip on Boston's elite slowly diminished, as we describe the old money family the Kennedys destroyed, the Cabot family dynasty. Swirling through Boston's history like a crisp New England breeze, the Cabot family planted their roots deep in the city's social and economic grounds since the turn of the 20th century. Dubbed as Boston Brahmins, the Cabots wove themselves into the very fabric of the city, blending a distinctive cocktail of finance, education, and philanthropy with a twist of Harvard University, Anglicanism, and the refined tastes of British American traditions. And in finance, the Cabots weren't just players, they were maestros. From their early days in the opium trade and privateering adventures, they laid the financial foundation that would steer Boston's economic ship for centuries. Thus, by the Roaring Twenties, they had their fingers in pies like the Beverly Cotton Manufactory and the Boston Manufacturing Company, not to mention the Cabot Corporation, painting them as pivotal figures in Boston's burgeoning industrial scene. But the Cabots' legacy didn't stop with dollars and cents. Their philanthropic pulse beat strongly through the veins of Boston's educational institutions. With hefty donations to Harvard, MIT, and the Massachusetts General Hospital, their generosity fed the minds and bodies of Bostonians. And the Cabot Family Charitable Trust and the Cabot Corporation Foundation sprinkled financial fairy dust across the arts, education, and health services, nurturing Boston's cultural and social landscape. Furthermore, owning landmarks and estates that dotted Boston's skyline, they etched their mark on the city's architectural history. For example, the Lewis Cabot estate, although now a whisper of the past, once stood an icon of Jacobean architecture with a landscape kissed by Frederick Law Olmsted's genius. And their real estate venture, Cabot, Cabot & Forbes, sculpted the city's face with iconic landmarks, weaving the Cabot name into Boston's urban facade. Still, the Cabot saga continued with ventures that stretched beyond the confines of real estate. Their inception of Cabot Corporation, under the watchful eyes of Godfrey and Samuel Cabot, marked a leap into carbon black production, fueling the automotive and printing industry's ascent. And their influence didn't wane as the curtains rose on the 1940s. The Cabot legacy, particularly through Henry Cabot Lodge Jr., wove its way through the fabric of American politics. You see, Lodge Jr., a scion of this storied family and the future political rival of none other than John F. Kennedy, took the Senate floor, upholding a tradition of public service that was synonymous with the Cabots and Lodges. Indeed, his tenure wasn't just a political appointment. It was a chapter in the family's storied history, embodying their long-standing influence and connections within the echelons of American politics. Furthermore, his journey, again like his future rival JFK, traversed the battlefields of World War II, before eventually ending in the diplomatic corridors of the United Nations, Vietnam, and the Vatican. However, before the Cabots could become a household name in one of America's oldest cities, Boston, they had to immigrate to what would become the United States, which is where we'll pick up in the next chapter. The story of the Cabots begins on the Channel Islands soil, particularly on the Isle of Jersey, where we find a story rich in history and soaked in the salty air of the sea. You see, this picturesque locale, straddling the waters between England and France, is well known to us Brits, but may not be so aware to modern Americans. Now, with a name that whispers of Norman ancestry, hinting at a lineage stretching back to the days following the Norman conquest of 1066, Cabot resonates with echoes of maritime adventures. Derived from Cabot, or Carbo, Norman dialect for bullhead, a fish, the family's name intertwines with the sea-sprayed environment of their homeland, hinting at their future seafaring exploits. So, John Cabot, born into this family in 1680 on the Isle of Jersey, embodied the spirit of adventure. Soon, in 1700, he set sail not just across the ocean but into the future, landing in Salem, Massachusetts. This move was not merely a change of scenery, but a plunge into the vast possibilities of the New World, and it marked the start of the American chapter of the Cabot story, woven into the broader fabric of early American growth. See, the 17th and 18th centuries were marked by waves of Europeans seeking new beginnings in the Americas, driven by economic woes, religious persecution, and dreams of land and opportunity. Thus, for the Cabots and many others, America was a blank canvas on which to sketch a new family legacy, free from the old world's shackles. And upon their arrival, the Cabots quickly found their sea legs in Salem, turning their maritime heritage into a commercial empire. Therefore, the early 1700s saw the family commanding a fleet of ships engaged in trade and, on occasion, in the murkier waters of opium, rum, and slave transport. The Cabot family's involvement in trade was multifaceted, including legitimate business ventures as well as participation in the more controversial and morally dubious trades of opium, rum, and enslaved people. Their foray into the opium trade particularly underscored their role in broadening opium supply lines to China, a venture fraught with profit and geopolitical tensions. This endeavour, therefore, not only bolstered their coffers, but also nudged the British East India Company into protective stances, precipitating the Opium Wars as the Chinese sought to curb opium influx. Specifically, Charles Cabot, a sea captain from Boston, epitomized this audacious spirit, seeking opium in East India Company holdings to sell in eastern markets, aiming for the lucrative advantage of being first. Such maneuvers by the Cabots and other American traders significantly dented British dominance in the trade, especially in the Turkish opium sector, fostering the Malwa opium trade's expansion. Moreover, the Cabots' engagement with the rum trade was emblematic of their multifaceted business interests. You see, rum, distilled from Caribbean molasses, was a pivotal element of the triangular trade, linking the Americas to Europe and Africa in a complex web of commerce that included the sorrowful exchange of enslaved individuals and raw materials. Therefore, there is no denying that this trade system, in which the Cabots were deeply embedded, was a cornerstone of their wealth and influence. The Cabots' involvement in the slave trade thus marks a somber facet of their legacy. Figures like John and Joseph Cabot, though celebrated as astute merchants, also partook in the grievous trade of human lives. And this participation was not isolated, but part of the broader engagement of New England's elite in the transatlantic slave trade. Consequently, as maritime commerce flowed through the arteries of Boston's societal elite, the Cabots emerged as prominent figures, their shrewdness and enterprise anchoring them as titans of the shipping industry. It was from this foundation that the Cabots would, like so many old money families, leverage their way to the top of the political heap in Boston, starting with George Cabot, who we'll meet next. George Cabot's entry onto the political stage, born in 1752, marks a notable chapter in the Cabot family saga, and his journey further enriched the family's coffers, but his legacy is largely painted by his political endeavors. You see, George emerged as a pivotal figure within the Federalist Party, the Essex Junto, and the Hartford Convention, showcasing the Cabots' knack for intertwining with the nation's political threads. And his roles, particularly as a U.S. Senator from Massachusetts and the inaugural, albeit unwilling, Secretary of the Navy, highlight the Cabots' deep roots in America's political landscape. But their engagement in politics stretched beyond mere office holding to influencing the nation's trajectory, pushing for a robust federal government and policies that buoyed their commercial ventures. And in the social realms of the 19th century, the Cabot matriarchs embroidered philanthropy and community engagement into their legacy, stretching their influence well beyond the mere confines of wealth. These women, firmly interwoven into Boston's societal fabric, leveraged their positions not for idle luxury, but for spearheading social initiatives and championing community welfare. For example, Elizabeth Cabot, who married into this illustrious family, stands out for her commitment to social betterment, particularly in championing the welfare of children and the underprivileged. Her endeavors were not solitary gestures of kindness, but part of a wider crusade by women of her stature towards social reform, in an era when women's public roles were blossoming into significance. And in the healthcare landscape, the Cabot matriarchs played a pivotal role, particularly with their foundational support for the Massachusetts General Hospital. This institution stands as a pillar of medical excellence in the United States. Much of its early strength derived from the Cabot family's generosity and strategic guidance. Education, too, felt the touch of the Cabot matriarchs' generosity. Their unwavering support for institutions like Harvard University helped sculpt the educational fabric of the region. But their vision went beyond prestigious academia. They championed educational and vocational training for women, underpinning the belief that empowerment through education was crucial for societal advancement. But the Cabots also made their mark on the arts and culture, notably through contributions to the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Recognizing the essential role of arts in a thriving society, the Cabot matriarchs ensured Bostonians had access to unparalleled artistic and cultural experiences, viewing such endeavors not as mere embellishments, but as societal necessities. For instance, Godfrey Lowell Cabot's establishment of a charitable trust carried the family's philanthropic legacy into the 20th century and beyond, supporting an array of causes from the arts to health services. This enduring trust mirrored the Cabot matriarch's deep-seated commitment to societal enhancement, a legacy of philanthropy that cascaded through generations. Therefore, the Cabots' enduring influence, transcending their era, set a benchmark for the Boston elite and the Cabot descendants. Through their dedication to social causes and community well-being, they showcased how wealth, when guided by compassion and civic duty, becomes a potent force for social progress. Little did they know, however, that this is the same playbook that a then little-known Irish immigrant family would use to come to the absolute zenith of American power just a few years later, which is where we meet the Kennedys in the next chapter. At the dawn of the 20th century, Massachusetts became the arena for an unfolding rivalry that would etch its way into the political annals of the state, starring two formidable families, the Cabots and the Kennedys. And this rivalry was not just a matter of electoral contests. It represented the clash of two distinct societal forces. On one side stood the Cabots, a name interwoven with the fabric of American history emblematic of the Boston Brahmin elite. This group, composed of old New England Protestant families, was celebrated for its long-standing influence in realms ranging from business to politics. Contrastingly, the Kennedys, a family of Irish Catholic immigrants, carved their path to prominence through political shrewdness, entrepreneurial spirit, and an indefatigable pursuit of achievement. The early political skirmishes between these dynasties transcended mere quests for office. They mirrored the broader societal and religious divisions of the era, with the Protestant establishment's old guard, epitomized by the Cabots, juxtaposed against the burgeoning political ambitions of the Irish Catholic faction, personified by the Kennedys. Thus, this rivalry was emblematic of the tectonic shifts in American society as newer immigrant groups vied for recognition and influence within the country's political and social weave. Now, a pivotal moment in this familial duel was the 1952 Senate race, a contest that not only highlighted the political ambitions of these families, but also underscored the evolving dynamics of American society. This election pitted John F. Kennedy, a vibrant, forward-looking Democrat with eyes set firmly on the future, against the aforementioned Republican incumbent Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr., whose roots in Massachusetts politics and public service by then already ran deep. Specifically, Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr. had represented Massachusetts in the Senate since 1937, pausing only to serve in World War II. Returning to the Senate in 1947, he became a staunch advocate for internationalism, particularly amidst the Cold War's chill. And Lodge's tenure was marked by his support for a globalist foreign policy and his pivotal role in urging Dwight D. Eisenhower to run for the presidency under the Republican banner in 1952. Yet, despite his commendable track record and the weight of his family's name, Lodge found in John F. Kennedy an adversary whose family's rising star in American politics could not be underestimated. JFK, emerging from the burgeoning Kennedy clan, was the embodiment of a fresh tide in political leadership. His family's Irish Catholic heritage became a beacon for the dreams and aspirations of immigrant communities across the United States. And Kennedy's campaign strategy shone with ingenuity, harnessing his family's escalating financial might and knitting together a tapestry of support among Irish Catholics and other immigrant groups. Moreover, this election highlighted the transformative nature of political campaigning in America. Kennedy's proficient use of nascent media channels, coupled with his magnetic public persona and the strategic deployment of his family's assets, set a new benchmark for electoral campaigns. Thus, the 1952 Senate race emerged as a critical juncture reflecting deeper social and political transformations in post-war America, heralding a new chapter with the Kennedys at the forefront of national destiny shaping. But the narrative of the Cabots versus the Kennedys extended into the 1960 presidential race, again seeing Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr. as Richard Nixon's running mate against John F. Kennedy. This rematch upped the ante to involve the nation's highest office, and after his shocking defeat, Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr. brought an enlarged resume filled with more notable appointments, including U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Despite his formidable background and the prestige of the Cabot name, the Lodge-Nixon ticket did not prevail, leading to a narrowly won Kennedy victory that would significantly impact both families and the broader American political landscape. Thus, Kennedy's ascendancy to the presidency in 1960 was a pivotal moment, propelling the Kennedys from national prominence to a dynastic stature within the heart of American politics. Then, in a twist of fate that seemed almost scripted for the annals of political history, the Cabot and Kennedy dynasties found themselves once again at the forefront of Massachusetts politics just 2 years post the iconic 1960 presidential election. Indeed, The 1962 United States Senate special election in Massachusetts set the stage for yet another face-off between these storied Boston families. You see, George Cabot Lodge II, a Republican, entered the fray against Edward M. Kennedy, the youngest scion of the Democratic Kennedy family, who was already basking in the glow of his brother's presidential success. But George C. Lodge, ironically the son of Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr., faced the daunting prospect of challenging a Kennedy, having seen his father defeated by JFK in not just one, but two pivotal political battles over an 8-year span. George, however, was no stranger to the demands of public service. A veteran of the U.S. Navy and a Harvard College alumnus, Lodge had carved out a career as a political reporter and columnist before venturing into the federal civil service, culminating in his role as Assistant Secretary of Labor for International Affairs. Thus, his campaign was a blend of academic acumen and seasoned political insight. In the other corner, so to speak, Edward M. Ted Kennedy was thrust into the political limelight following his brother's vacating of the Senate seat for the presidency. And despite initial hesitations regarding his youth and relative inexperience, Ted Kennedy's campaign leveraged the Kennedy family's immense popularity and financial clout. His campaign's innovative tea parties, orchestrated by his mother, significantly bolstered his appeal, particularly among women voters. Therefore, the 1962 campaign trail was a spectacle of strategy and familial prestige. Lodge, conscious of his revered family background, steered clear of critiques centered on dynasty, instead positioning himself as a forward-thinking moderate Republican. Kennedy, meanwhile, tapped into the formidable Kennedy political machine, embarking on an exhaustive campaign tour across Massachusetts, aiming to reach voters in every corner of the state. However, despite Lodge's formidable efforts and political pedigree, the backdrop of the Cuban Missile Crisis and the soaring approval ratings of the Kennedy administration posed insurmountable challenges. Edward M. Kennedy emerged victorious, securing 55% of the vote to George Cabot Lodge's 41.85%, a win that not only extended the Kennedy political legacy, but also marked the third defeat of a Lodge by a Kennedy in less than a decade. The 1962 special elections reverberations were thus profound and lasting for both families and the broader American political landscape. Ted Kennedy's Senate career spanned nearly 5 decades, during which he championed significant legislation across civil rights, education, and healthcare, cementing his legacy as one of America's most influential legislators. George C. Lodge, on the other hand, transitioned to an illustrious academic career, making notable contributions to international economic development as a respected professor at Harvard Business School. As the Kennedys navigated the highs and lows of their public journey, the Cabots pivoted, focusing their energies on business and philanthropy, thereby carving out a new niche for themselves in American society. The Cabot lineage, a story woven into the very core of America's economic and political realms, charts a journey from their ascendancy as enterprising merchants, engaging in the rum trade and the inhumane traffic of enslaved individuals, to their ventures into the lucrative opium market. Their prosperity and intricate network of connections propelled them to significant political heights, with figures like George Cabot steering the Federalist Party and the Hartford Convention. Marriages with other affluent Boston dynasties further solidified their position within the esteemed Brahmin class, a cadre of families wielding vast influence across Massachusetts and beyond. Yet, as the 1980s dawned, the tides of change swept across the United States. An era marked by economic upheaval, burgeoning social diversity, and pivotal political shifts, it heralded the decline of manufacturing stalwarts and the rise of the tech and service sectors. Therefore, this period saw the American social fabric becoming increasingly variegated, with shifting immigration patterns altering the demographic landscape, especially in regions like New England. The political arena, too, was in flux, characterized by the ideological shifts of the Cold War's twilight and the neoliberal wave under Reagan's presidency, reshaping governance and public discourse. Within this evolving backdrop, the Cabots and their peers faced diminishing traditional avenues of influence. The economic clout they once wielded was now contested by the fortunes amassed in the burgeoning tech and service industries. The societal leverage they enjoyed was thus diluted amidst the growing diversity and evolving societal norms. And politically, the emergence of a more polarized environment eroded the middle ground where the Cabots had historically exerted their sway. Confronted with these transformations, the Cabots endeavored to recalibrate and sustain their standing. They persisted in their philanthropic missions, directing their largesse towards education, healthcare, and cultural initiatives critical to America's societal framework. The Cabot Family Charitable Trust, for example, emerged as a testament to their adaptive strategy, focusing its efforts on bridging the gaps left by other programs and addressing the needs of a diversifying community. Through these endeavors, the Cabots sought to navigate the shifting sands of time, aiming to preserve their legacy amidst the changing tides of American society, economy, and politics. Frank Cabot, a descendant endowed with the family's financial wit, veered from the conventional route of finance to forge a significant mark in horticulture and garden conservation. Born in August 1925 in New York City, his life's work would become a symbol of a profound shift from finance to the forefront of garden preservation. For example, in 1989 he founded the Garden Conservancy, a beacon for safeguarding America's horticultural jewels, safeguarding nearly 100 gardens across the country. Parallel to this verdant legacy, the Cabots' prowess in real estate development through the aforementioned Cabot, and Forbes cemented their influence in shaping urban landscapes. Since its inception in 1904, the firm has been a cornerstone in the creation of over 100 million square feet of commercial space, molding the skyline with Boston landmarks such as 1 Boston Place and 60 State Street. Consequently, the endeavors of individuals like Frank Cabot, alongside the family's ventures in real estate, paint a picture of a family that adeptly merges tradition with innovation. As they steer through the currents of change, their enduring commitment to enhancing both the natural and built environment ensures their legacy flourishes, contributing to the societal tapestry with each passing generation. In the ever-evolving panorama of America's powerful dynasties, few families have sculpted the societal, political, and economic landscapes with such unrelenting vigor and artistry as the Roosevelts. Originating from 17th century Dutch immigrant roots in what would become New York City, the name Roosevelt quickly rose to encapsulate a kind of American royalty, whether brandishing their clout at the presidential podium or orchestrating financial miracles from ornate boardrooms. Indeed, the history of the Roosevelt family isn't merely a genealogical record, it's an exhilarating chronicle of American power and influence, spanning from the present day back to before the United States was even a country. Join us in today's episode of Old Money Luxury as we bring you through the entire journey and describe how the Roosevelts went from old money to presidents. Our story begins in the year 1650, more than 100 years before the founding of the United States, when America's first Roosevelt ancestor, the Dutch-born Claus Martensen van Roosevelt, landed in the teeming harbors of New Amsterdam, a city that would grow into the metropolis we now know as New York City. In 1652, lured by the siren call of untapped prospects, Claus procured a considerable swathe of prime land in a fertile expanse in what is presently known as Midtown Manhattan from one Lambert van Valkenburg. Interestingly, this clairvoyant acquisition encompassed terrain that was destined to host monumental landmarks such as the Empire State Building, the legendary Madison Avenue of Mad Men fame, and the J.P. Morgan Library. Specifically, the area stretched from present-day Lexington Avenue and Fifth Avenue to roughly 29th Street, over to 35th Street. In terms of contemporary measurements, this area comprised an excess of 50 acres of prime real estate, with Claus's son, Nicholas, leveraging the land ownership to ascend to the prominent position of the city's first alderman. thus pioneering the family name's inextricable connection with political power and financial influence. Now, Nicholas's children, Johannes and Jacobus, perpetuated their father's esteemed legacy, establishing two distinguished Roosevelt lineages, those hailing from the environs of Oyster Bay and Hyde Park. To put this into perspective, both Oyster Bay and Hyde Park were settings that helped inspire the neighborhoods dramatized in F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby and its subsequent films. So even back then, it would seem the Roosevelts knew a thing or two about where old money likes to reside. Now, Johannes Roosevelt was an entrepreneur endowed with extraordinary foresight, quickly becoming a family trait, and the successive generations born of Johannes wove themselves into New York's most elite circles through strategic matrimonial alliances with other prosperous families and shrewd real estate acquisitions in key locations around the city, as previously mentioned. Their marital liaisons served not merely as romantic unions, but as tactical partnerships that cemented their preeminence among New York's high society, the Roosevelt name thus growing to be reverently uttered alongside the city's most formidable luminaries. Next, Cornelius Roosevelt, the great-grandson of Johannes, significantly bolstered the family's wealth and empire-like ambitions. Inheriting a substantial fortune from his father, James Jacobus Roosevelt, in 1840, he quickly further enmeshed the name Roosevelt with New York City's financial elite. Initially involved in hardware imports, Cornelius wisely shifted his focus to the lucrative plate glass industry, significantly boosting his wealth. Moreover, Cornelius didn't just stop at industry. He ventured into finance as the founding director of the Chemical Bank of New York, a precursor to today's J.P. Morgan Chase & Company. In terms of raw numbers, he stood shoulder to shoulder with leading millionaires of his era, such as William B. Astor and Peter Lorillard. And by 1868, his fortune had likely soared to an estimated $25 million, equivalent to roughly $600 million today. Thus, while the name Roosevelt is now predominantly linked with political power, we can't overlook its deep entanglement with New York City's financial aristocracy. Indeed, this monumental family was a pillar in the city's transition from a modest Dutch trading post to an unparalleled epicenter of wealth and power, on both a national and global scale. Yet, as we know, wealth is but one dimension of success, and working your way into the White House during America's Gilded Age presents an entirely separate set of challenges and achievements. Little did Cornelius know that his grandson, Theodore, a child that he undoubtedly knew since their lifetimes overlapped significantly, would stretch well past the successes of even his multimillionaire grandfather in just a few short decades. Across the East River from Manhattan, at the same time, the real estate Roosevelts were building their empire. Family member Isaac Roosevelt, the great-great-grandfather of FDR, was quickly becoming one of the first large-scale sugar refiners in New York City, before leveraging that influence to serve in the New York State Assembly and the State Constitutional Convention. Therefore, Isaac holds the notable distinction as having achieved the most political success of any Roosevelt before his cousin, the future President Teddy. However, it would be uncouth to not mention here that Isaac's sugar business was heavily reliant on slave labor, as New York City's sugar was cultivated almost entirely by enslaved persons in the Caribbean. Thus, without mincing words, an essential root of the substantial wealth, prominence, and influence that the Hyde Park Roosevelts came to amass, Franklin and Eleanor's line of the family, derived directly from America's engagement in the transatlantic slave trade. With Isaac's passing, the torch of Roosevelt ambition was bequeathed to ensuing generations. James, Isaac's son, donned the familial mantle with vim and vigor as he additionally wove through the complex corridors of New York City's political stage, the banking sector, and the nuanced world of sugar refinement. More importantly, an unforgettable headquarters of the family's prominence would be purchased by James and his lineal successors in 1819, when they banded together to create a sanctuary for the Roosevelts in Hyde Park, New York. A few decades later, in the throbbing core of New York City, another world-changing Roosevelt was brought forth into the world in the morning hours of the 27th of October, 1858. Theodore Roosevelt, the second child in a brood of four, seemed preordained for unparalleled achievements. His father, Theodore Sr., had descended from a cadre of affluent entrepreneurs in the Roosevelt family line, while concurrently his mother, the winsome Martha Mitty Roosevelt, drew her heritage from the agrarian expanses of a Georgian plantation. Nurtured within the warmth of a close-knit domestic sphere, young Theodore, affectionately termed Teedy, found his childhood beset by a looming malaise, recurrent asthma that adhered to him with unyielding obstinacy. Fueled by youthful determination, he resolved to fortify his physique. In this aspiration, he discovered a lifelong commitment to building the body's vitality, adopting gymnastic routines and weightlifting regimens, exuberantly subscribing to the philosophy of leading a strenuous life. Set against a backdrop of private tutors and globe-trotting adventures, including a trip to the then German Empire, Theodore's quenchless intellectual appetite only intensified. This scholarly yearning propelled him to Harvard University's hallowed halls in 1876, where his academic explorations encompassed German linguistics, natural history, biology, forensic studies, and rhetorical composition. Yet his ebullience transcended scholarly limits as he enthusiastically delved into boxing and wrestling, thereby wholeheartedly welcoming the thrill of physical enterprise. Then, in an extraordinary twist of fate, love graced Theodore's already monumental life path. It was through a fortuitous introduction by a mutual acquaintance at Harvard that he encountered Alice Hathaway Lee, the heiress of a prosperous New England banking dynasty. Their affections for each other matured with swift intensity, culminating in vows exchanged amidst the russet hues of October in the year 1880. Although Theodore initially embarked on legal studies at Columbia Law School, the clarion call of public service resounded too powerfully to ignore, leading him to forsake his legal ambitions within just a year. At that moment, we have to wonder if even Teddy himself was ready for what would happen next, as his indomitable zest for life and political verve would not only lead him to the top of power in the United States, but usher in a family dominance over America's trajectory that had never been seen before or since. Now, in the year 1884, Theodore Roosevelt faced a gut-wrenching calamity that shattered his world in a mere 48 hours. As Alice delivered their firstborn daughter, Alice Lee, Theodore was forced to confront the unspeakable sorrow of losing both his mother to typhoid and his cherished Alice to renal complications, all within the confines of their home. Heart-rending grief led him to immerse himself in his political obligations for the ensuing 4 months. However, perhaps to process the heartache, the irrefutable allure of untamed landscapes called him away from the East Coast. Theodore journeyed into the rough-hewn Dakota Badlands, finding a semblance of solace as a cattle rancher and frontier wayfarer. Amidst the sprawling plains, he found a retreat in grizzly bear hunting and the pastoral care of his livestock. The unforgiving winter of 1887 to 1888 decimated most of his cattle, steering his resolve to return to the East Coast, where he nurtured a love rekindled for his childhood infatuation, Edith Kermit Carow. In a move worthy of romantic novels, the couple pledged their eternal devotion in a remote English ceremony in 1886. United, they constructed their domestic sanctuary in the captivating environs of Sagamore Hill in one of the aforementioned hometowns, Oyster Bay, New York. Their family expanded in subsequent years, with another Theodore, Kermit, Ethel, Archibald, and Quentin joining Alice. And upon his return to New York, Teddy fervently resumed his written endeavors, which initially had gained recognition with his esteemed volume, The Naval War of 1812, published in 1882. During this prolific stretch, he authored several notable works, including The Life of Thomas Hart Benton in 1887, The Life of Gouverneur Morris in 1888, and his magnum opus, The Winning of the West, a 4-volume epic with a release schedule that spanned more than a half-decade. Furthermore, political aspirations rekindled within Theodore Roosevelt as he sought the position of New York City's mayor in 1886, albeit without attaining victory. However, his ensuing endorsement of Republican presidential candidate Benjamin Harrison in 1888 propelled him to the national stage. Harrison's triumph facilitated Theodore's appointment to the Civil Service Commission, a responsibility he honored with steadfast dedication, unwavering in his commitment, even when faced with considerable political persuasions to bend ethical norms. Adhering to his principled views on civil service laws, Roosevelt didn't waver even after securing a second appointment from Democratic President Grover Cleveland in 1893, despite the disapproval of party luminaries. Transitioning to the role of president of the New York City Police Board in 1895, he pursued reforms with an indomitable will. His endeavors included banning Sunday alcohol sales and purging corruption from the police board itself. The year 1897 marked another career milestone when President-elect William McKinley appointed Teddy Assistant Secretary of the Navy, aligning with Roosevelt's fervent belief in naval power as a cornerstone of national defense, and the explosion of the U.S. battleship Maine in Havana Harbor in 1898 propelled him into immediate action. As acting Secretary of the Navy, he swiftly mobilized the Navy and directed Commodore George Dewey to brace for combat with Spain, a critical prelude to the imminent invasion of the Philippines. As the Spanish-American War broke out, Roosevelt forsook his administrative position to lead the 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry, popularly known as the Rough Riders. This eclectic unit, consisting of Ivy League graduates, cowboys, sheriffs, police officers, and Native Americans, stormed San Juan Hill under Roosevelt's leadership, showcasing unmatched bravery even amidst devastating casualties. Their triumphant return to the United States earned them near universal praise and solidified Roosevelt's military legacy. Upon his being crowned a celebrated war hero, Roosevelt found himself courted by New York's Republican Party to vie for the gubernatorial seat. Running against Democrat Judge Augustus Van Wyck in a hotly contested race, Roosevelt clinched a slim victory, bolstered by the influential backing of Thomas C. Platt, the state's Republican Party stalwart. However, Roosevelt's unwavering commitment to autonomous policy-making and patronage quickly led to a rift with Platt. Specifically, as Roosevelt delved into progressive policy measures such as taxing public utilities, tensions with Platt escalated. Recognizing Roosevelt's capacity to destabilize the Republican state apparatus, Platt cleverly maneuvered to elevate him to the vice presidency in 1900, thus blocking his path to re-election as governor. Accepting the position, Roosevelt recalibrated his ambitions toward the presidency in 1904, fully cognizant that party leaders had choreographed the convention to pave his way. Subsequently, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. emerged as the uncontested choice for vice president in the Republican nomination, a clear sign of the party's confidence in him. With vigor, he took to the campaign trail to support William McKinley, his party's candidate for president. Standing against McKinley were Democratic challengers William Jennings Bryan and Adlai E. Stevenson, and Roosevelt's campaign was nothing short of a spectacle, reaching over 3 million people firsthand. A specially chartered train carried him across more than 20,000 miles as he delivered impassioned addresses in more than 500 locales spread across 24 states. As newspaper columnist Mr. Dooley humorously noted, "'Tis Tiddy alone that's running," adding, "He ain't a-running, he's galloping," and this energy paid off. With a lead of over 800,000 votes, the McKinley-Roosevelt ticket triumphed, marking one of the largest victories for the Republicans in years. Of the 70.2 million votes cast, McKinley garnered 292 Electoral College votes, dwarfing Bryan's 155, and the win was even more commanding than McKinley's initial victory in 1896. However, tragedy soon struck in September 1901, when President McKinley was assassinated by a wild gunman, somewhat unexpectedly thrusting Theodore Roosevelt into position as the 26th President of the United States, and the youngest to ever hold the office. While Theodore Roosevelt was grappling with his first full term as president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Teddy's cousin, and Eleanor Roosevelt, Teddy's niece, married in front of a glamorous gathering of society's elite on a brisk spring day in 1905. Indeed, this wedding represented more than just marital bliss. It signified the merger of two American dynasties. Franklin's father, James Roosevelt, was already a paragon of old money affluence, not just a successful entrepreneur, but also a generous philanthropist within New York society. Yet Franklin's mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, was no less remarkable. She hailed from the Delano family, a lineage known for their maritime and trading empires, which had garnered both significant wealth and social influence over the years. Eleanor Roosevelt's parentage also boasted remarkable elite credentials, adding another layer of complexity to the Roosevelt couple's shared heritage. Her father, Elliott Roosevelt, was a sibling to Theodore Roosevelt. However, his life was tragically marred by struggles with addiction, a plight that colored Eleanor's early years, but also fortified her resilience and sense of empathy. And her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, descended from the distinguished Livingston and Ludlow families, both storied names that stretched back to the founding days of the American colonies. Indeed, the Livingstons were influential politicians and landowners whose members included signatories of the Declaration of Independence, while the Ludlows were known for their legal contributions, including their role in framing early American jurisprudence. Therefore, both Franklin and Eleanor were products of families deeply rooted in American history and tradition, yet also profoundly influenced by the progressive ideologies that had evolved within the Roosevelt lineage. You see, the couple's cousin/uncle, Theodore Roosevelt, had played a pivotal role during the progressive era. Franklin would later inherit this dedication to social transformation, while Eleanor would become a legendary champion for gender equality and social fairness. Thus, their matrimony evolved into an ideal collaboration, each complementing the other's traits and talents. Franklin, with his captivating charisma and outgoing nature, provided the vision. Eleanor, intelligent and more reserved, offered practical insight, and together they were an unstoppable force. Years later, when Franklin assumed the presidency in 1933, the United States was plunged into the depths of the Great Depression. Unemployment was rampant, and the economy was on the verge of collapse. Wasting no time, Franklin began to roll out a sequence of initiatives collectively known as the New Deal, aimed at offering relief to the jobless, energizing the economy, and restructuring the financial landscape. The New Deal was a monumental undertaking. Additionally, in the context of New Deal achievements, the Social Security Administration stood out as another seminal program. Serving as a financial safety net, the SSA extended support to the elderly, the differently abled, and those without employment. Though the New Deal faced its share of detractors, those who criticized its cost or argued that it expanded governmental power too much, Franklin D. Roosevelt remained resolute. Furthermore, Franklin D. Roosevelt's leadership during World War II marked another pivotal chapter in his tenure. As Commander-in-Chief, he navigated the United States through one of the darkest periods in human history. The strategic alliance he formed with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin, known as the Big Three, played a decisive role in the defeat of the Third Reich. Under his guidance, the US military was mobilized on an unprecedented scale, contributing to victories in both the European and Pacific theaters. His direction of initiatives such as the Manhattan Project also pushed the boundaries of what was scientifically possible, although these actions would generate complex ethical debates for years to come. Following Franklin D. Roosevelt's death in 1945, Eleanor persisted as an influential public persona. Arguably, her magnum opus was her role in crafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a seminal document outlining the essential liberties inherent to all human beings. Not only has the Declaration been translated into more than 500 languages, but it also stands as the world's most universally translated document. Her imprint was also felt in the struggle for racial equality in America, as Eleanor was vocal in opposing racial segregation and various forms of discrimination. In fact, she walked side by side with iconic civil rights figures like Martin Luther King Jr., pushing the US towards a more egalitarian future. Eleanor Roosevelt passed away in November 1962 at the age of 78, leaving millions around the globe in a state of sorrow. Her influence on American civic life and the advancement of civil liberties was immeasurable. However, with her passing, the name Roosevelt would not disappear as a fixture of American life. Indeed, we could argue that the next generation of Roosevelts would only further bolster and expand a legacy that was older than the country itself. Born in August 1914, just a few months before the end of hostilities in World War I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt Jr. inherited a name with perhaps no more prestige and pressure than any other moniker in American history. At the time of his birth, his father FDR was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and after a notable military career, Franklin Jr. held a congressional seat representing New York from 1949 to 1955. There, he poured unflagging energy into representing his constituents and championing issues dear to him, leading to President John F. Kennedy taking note of his prowess and designated him Under Secretary of Commerce in 1963. In this capacity, he contributed to the economic prosperity of the nation, extending the Roosevelt lineage of high-level government involvement and financial power. Further solidifying his family's long commitment to progressive ideals, Roosevelt Jr. served as the inaugural chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from 1965 to 1966, an agency that became a linchpin in the struggle for civil liberties and workplace fairness. And notably, FDR Jr. himself continued the old money tradition of strategic intermarriage like his father and mother, with Jr. marrying legendary DuPont heiress and socialite Ethel DuPont in 1937. These days, the Roosevelt family is still inextricably connected to both public service and membership in the financial elite, as they have been for literally hundreds of years at this point. For example, Theodore Roosevelt IV has carved out a name for himself as an investment banker and ardent environmentalist. Passionate about conservation and sustainable practices, he's founded multiple eco-focused organizations and championed wildlife and land preservation on a global scale. Tweed Roosevelt, also a great-grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt, heads the Theodore Roosevelt Association as its president and CEO. This non-profit entity is dedicated to safeguarding the enduring impact of President Theodore Roosevelt, and Tweed is a fervent advocate for both ecological conservation and public duty, much like his great-grandfather. As far as descendants of FDR, Mark Roosevelt made his mark in the educational realm, serving as the executive director of St. John's College in Annapolis, Maryland, from 2014 to 2018, and Kermit Roosevelt III has gained recognition as a constitutional law professor at the University of Pennsylvania. All in all, the Roosevelt family is, much like many American dynasties, a collage of contradictions. On one hand, they are a bunch of ruthless old money business tacticians, snapping up real estate, financial clout, and political power with the hunger of wolves. On the other, they are a living embodiment of noblesse oblige, a family that never let their extreme wealth and influence get in the way of their responsibility to do good for not only their fellow citizens, but the entire world at large. When we think about the concept of old money, that is, wealth passed down through a family, often for 3 or more generations, it becomes clear that numerous storied American dynasties have adeptly navigated the financial portion of this skilled legacy. Take, for instance, the Rockefellers, who not only achieved status among the wealthiest families in history, but also dipped their toes into politics, with a member helming the vice presidency, among other notable posts. Then, there are the true political old money dynasties, like the Bushes and Kennedys, which have not only gathered significant fortunes, but also fielded presidents. Yet, what if we were to tell you that there is one family, descended directly from the great voyage of the Mayflower, that has both secretly gathered immense wealth and boasted the highest number of presidents to emerge from one single lineage, with 3, surpassing the Roosevelts, eclipsing the Adams, and outstripping the Bushes. Indeed, members of this family have, from the windows of the White House, directed the nation through the tumultuous Civil War, the ecstasy of the Roaring Twenties, and the horrors of World War II. Furthermore, members of this dynasty hold achievements not even limited to the confines of Earth, with one descendant becoming the 2nd person to ever orbit in space and the 5th person to land on the moon, while another family member redefined the role of women in American literature. However, even with all of these accomplishments, this illustrious old money line did not always act under the bright light of the law. Instead, some chose to operate in the shadows on occasion, helping to create the Federal Reserve and even involving themselves in the Chinese opium trade. In today's episode, we plan to detail it all for you in short order, as we describe the old money dynasty that built modern America, the Delano Family. To understand the true origins of this epic family, we must begin our story at the turn of the 17th century, in 1602 to be precise, when Philip Delano was born in Holland. The name Delano has origins in both Belgium, from the town Delano, as well as Germany, where the name directly translates to cleared land. Yet, despite his deep European lineage, from a tender age, Philip felt that he could make a mark elsewhere. And this feeling was only exacerbated in 1620, when his cousin, John Cook, boarded the Mayflower, the first ship to carry pilgrims from England to the US territory of Plymouth, situated in what is now known as Massachusetts. After arriving, this group of pilgrims created the first ever New England colony in 1620, cementing English presence on US soil. Now, it's important to emphasize just how important this move was. Before the Mayflower landed, the United States, as it is now known, was populated by groups of indigenous peoples, and the socio-political landscape represented a complex web of different languages and cultural traditions. The arrival of the English aboard the Mayflower directly changed this culture, primarily with the formation of the Mayflower Compact, which formed the basis of central governance in the US. And, following in his cousin's footsteps, Philip Delano took the next ship from England, named the Fortune, where he traveled in his adolescence, over to Plymouth in 1621. Once settled in America, the Delano name was adopted to the more anglicized version, Delano, that we know today. Following this, Philip found his wife, Hester Dewsbury, in 1634. The pair went on to have a total of 7 children together, eventually settling in the Dartmouth territory. However, the following years sought to disrupt this happy picture, as war broke out in around 1647. Philip chose to fight for his territory alongside his son Jonathan, leaving his wife and children and accepting the long road of warfare. Just 6 years later, Hester unfortunately passed away of unknown causes. The eventual ending of this war in 1675 saw every home in Dartmouth burned to cinders, leaving the Delano family in a state of jeopardy, and Philip's death in 1681 only worsened their position. Nevertheless, Philip's son, Jonathan Delano, saw the ending of the war as a chance to re-establish his family name and found an opportunity to marry a woman named Mercy Warren. Mercy was the granddaughter of one of the most prolific men at the time, Richard Warren, who was one of the founding members to sign the Mayflower Compact. Her status, coupled with Philip's respect generated from his efforts in the recent war, put the Delano family in a firm position in the twilight of the 17th century during Dartmouth's redevelopment period. The couple would go on to have a staggering 13 children, most of whom would help to build the Delano name through respected trades like shipbuilding. And as the Delano lineage grew, so did their political influence. And by the mid-18th century, descendants such as Paul Delano, the great-grandson of Jonathan, had firmly situated themselves as part of the Boston Brahmins, a group of upper-class elites who helped to shape the country's economy, educational system, and political landscape. As the 18th century blazed on, political opinions on the moral, economic, and ethical basis for the then common practice of slavery became a dividing line between northern and southern states. This disagreement reached an almighty crescendo in 1861, after 7 southern states organized a break from the rest of the country, creating what they called the Confederate States of America. Of course, the following events of the Civil War are well documented, and eventually President Abraham Lincoln led the anti-slavery Republicans to victory in the war in 1865. However, throughout this period, the career of another future president, one Ulysses S. Grant, began to take shape. Now, with the surname Grant, you may be wondering why we are even mentioning Ulysses in a video about the Delanos. However, behind the surface, Ulysses had Delano blood running through his veins, blood that 2 future presidents would likewise share. This connection between the Delano and Grant families occurred in the mid-18th century, when Jonathan Delano's granddaughter, Susanna Delano, married Noah Grant, a military captain during the French and Indian Wars. Upon their marriage, Susanna's maiden name was replaced with Grant, and 2 generations later, in 1882, Ulysses S. Grant was born in Ohio. Now, Ulysses' early life wasn't exactly the roller coaster journey that you might expect from a future president. Rather, it was a very mundane and normal way of living. Son to a tanner, a job that involves rearing cattle and creating products from their leather, Ulysses was shown the virtue of hard work from a young age. His academic mind, on the other hand, received little stimulation. However, Ulysses did not want to continue his father's business, and instead wanted to earn a decent education. The only way to do this in the 19th century, however, was to enroll in the military. And so in 1839, with the help of his father, Ulysses embarked on his military career. His first notable military campaign started in 1846, at the outbreak of the American-Mexican conflict. Notably, Ulysses showed tactical savvy and bravery, serving under two generals and gaining respect amongst everyone he fought with. Then, Ulysses resigned from the military in 1854, seemingly feeling no affection for the career path. Instead, he tried to run his own farm and create a tanning business like his father before him. Both ventures, however, failed miserably. And so, when the Civil War broke out in 1861, Grant had no choice but to resort back to military ways. Instantly, Grant's experience and knowledge of warfare proved vital to the success of the Union. In 1862, for instance, he led the Union to a major victory at Fort Donelson in Tennessee, where Grant's tactics forced over 15,000 rebellion troops to surrender. Further victories followed in April of 1862, where Grant stifled a Confederate ambush, minimizing Union losses and stopping the South from gaining any kind of momentum. His tactical brilliance eventually led Grant to take over command of the entire Union force in 1864, which he, of course, led to victory over the outnumbered Confederate forces. Following his military successes, Grant sought to transition his career into politics, first receiving the title of General of the Armies of the United States in 1866. Further honors followed in 1867, when Grant was appointed as Interim Secretary of War, a position which denied the established rules of tenure in office and showed just how influential Grant had become. A shrewd political tactic of resigning from this position in 1868 strengthened Grant's ties with the Republicans, eventually leading to his presidency a year later. Now, Grant's two-term presidency is not one greatly remembered in American politics, largely because he did not do anything monumentally significant on paper. Rather, he helped to stabilize the position of Congress and protect the vulnerabilities of African Americans in a post-slavery society. Nevertheless, Delano blood, no matter how diluted, had found its way to the top of the White House for the first time. Central to this period was another member of the Delano family, perhaps not so well known but significant nonetheless. His name was Warren Delano Jr., son of prolific military captain Warren Delano Sr. and a direct descendant of Philip Delano. Born in 1809, Warren grew up at around the same period as Ulysses, give or take a decade or so. However, unlike Ulysses, who vastly improved the Delano legacy, Warren's actions only appeared to ruin it. Notably, Warren affiliated himself with the underground Chinese opium trade, an operation which throughout the 1800s ruined the lives of millions through unquenchable addiction and even soured foreign relations, leading to the First Opium War in 1840. Through this illegal business and subsequent prolific profits, Warren Jr. was able to found Lehigh University in the 1850s and even went on to buy a substantial territory of land in Pennsylvania, which he named fittingly Delano. Therefore, the Civil War period was one which dramatically shaped the legacy of the Delanos, both positively and negatively. However, in future years to come, the family would only go on to reach new heights. As we reach the beginning of the 1870s, for instance, we see another pivotal figure, Columbus Delano, rise to a position of immense influence. Born in 1809, Columbus wasn't born with the privilege that many of his ancestors were. Rather, he was born into relative hardship, being forced to live on his own at a tender age. Faced with these inhibiting circumstances, Columbus drew on the inherent power of his family name, studying the practice of law. This education eventually led to his election to the United States House of Representatives in 1964, where he served as a Whig. During this time, Columbus actively opposed the migration of slavery to other nations, and these views ultimately led to him joining the Republicans in 1855. For the next decade or so, Columbus would hop between a plethora of political and non-political positions until eventually he joined his distant relative Ulysses Grant at the start of his presidency, serving as Revenue Commissioner. During his time in office, Columbus redefined the role of Revenue Commissioner, forwarding innovative ideas such as the protection of Yellowstone by creating a state-backed administrative agency. However, his time in office was not without controversy. Columbus did, for example, support aggressive tactics to force native tribes to subscribe to the centralized way of life, suggesting that the state slaughter the tribe's buffalo and cut off their food supply. Furthermore, in 1872, Columbus point-blank refused President Grant's orders to implement the first-ever Civil Service Commission recommendations, and this clearly corrupt behavior ultimately led to a forced resignation in 1875. Columbus went on to serve as president of the National Wool Growers Association until his death in 1896. His actions, however, ultimately acted to tarnish the legacy of his family name. A final notable figure that carried the Delano name in the mid-19th century was Franklin Hughes Delano, brother of Warren Jr. Now, you may think that, like his brother, Franklin Hughes is worthy of mention because he helped to smuggle tons of illegal opium through Chinese borders. Or perhaps like his father, he was a great military captain. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Now, this isn't to say that Hughes had a poor career, as he did in fact earn great success through various business ventures, such as founding a shipping company. However, one of the most notable reasons for his significance lies in his marriage to Laura Astor. Now, the Astors were arguably one of the most influential families in America during the 19th century, and this was primarily down to the family's founding father, John Jacob Astor. Born in Germany, John Jacob moved to the land of the free as a low-status immigrant. However, over decades, he built a business in the beaver fur trade, rising to such status as to become America's first-ever multimillionaire in the late 1700s. As his wealth grew, Astor started to purchase prime, sought-after real estate in New York, in areas surrounding Times Square, for instance. And come his death in 1848, his net worth was around $30 million, equal to around $1 billion US today. Upon his death, Jacob transferred his fortune to his son, William Backhouse Astor, who went on to more than double his father's net worth. Their empire grew to such an extent that even in the 21st century, much of Manhattan's prime real estate market is dominated by the name Astor, such as the Waldorf Astoria Hotel and Astor Place in Manhattan. Now in 1824, William would have a daughter, heiress Laura Astor, who would eventually go on to marry Franklin Hughes in 1844. The two retired in 1851 and expanded their influence in the following decades, with Hughes helping to form the town of Delano in Pennsylvania alongside his brother, as well as the Selma, Rome and Dalton Railroad, which was at the time the largest railroad in the state of Alabama. Therefore, by marrying an Astor, Franklin Hughes expanded the Delano legacy to the financial peaks of New York real estate and the icy rails of Alabama's railway infrastructure. And as we reach the end of the 1800s, we are introduced to another Delano who would go on to reach the peak of political power in America, Calvin Coolidge. Like Ulysses, Coolidge was not a direct descendant of the Delano lineage. Rather, a mere trace of Delano blood runs through his veins. One can trace his lineage back to Elizabeth Delano, the great-great-great-granddaughter of Philip Delanoy, who married into the Pinney family. This family later married into the Coolidge family, and in 1872, Calvin Coolidge was born. Coolidge's political career started in 1898, when he served as a city councilman in Northampton. He eventually found himself elected as governor in 1918 and used his position to capture political attention by making maneuvers such as standing against police strikes. This stance led him to become the vice presidential running mate to Warren G. Harding, who went on to become US president in 1921. Just 2 years later, however, Harding would suffer an unexpected death, propelling Coolidge from vice president to president, and marking the second time a Delano had become the most important political figure in America. During his presidential career, Coolidge helped to restore the general public's faith in the government, which had been shattered by scandal after scandal in the preceding years. He was a seen and honest man of the people, and come the end of Coolidge's presidential career in 1929, the Delanos had a generally positive impact on the state of American politics. However, the rise of Frederick Adrian Delano would only come to change this. The son of Warren Delano Jr., Frederick Adrian Delano was born in Hong Kong in 1863 and quickly moved back to US soil to study at Harvard University, where he graduated in 1885. After graduating, Frederick pursued a career in railroading, which he enjoyed until 1914, when he was given the opportunity to work as vice chairman of the government's newly formed Federal Reserve Board. Nowadays, the Federal Reserve is undoubtedly one of the largest financial institutions the world has ever seen. However, upon its creation in 1914 by President Woodrow Wilson, its goal was one of much more humble ambitions. You see, in the early 20th century, America was not the economic powerhouse that it is today. Rather, it was an amalgamation of economic instability, and as a result, many vital sectors such as agriculture were barely surviving. This poor economic environment peaked in 1907, when J.P. Morgan, a major financial institute, was solely relied upon to keep central banks afloat. This near crisis, coupled with Europe's seemingly stable economy that leaned heavily on centralized banks, prompted the US state to reconsider its economic policy, leading to the creation of the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. This act essentially gave the government control over the economy by introducing centralized federal banks, which could print money and dictate the flow of the economy. Now, Frederick Adrian Delano played a major role in this newly created entity, which faced its first challenge virtually as soon as it was created, with the rise of World War I in 1914. Initially, Frederick and the board used their newfound power wisely, funding the war systematically by creating war bonds and deploying loans to help finance military incentives. However, since the First World War, the Federal Reserve Bank has failed to fulfill its goals of economic stability over and over again. Just look at the Great Depression of 1929, an event that the Federal Reserve was created to stop. And it wasn't until the events of World War II that the economy was pulled out of its dire state without the help of this omnipotent bank. And what about the 70s of stagflation, where the public was wounded by mass unemployment and anything but economic prosperity? Ultimately, whether the creation of the Federal Reserve was a good thing for the US is up for debate. And admittedly, after resigning from the board in 1918, Frederick Adrian Delano did not directly contribute to its future failings. However, he was still a vital component in the creation of an entity which has and will continue to shape the US economy for centuries, therefore showing the immense influence of the Delano family. However, the Delano's impact on the economic stability of the US is not confined to just one family member, as, in the 20th century, another pivotal figure arose, Preston Delano. Born in 1886, a descendant of the Boston Brahmins, Preston Delano knew financial luxury from an early age. Coming from such a distinguished family, he was also a figure of influence from birth, and after graduating from Stanford University in 1909, pursued a career in politics. Working his way through the political ladder, as was customary for the Delanos by this point, Preston eventually found himself in office in 1938, ironically serving under his fifth cousin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Preston took the role of Comptroller of Currency, a position which entails the supervision of national banks and federal branches. He served this role for an impressive 14 years, making him the longest comptroller in US history. However, his contributions while in office were far from impressive. In fact, Preston's work was arguably regressive for the economy. Notably, during the World War II years, Preston worked to stabilize the national banks. However, during this time, the government needed vastly more money than usual to fund war efforts, and Preston's insistence on mere stabilization ultimately put the government in a worse position by increasing their debts significantly. Therefore, once again, the 1900s marked a point in American politics dominated by the Delano family. And how can we forget the man at the wheel during this time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, arguably the most important member to shape this family's rich lineage. Now, Franklin D. Roosevelt has lineage from two incredibly influential families. His mother's side carried the Delano lineage through Warren Delano Jr.'s daughter, Sarah Delano, who married James Roosevelt in 1880. The two had joined their names, and in 1882, gave birth to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, Franklin was destined for political greatness the moment he was born, being connected to a total of 11 different presidents, including Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Johnson, and of course, Ulysses Grant and Calvin Coolidge. Therefore, when he ascended to presidential status in 1933, becoming the third Delano to do so, it came of little surprise. He was simply made for the role. And during his 12 years as president, the longest run in American history, Franklin filled the shoes of his predecessors immensely, arguably achieving more than all of his ancestors. Faced with combating economic depression at the start of his tenure, Roosevelt presented the American population with a New Deal, which promised to protect innocent workers and force economic prosperity. When faced with the social, political, and economic turmoil of World War II, Franklin balanced diplomacy and military effort, only putting American lives at risk when the Axis powers forced him to do so. And all the while, Roosevelt redefined what it meant for a president to be a man of the people. He spoke on radio, showed his vulnerabilities, and set a precedent for how future presidents should behave. Ultimately, there is a reason why Franklin Delano Roosevelt is widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in American political history, and his actions only sought to bolster both the Delano and Roosevelt family legacy. However, one woman would seek to disagree with this view, despite being a descendant of the same Delano family. This woman in question is one Laura Ingalls Wilder, another descendant of Jonathan Delano, and fifth cousin of the president whom she despised so deeply. Now, to most, Laura's name sparks images of the influential Little House on the Prairie books, released throughout the 30s and 40s, and subsequent television series. And for the majority of readers, these books are nothing more than an enjoyable pastime, an escape from complex reality and a transition into a simpler, more optimistic life. The books also help to redefine the view of female authors in a patriarchal society. However, behind the surface of wagon wheels and milk stools lies a much deeper political message. The Little House books, when read through a political lens, actually depict a disdain for Franklin's New Deal program. Further, these books lay a foundation for the political ideology of modern conservatism, which advocates the protection of institutions for the good of society. Admittedly, one does not even need to read between the lines to digest Wilder's distaste for her cousin's political agenda. In her personal diary, which was read during broadcast to the public via an interview in 2012, Wilder wrote of her disgust for Franklin's New Deal program, and even how she wished that he would be assassinated. Therefore, the life work of Wilder impacted the Delano legacy, not only by reshaping the position of female writers, but also by forming a new political ideology which is a major player in modern American politics. Now, there remains one individual who, throughout his career, took the legacy of the Delanos 384,000 kilometers away from Earth. Another distant descendant of Jonathan Delano, Alan Shepard, was born in New Hampshire in 1923. Shepard had a fascination with aviation from a young age, and shortly after graduating from the U.S. Naval Academy, the events of World War II allowed him to propel his military career throughout the 1940s. He possessed such skill in the air that in 1959, Shepard was asked to fill one of the 7 seats of NASA's Mercury 7 team. And on the 5th of May 1961, piloting the Freedom 7 rocket ship, Shepard became the first American and second person ever to reach the orbit of space. As the Delano lineage has proven, simply reaching space wasn't satisfactory for Shepard. And so, a decade later, as part of the Apollo 14 mission, Shepard became the 5th person to embed his footprints onto the moon, cementing the Delano legacy in the infinite depths of space. Ultimately, the Delano family has proven to be one of the most influential families that have shaped the landscape of America in every endeavor, from politics to literature. Its legacy is complicated but undeniably expansive, and the actions of the Delanos will forever hold a grasp on the land of the free. Although in the 21st century, Miami is best known for fast money, stunning beaches, and Tony Montana-style rises to wealth, we'll put it that way to avoid pissing off our YouTube overlords, many folks outside of South Florida are unaware of its even more unique origins. You see, In the late 19th century, the Miami area was a sparsely populated coastal expanse, far removed from the bustling metropolis it would become, and the transformation of this region into a thriving city owes much to an unexpected figure, Julia Tuttle, a newly widowed visionary who defied the constraints of her time. Indeed, in an era when women faced significant societal limitations, Julia Tuttle's determination and entrepreneurial spirit were extraordinary. After the passing of her husband, Tuttle moved to the Miami area in 1891, inheriting a large tract of land from her father, and through her foresight and unwavering resolve, Julia Tuttle laid the foundation for modern Miami. Indeed, episode will explain how her contributions not only shaped the city's early days, but also secured her place in history as the mother of Miami, as we describe, how a widowed single mother created the city of Miami. Long before Julia Tuttle's vision reshaped Miami into the vibrant metropolis we recognize today, the region, then referred to as Biscayne Bay Country, was meticulously maintained by the Tequesta Indians, whose presence in southern Florida spanned over a millennium. Now the Tequesta were an indigenous people who migrated to the area and developed complex societies well before European explorers set foot on the continent, and their settlements, strategically positioned along the Miami River and the coastal islands of Biscayne Bay, showcased sophisticated urban planning with a deep understanding of the local ecosystems. Indeed, these early Floridians were adept in fishing, hunting and gathering, and efficiently utilizing the bountiful marine resources of the southeastern Atlantic coast. Furthermore, instead of adopting agriculture, which was common among many indigenous cultures, the Tequesta capitalized on the rich offerings of their environment. Thus, their diet was heavily based on fish, shellfish, and native vegetation, which supported a stable and thriving culture that managed to sustain itself through deep knowledge of the land and sea. Now, the chronicle of European engagement commenced with the arrival of one Juan Ponce de Leon in 1513, marking the beginning of a new epoch. Therefore, Ponce de Leon, a Spanish explorer who had already made a name for himself through his association with the Caribbean expeditions, was possibly the first European to document the Miami area. He recorded the name Chequesca as a noteworthy location during his quest for the mythical Fountain of Youth, famously reported to be in St. Augustine, Florida, a journey that broadly expanded European awareness of the Floridian Peninsula. However, despite the significant historical impact of figures like Ponce de Leon, the precise nature of his encounters with the Tequesta remains shrouded in historical ambiguity. While there is no definitive record of direct interaction between Ponce de Leon and the Tequesta, the arrival of Europeans signaled the beginning of profound changes for the indigenous populations of Florida. Consequently, the Tequesta, like many native groups, would eventually grapple with the consequences of European colonization, which brought not only new technologies and trade opportunities, but also diseases and conflicts that would challenge their centuries-old way of life. Then, shortly after Ponce de Leon's arrival, in 1567, the Spanish planted a short-lived mission and garrison among the Tequesta, only to retreat a few years later, leaving the indigenous population to grapple with European diseases and intertribal skirmishes. The centuries that followed saw the area largely overlooked by colonial powers, with only fleeting European engagements. But the 1700s brought severe trials for the Tequesta, culminating in a significant migration to Havana in 1711 as they sought refuge from persistent adversities. You see, as they were devastated by attacks from northern tribes and European diseases, the Tequesta turned to the Spanish in Cuba for sanctuary, hoping to escape the impacts of Spanish encroachment and resource depletion in their homeland. In 1743, the Spanish attempted to reassert their presence by establishing a new mission and fort on Biscayne Bay. However, this effort was short-lived, crumbling within a year due to inadequate resources and limited support from Spain, highlighting the difficulties of sustaining colonial ventures in Florida's challenging conditions. Soon, the British took control of Florida in 1763 under the Treaty of Paris, initiating a shift from military to civilian governance and introducing incentives for development. For example, Samuel Tuchett received a large land grant in the Miami area in 1766, aiming to build a plantation. Yet, his plans never materialized, thwarted by the region's resistance and the lack of settlers willing to brave the harsh, isolated conditions. Thus, by the time Florida returned to Spanish rule in 1783 after the American Revolutionary War, Miami remained largely untamed and underdeveloped. It would take an unexpectedly industrious widow, Julia Tuttle, to take this barren land into one of the most vibrant cities in the world, let alone the fledgling United States. As the 19th century unfolded, Miami remained enshrouded in its natural wilderness, its potential yet untapped. And the broader geopolitical context during this period was dominated by the escalating tensions between the United States government and the Seminole tribes of Florida, resulting in two significant conflicts known as the Seminole Wars. Now, the First Seminole War, which occurred in the 1810s, began as U.S. forces, under the command of then General Andrew Jackson, pursued Seminole tribes into Spanish-controlled Florida, claiming they were harboring runaway slaves. This conflict and the subsequent Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 led to Spain ceding Florida to the United States. Then, the Second Seminole War, from 1835 to 1842, was far more brutal and stemmed from the U.S. government's attempts to enforce the Indian Removal Act, pushing the Seminoles to relocate west of the Mississippi River. The Seminoles resisted fiercely, leading to a prolonged and bloody guerrilla war that spanned 7 years. And it was during this turbulent era that Fort Dallas was constructed in 1836 on the banks of the Miami River. Serving as a defensive stronghold against Seminole attacks, Fort Dallas provided a sense of security necessary for the few European-descended settlers in the region. It was within this moment in history that a handful of intrepid settlers found their way to this promising land, spurred by the U.S. federal government's alluring offer of free land. Among them was a man named William Brickell, who, along with his family, settled in 1871, and on the southern banks of the Miami River, close to the site of Fort Dallas, the Brickells established a pivotal trading post and post office, laying foundational stones for what would become a bustling community. Soon, William and his wife, Mary Brickell, became linchpins in Miami's early growth, acquiring vast stretches of land and engaging vigorously with the local populace in trade. And their efforts, both in commerce and community building, positioned them as key figures in the nascent stages of Miami's development, shaping the region's economic landscape. It was within this broader context that Julia Tuttle, famously dubbed the Mother of Miami, would come to the region. Now, she herself was born Julia de Forest Sturtevant on the 22nd of January 1849 in Cleveland, Ohio. And the etymology of her married name, Tuttle, stretches back to the Old Norse personal name Thorkel, a combination of Thor, or Thor, the Scandinavian god of thunder, and Ketil, meaning cauldron. Another possible origin is from the Old English Tot Hill, referring to a dweller by the lookout hill, indicative of someone living near strategic vantage points in England. As for her father, Ephraim Tanner Sturtevant, he was born came in July 1803 in Warren, Connecticut, and as a man of diverse talents, Ephraim became a professor, planter, and politician, graduating from Yale College in 1826. He initially embarked on a teaching career, holding a position at Western Reserve College in Ohio, before health concerns prompted his move to a farm in East Cleveland in 1846. And the search for a healthier climate led him further south to Biscayne Bay, southern Florida, in 1870. There he engaged in tropical agriculture and local politics, serving as a county judge and being elected to the Florida State Senate in 1872, before passing in the year 1881. Now, Julia's personal life saw her marrying Frederick Leonard Tuttle in 1867, with whom she had 2 children, Frances Emmeline and Henry Ethelbert. Displaying keen business sense, Julia managed her husband's affairs during his battle with tuberculosis, and her first encounter with southern Florida's Biscayne Bay region occurred in 1875, inspired by her father's aforementioned pioneering spirit as a homesteader. Captivated by the area's natural allure and potential, she made a pivotal visit, although she soon returned to Cleveland. And yet, despite her return to Ohio, like so many people who first visit Miami even today, she could not get the bright South Florida coast out of her mind, and that visit sowed the seeds of an audacious vision to metamorphose the wilderness into a bustling urban hub. Tragedy struck with Frederick's death in 1886, plunging Julia into financial uncertainty. However, the passing of her father in 1891 turned the tides, as she inherited his land holdings around Fort Dallas. Armed with a fresh start, the 42-year-old widow, along with her children, moved to this relatively isolated locale, acquiring an additional 640 acres along the Miami River. It was at this unique moment in her life, caught between massive change and uncertainty and boundless opportunity, that Julia Tuttle would take control of both her and Miami's destiny. Facing the harsh challenges of the tropical environment of an untamed Miami coastline head-on, Julia refurbished an old stone building into a home for her family. And her entrepreneurial spirit thrived as she established foundational community amenities, including the area's first bakery, dairy, and laundry, thereby laying the groundwork for the future city of Miami. You see, Julia was, even then, acutely aware that the transformation of the wilderness in southern Florida into a dynamic urban center hinged on establishing robust transportation links. And central to her strategy was the construction of a railroad, which she rightly believed would catalyze development and facilitate sustained growth. With this objective, Tuttle approached Henry Flagler, a renowned industrialist and railroad magnate from her hometown of Cleveland. And her proposition was audacious yet straightforward. She offered Flagler a portion of her land in exchange for extending his Florida East Coast Railway to Miami. Despite the allure of her offer, Flagler initially rebuffed her, skeptical of the region's prospects. However, Julia Tuttle was not one to succumb to setbacks. With unyielding resolve, she continued to champion the potential of Biscayne Bay, sending Flagler numerous letters that highlighted the area's favorable climate and growth potential. In an inspired and strategic flourish, Tuttle dispatched a bouquet of orange blossoms to Flagler, vivid proof that her lands had remained untouched by the severe freezes of 1894 and 1895 that had ravaged other parts of Florida. This was not merely a symbolic gesture, but a pointed demonstration of the region's agricultural viability and resilience against climatic adversities. This period, known as the Great Freeze, had devastated citrus groves throughout the state, plunging local economies into distress. Yet Tuttle's land had emerged unscathed, presenting a prime opportunity. Seizing this advantage, she invited Flagler to personally visit and assess the area. With his interest finally piqued by Tuttle's persistent overtures and the tangible evidence of the land's potential, Flagler dispatched his lieutenants to the region for a thorough evaluation. And their reports were positive and ultimately swayed Flagler, convincing him of the area's promise and the prudence of extending his railway network to Miami. In February 1896, Flagler's trusted representatives, including Joseph B. Riley and the Sewell brothers, John and E.G., set foot in Miami, initiating key infrastructure projects, notably the construction of the opulent Royal Palm Hotel. By the 22nd of April 1896, a historical moment was marked as the Florida East Coast Railway finally reached Miami. This monumental event acted as the linchpin for Miami's rapid transformation. Through her strategic foresight and indomitable spirit, Julia Tuttle had not only convinced a railroad tycoon to invest in her dream, but had also laid the foundational tracks for the modern city of Miami. By 1896, the previously sparse wilderness of Miami had quickly burgeoned into a thriving community, thanks to Julia Tuttle's foresight, spurred on by the newfound ease of access and influx of visitors and investors that the railroad facilitated. And by July 28th of the same year, the male residents of the area cast their votes to officially incorporate the city of Miami, which then boasted 502 registered voters. But despite her instrumental role in Miami's founding, Tuttle faced considerable financial hardships in her later years. Her generous land grants to Flagler, intended to spur the city's growth, left her in significant debt, and tragically, in 1898, Tuttle contracted meningitis and passed away on September 14th at the relatively young age of 49. Following her death, her children were compelled to sell off the remaining tracts of land to settle her debts, and for a period, the magnitude of her contributions faded from public memory. Yet, as the years have passed, recognition of Tuttle's legacy has grown profoundly. Today, her impact on Miami's development is celebrated and memorialized in various forms. The Julia Tuttle Causeway, a vital artery connecting Miami with Miami Beach, bears her name, symbolizing her role as a connector of people and ideas. Furthermore, a sculpture in her likeness stands proudly in Bayfront Park, serving as a permanent tribute to her vision and determination. Various other memorials and dedications throughout the city also stand as monuments to her enduring influence on the history and landscape of Miami. And these honors ensure that Julia Tuttle's vision and legacy continue to be acknowledged and celebrated, highlighting her as a foundational figure in the transformation of Miami into the vibrant city it is today. Everybody who's anybody in the 305 likes to spend at least some of their millions in the Brickell neighborhood of Miami. Yet when they do, they likely don't know that they're walking in the gilded footsteps of Miami's original power couple. That's right, folks. Before there were mega yachts and sky-high condos, there was William and Mary Brickell, the dynamic duo who laid the very foundations of this glittering metropolis. And while others saw swampland, the Brickells saw potential, and thus their family's saga isn't just history. It's the blueprint for luxury and success in the heart of southern Florida. With that said, grab your finest Cuban espresso and join us as we dive into the extraordinary story of the Brickell Family, the name that built Miami. When you take a look around the bustling streets of Miami, you will notice that virtually every other landmark holds the name Brickell above it. Brickell Avenue, for instance, is today known as Miami's financial district. And as it is lined with high-rise buildings filled with modern offices, luxury condos and upscale hotels, it's truly the pinnacle of winning big in the 305. Often referred to as Miami's Manhattan, Brickell Avenue is a symbol that displays the monumental economic might of Miami, as well as its ability to play in the expansive game of global finance. Elsewhere, you will see the influence of the Brickell family at Brickell Key, a residential area so illustrious that it's situated on its own private island, away from the poor stench of the everyday man. Filled from end to end with high-rise condos, architecturally imaginative offices, and of course, the infamous Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Brickell Key is the epitome of exclusivity and is a pure representation of 1% living. And its allure is so strong, in fact, that every year it attracts residents from every corner of the globe and investors with only the deepest of pockets. Furthermore, if you turn back your attention to Miami's mainland, you'll be greeted by Mary Brickell Village, a bustling shopping and entertainment hub that serves as the beating heart of Miami's retail sector. Yet Brickell Village is not just a place to grab a bite to eat or buy into the latest fashion trends. It's a symbol of what modern Miami has become, a vibrant and welcoming city with a warm atmosphere that simply never sleeps. And how can we talk about Miami's captivating vibrancy without mentioning Brickell City Center? Though only a few city blocks in size, the Brickell City Center is the place to go in Miami to experience its affluence, its fine dining, and of course, its landmarks such as the East Miami Hotel. Built through innovative modern architecture and a certain je ne sais quoi that you can't find in other American cities, Brickell City Center is nothing short of a landmark of urban development and luxury lifestyle in Miami. Therefore, as you can see, the Brickell family's name is as important to Miami as its infrastructure and economy. But how did this family gain a foothold in the capital of Latin America? To find our answer, let's flip over to the next chapter. Though born in Ohio, the protagonist of our story and the founding member of the family, William Brickell, is actually English and Norman in origin. And the name Brickell is likely habitational, referring to one of the many areas called Brickville in 19th century Normandy. William Brickell, however, never witnessed life on the other side of the pond. Instead, he was born in Steubenville, Ohio, on the 22nd of May, 1825. Though not much is known of William's early life, it's clear that he quickly developed a burning entrepreneurial spirit, which he would fuel through childhood adventures and unforgettable experiences. He did receive an education, which was becoming standard in America in the mid-1800s. However, like so many great entrepreneurs, academic study didn't inspire William. The pursuit of financial freedom did, and Brickell chose to pursue entrepreneurial rather than academic endeavors. This lust for wealth eventually led William to join California's notorious gold rush, which promised fortune and opportunity to anyone disciplined enough to dig for it. However, when he arrived in California, Brickell soon realized that the gold rush was not the literal gold mine it was built up to be. And though he tried to unveil wealth from the earth, his efforts did not transpire into any meaningful financial reward. Brickell had tried, and he had failed. To an average man, a failure like this would set him on a new path, one of a conventional career and a more certain, stable income. However, William Brickell wasn't your average man, and though he didn't prosper financially from his Californian crusade, his mind and mentality became richer in experience, not to mention significantly more resilient. Armed with new life experience, he decided to move to Australia in the 1860s. This move was likely influenced by the discovery of gold at Ballarat, Victoria, in 1851, which sparked another gold rush, with hundreds of hungry miners seeking fortune each week for the best part of 40 years. However, Brickell once again struggled to find fortune hidden underneath the earth's crust. Thus, he instead turned his attention to more tried and tested methods of business, trade and commerce. He began by opening a general wares store, selling anything to anyone who had money to spend. Later, he accumulated enough capital to co-own a hotel in Albury, and eventually he secured a contract to build the first bridge across the Murray River in 1861. The contract proved extremely successful, and William profited £10,000 from the endeavour. That's $3 million by today's standards. During his time in Australia, William also made great strides in his personal life, meeting his future wife and business partner, Mary Bulmer. Reports differ on how the two met, but it's likely that Mary worked in the hotel William owned, and the two hit it off from there. Like Brickell, Mary Bulmer was originally from England and had migrated to Australia some years prior, likely in a similar pursuit of greater economic opportunity. The two shared a love both for business and the world, and throughout the 1850s they travelled the world together, using the riches that Brickell had earned in years prior. Then, in the late 1860s, high on the ecstasy of infatuation, the two decided to tie the knot and get married, leading to a new adventure in the next chapter of their lives. With marriage to Mary, William Brickell could begin to solidify his family name with children. The two would have their first child shortly after getting married. One child became two, and by the 1870s, Mary had given birth to 6 children. And these children would later play a crucial role in the development of the Brickell Empire. However, the second generation of the Brickell Empire would not flourish in Australia, as William had other plans for his family. You see, Australia was not Brickell's final destination. Tather, it was just one stop along an illustrious plan of financial domination. The move to Australia allowed William to build his wealth and meet the love of his life. But as the 1860s drew to a close, he felt that the country had offered all that it could. He was ready to head home. However, he did not want to go back to Ohio. Brickell had gotten used to the heat of Australia, which was far more attractive than Ohio's long, cold and harsh winters. Therefore, he set his eyes on different shores, those of Miami. And so, in 1871, William, Mary and their 6 children set sail, reaching Miami shortly thereafter. Immediately, William deployed his financial resources, which were at this point significant, to purchase 640 acres of land on the south side of the Miami River. He then set up a trading point, the first of many businesses to come. This post became known as Brickell Point to those in the region and quickly became a key trading point in the local area. And William developed a particularly strong relationship with the local Indian people. He would purchase alligator hides, coontie roots, and deer skins from them, while they purchased the sewing machines, beads, and other wares that lined Brickell Point's shelves. The popularity of Brickell Point continued to boom in the following years, not only because of the variety of wares that were sold, but also because of its location. Brickell Point was in a tranquil and secluded area along the Miami River and provided many inhabitants with a much-needed break from the everyday hustle and bustle of inner city life. This geographic, unique selling point inspired William to later remove the original trading point and replace it with 2 cottages that hugged the Miami River. Isolated and peaceful, they became a lucrative endeavor for the Brickells, attracting traders from all over the eastern coast. Brickell Point also became a key catalyst for Miami's long-term growth. You see, the popularity of the trading post was a genuine example that trade could be a lucrative endeavor on the southeast coast. As a result, other traders began to set up in Miami in an attempt to replicate the success of Brickell Point. Travelers likewise settled down in Miami. The economy slowly grew along with the population, and more than ever, Miami started to be recognized as a key player in the country's economy. Therefore, it is not an understatement to say that Brickell Point laid the foundation for Miami's growth in the early 20th century and beyond. However, there was still one big problem. Miami was isolated from the rest of America. You see, as much as the efforts of William and Mary Brickell had bolstered Miami's economy, it still existed in great geographical isolation from the rest of the country. There were no highways, airports, or railroad connections as there are in modern-day Miami, and as a result, its economy could only grow so far, and its population could likewise only grow at a snail's pace, and much of its manpower had to be devoted to agriculture. However, at the turn of the century, a significant opportunity presented itself. Henry Morrison Flagler, an American pioneer, had been diligently creating a railway network along Florida's east coast, connecting cities and revolutionizing public and commercial transport in startling proficiency. The Brickells saw this as an economic opportunity. By bringing a railroad to Miami, they could help to grow their hometown's economy and solidify Miami's name in the U.S. economy. More importantly, however, a railway line could finally allow the family to cash in on its expansive real estate investments that at this point hadn't been properly utilized. So, William and Mary, alongside their neighbor and fellow economic powerhouse, Julia Tuttle, reached out to Flagler with their idea in 1896, and after intense negotiations, the trio managed to secure a deal in the first half of the year. The deal was simple. In exchange for Flagler's investment, both the Brickells and Tuttle would give him a portion of their real estate holdings. Expansion began extremely quickly, with the first train arriving in Miami on the 15th of April, 1896. And though the Brickells had to give up a portion of their assets to seal the deal, the creation of Miami's railway network proved extremely lucrative for their personal wealth, as the land that they kept significantly increased in value. As the 19th century drew to a close, therefore, the Brickells were in an extremely powerful position. They stood at the height of their economic power and only had more plans for expansion. However, in 1908, tragedy struck the family as William Brickell passed away at the age of 83. For most families, this would spell disaster and the end of business development. However, Mary Brickell was just as strong as her husband and immediately took the reins of the family empire upon her husband's death. The two had plans for expansion, after all, and she could not let them die alongside her husband. So, for the next 2 decades, Mary poured everything into developing the expanse of land that William had purchased years prior. The idea was to create an area of gorgeous real estate, dubbed Brickell, to attract rich northerners and give the area an air of luxury. Development started off with luxury houses consisting of wooden frames, open porches, and picturesque views of the Miami River. Larger, more luxurious homes followed, leading Mary to dub the area Millionaire's Row. The development of Millionaires' Row was significant for a number of reasons. For one, it did the Brickell name wonders. No longer was this family associated with common trade. No, now it was a name synonymous with luxury, wealth, and affluence. The local community likewise benefited, as rich northerners started to come down to use the finest homes on Millionaires' Row as a winter retreat, all the while spending their money with local merchants during their stay. So, when Mary Brickell passed away in 1922, she could do so at peace, knowing she had cemented her family's legacy for years to come. The second generation of the Brickells continued to expand and enjoyed ever-increasing financial returns until the unfortunate tsunami of America's Great Depression hit Miami's shores. Everyone was affected by this economic catastrophe, even the residents of the houses on Millionaires' Row, which forced many to resort to last-ditch methods. Notably, a number of homeowners subdivided their homes in an attempt to gain extra income, and this change set out a new landscape for Miami, marking a shift from residential to commercial real estate. The start of World War II only compounded this shift, as institutional buildings began to find their way on Brickell soil. The Brickells saw an opportunity in this change, and over the next 2 decades began to capitalize. Residential homes were rapidly replaced for retail buildings, and by the 70s, skyscrapers were being built upon Millionaires' Row. At the same time, the Brickells began to entertain the idea of building a banking center, marking another milestone in the growth of Miami's infrastructure. As the decades rolled on, the revolution from wooden housing to high-rise commercial buildings only compounded, and by 2000, the city was unrecognizable from what it was prior to World War II. No longer was Miami a mere winter getaway spot. Rather, it was a bustling economic hub bursting with hotels, restaurants, financial centers, and nightlife. An urban center to live the American dream. And this development has only continued throughout the 21st century. Miami is, in 2024, recognized as an international financial hub, one of the most attractive cities in the United States and a place of undeniable affluence. The Brickell family was the catalyst that catapulted this city into the global limelight, and its contributions are embedded in the modern culture and economic landscape of Miami. However, the legacy of the Brickell family knows no temporal limits, and it will continue to shine for decades and even centuries to come. Every skyscraper constructed, every office building renovated, every meal served at every restaurant, all will continue to be influenced by this monumental family who transformed the shores of Miami from tattered rags to profound riches. Stanford University. It's one of the United States' most hallowed institutions, whose magnificently verdant campus, meticulously planned and funded by the legendary family that bears its name, is home to some of America's brightest minds, while also holding one of California's most enduring mysteries. Indeed, this illustrious academic haven was born from the grand vision of Leland and Jane Stanford, a duo whose influence helped sculpt the history of the Golden State through their construction of the nation's first transcontinental railroad. The Stanford dynasty, however, was marked by a chilling end, the mysterious death of Jane Stanford. In today's episode, we tell the full saga of the Stanfords, from unfathomable wealth and political influence to an untimely demise that cast a shadow over the family's legacy and the university that stands as a monument to their name, as we describe the Stanfords and the mysterious death that built California. Leland Stanford might sound like your average 19th century tycoon, but the man was a veritable Midas of the American West. Picture a fortune worth $50 million back when that kind of money could make you a king, or at least a railroad baron, which translates to around $1.8 billion in today's dollars. Now, Stanford's journey to the top started on the tracks of the Central Pacific Railroad, and as a founder and the president from 1861 until his last breath in 1893, he wasn't just playing trains, he was crafting the arteries of America. Under his steerage, the first transcontinental railroad stitched the east to the west, transforming wild frontiers into hubs of migration and economic boomtowns, which, of course, lined Stanford's pockets quite nicely. But no titan of industry is complete without estates that scream success and Stanford was no exception. Undoubtedly, his Palo Alto farm was more than just a fancy homestead. It was a laboratory for agricultural breakthroughs and a kingdom for his prize-winning horses. And then there was his Nob Hill mansion in San Francisco, a palace among palaces that served as the heart of social and political gatherings. Tragically, this architectural jewel fell victim to the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, but its legend as a symbol of Stanford's status lived on. And as with many legendary founding families of America, Stanford's personal life was interwoven with his ambitions. Together with his wife, Jane, he faced the unimaginable grief of losing their only child, Leland Jr., to typhoid fever at 15. But out of their heartbreak, they forged a lasting monument, Stanford University. And Jane, a pillar in her own right, pushed this vision forward, ensuring that the university would not only memorialize their son, but also stand as a beacon of learning and innovation for generations. And so, this couple that put the power in power couple has their family name forever cemented in the annals of American education, as one of the most prestigious universities in the world dons their surname. However, it wasn't all California sunshine and Napa Valley roses for the Stanford family. In fact, throughout their iconic history, a possible murder mystery was afoot. And in order to share that story, we'll have to start at the beginning. The name Stanford, rooted deeply in Anglo-Saxon England, not only evokes images of ancient landscapes, but also tells a story of its intrinsic link to the Old English words stan, meaning stone, and ford, a shallow river crossing. And in Leland, Stanford's lineage, the story begins with his ancestor, Thomas Stanford, who ventured from Charlestown, Massachusetts in the 17th century. And by the 18th century, Stanford's ancestors had migrated to the fertile Mohawk Valley of central New York. This region was not only agriculturally rich, but also strategically pivotal in the burgeoning nation's landscape, offering new opportunities and challenges to its settlers. Born on the 9th of March, 1824, in Watervliet, New York, Leland Stanford grew up in a farming family of modest means yet comfortable circumstances. His father, Josiah Stanford, was a farmer with enough resources to provide a stable life for his family, and Leland himself was one of 8 children, among whom were figures like New York State Senator Charles Stanford and Australian businessman and spiritualist Thomas Welton Stanford. Growing up in such a dynamic and ambitious family likely spurred a healthy competitive spirit and drive in young Leland. But Leland's early education was typical for that rural setting. He attended common schools, was tutored at home, and later continued his studies at the Clinton Liberal Institute in Clinton, New York, before studying law at Cazenovia Seminary from 1841 to 1845. Shortly thereafter, Stanford's legal career began earnestly when he joined the law office of Wheaton Doolittle and Hadley in Albany, and his admission to the bar in 1848 marked the official start of his professional journey. After relocating to Port Washington, Wisconsin, a significant boon to his early legal career came at the law library gifted by his father, reputed to be the finest north of Milwaukee. This resource was not merely a collection of books, but a fundamental tool that equipped Leland Stanford for the challenges and complexities of legal practice in mid-19th century America. However, the turning point came in 1852 when a devastating fire destroyed that same law library and other properties. This loss, coupled with the allure of new opportunities in the West, prompted Stanford to leave Wisconsin and began what would become one of the most legendary rises to wealth in Californian history. Leland Stanford's journey to California in 1852 was propelled not by the typical prospector's dream of striking gold, but by the economic revolution spurred by the gold rush. In 1856, alongside his wife Jane, Stanford moved to Sacramento, diving into large-scale mercantile ventures. He became one of the celebrated Big Four, or as they referred to themselves, the Associates, who were instrumental backers of Chief Engineer Theodore Doheny Jr.'s ambitious plan for the Central Pacific Railroad. This group, which also included notable figures like Charles Crocker, Mark Hopkins and Collis P. Huntington, incorporated the railroad on the 28th of June 1861, with Stanford assuming the presidency. His initial political ventures saw him running for governor of California in 1859, although not successfully. But he clinched the position in 1861, facing such formidable challenges as the Great Flood of 1862, which forced him to row to his inauguration. Additionally, during the construction of the Central Pacific, Stanford and his associates seized control of the Southern Pacific Railroad in 1868, establishing a rail dynasty with Stanford at the helm until 1890, barring a brief period when Tevis acted as president. Stanford's leadership extended to the iconic moment at Promontory, Utah, on the 10th of May 1869, when he presided over the ceremonial driving of the last spike that completed America's first transcontinental railroad. However, this monumental project relied heavily on Chinese immigrants, whose recruitment was crucial for the dangerous and demanding labor of laying tracks across America's rugged terrains. Despite their indispensable contribution, these workers faced severe persecution amid rising anti-Chinese sentiment. In a controversial 1862 address to the legislature, Governor Leland Stanford expressed stark opposition to Chinese immigration, citing the potential cultural and economic threats posed by what he termed an inferior race. This rhetoric initially garnered acclaim, but Stanford's popularity would wane when it was disclosed that his railroad project heavily relied on the very labor force he disparaged. Despite the controversies, the completion of the Central Pacific Railroad in 1869 indeed marked a revolutionary moment in American transportation. As part of the first transcontinental railroad, it drastically reduced travel time between the east and west coasts from months to mere days. And this achievement not only transformed the movement of goods and people across the country, but also propelled Stanford to immense wealth and prominence. Furthermore, the federal government's generous land grants and financial incentives per mile of laid track amplified the profitability of Stanford's venture, securing his legacy in association with a landmark infrastructural achievement. However, Stanford's approach was mired in controversy. His administration was often criticized for prioritizing railroad interests over the broader public good. This criticism stemmed largely from his advocacy for state bonds and other public financing methods that disproportionately benefited the railroad. Moreover, Stanford's governance period coincided with severe policies against Native Americans in California. While he did enact legislation that reversed some aspects of the 1850 Act for the Government and Protection of Indians, which had permitted the enslavement of Native Americans, his administration also perpetuated the Bald Hills War in Northern California. Thus, Stanford's dual role as a political leader and a railroad magnate allowed him to craft policies that facilitated the rapid expansion of the Central Pacific Railroad. Yet, this progress came at a significant social cost. The state support he marshaled provided critical infrastructure and economic growth, yet it also underscored a troubling prioritization of industrial advancement at the expense of ethical governance and equality for all Americans. And yet, his wife would be instrumental in creating one of the most iconic schools of higher learning in the United States in short order. Jane Elizabeth Lathrop Stanford was born on the 25th of August 1828 in Albany, New York, into the modest home of shopkeeper Dyer Lathrop and his wife, Jane Ann. Her early education began at the Albany Academy for Girls, the nation's oldest continuously operating girls' day school, indicating a learned upbringing. And at the age of 22, in 1850, Jane married Leland Stanford, at the time an ambitious attorney whose enterprises would later leave indelible marks on the American West. Now, as Leland ventured into large-scale mercantile activities and later co-founded the Central Pacific Railroad, Jane stood by him not just as a spouse, but as a pivotal figure in her own right. Her influence extended well beyond the domestic sphere. She was a confidant and advisor, heavily involved in Leland's business and political strategies. But the couple's life together took a heart-wrenching turn in 1884, when their only child, Leland Stanford Jr., died of typhoid fever at the age of 15 during a trip to Italy. This profound loss devastated the Stanfords and brought about a transformative shift in their lives, driving them to honor their son's memory through enduring philanthropic initiatives. You see, the young Leland had exhibited a vibrant curiosity and potential, and his untimely death created a profound void in their hearts, one they aimed to fill by forging a legacy that would resonate far beyond their own lifetimes. Compelled by their immense sorrow and the desire to immortalize their son, the Stanfords resolved to channel their vast wealth into creating an educational institution that would benefit the youth of California. Therefore, in 1885, just a year after their son's passing, Leland and Jane Stanford established Stanford University. They envisioned the university as a beacon of learning and innovation, a place that would nurture future generations and reflect their progressive values. And this institution was conceived as a non-sectarian co-educational sanctuary of knowledge, open to all, regardless of gender or economic status, which was a radical ideal for the time. Moreover, Jane Stanford's role in the university's formative years became even more pronounced after the death of her husband, Leland Stanford Sr., in 1893. She took the helm during some of the institution's most turbulent times, steering it through financial crises and the devastating 1906 earthquake. And her decisive leadership helped secure the university's future, transforming potential disaster into enduring legacy. Now, Stanford University officially opened on the 1st of October 1891, committed to producing cultured and useful citizens. And its curriculum was an innovative blend of liberal arts and practical skills tailored to the needs of the burgeoning industrial age. Yet just 2 short years later, the panic of 1893 and subsequent challenges to her husband's estate plunged the university into financial uncertainty. Despite these trials and the Board of Trustees' recommendation to close temporarily, Jane's steadfast belief in the university's mission galvanized her to keep its doors open. And beyond the campus, Jane Stanford's philanthropic efforts reached into the community. She supported kindergartens and orphanages, extending her impact beyond the educational realm to broader societal benefits. However, it was her mysterious death that would become an equally controversial part of the Stanford legacy. In 1905, the demise of Jane Stanford was shrouded in mystery and marked by controversy that has persisted for over a century. You see, on the night of February 28th, while residing at the Moana Hotel in Hawaii, Jane Stanford met her untimely death under harrowing circumstances. After consuming bicarbonate of soda given by her longtime secretary, Bertha Berner, to alleviate stomach discomfort, Stanford began exhibiting excruciating symptoms indicative of strychnine poisoning. And in her final moments, she declared, "I have been poisoned," a chilling proclamation that prefaced her death shortly thereafter. Consequently, the immediate aftermath of her death was riddled with confusion and obfuscation. David Starr Jordan, then president of Stanford University, swiftly declared that her death was due to natural causes, specifically heart failure, an assertion bolstered by a report from Dr. Ernest Coniston Waterhouse, which Jordan had expedited. However, this conclusion starkly contradicted the observations of the attending physicians and an autopsy performed in Honolulu, both of which identified strychnine poisoning as the definitive cause of death. Then, the management of the circumstances surrounding Jane Stanford's death by university leadership ignited a firestorm of controversy. Jordan's quick dismissal of foul play and his promotion of a narrative centered on natural causes fueled suspicions of a cover-up, possibly aimed at shielding the university's prestige and financial integrity. Furthermore, the lack of a comprehensive police investigation in either California or Hawaii, coupled with the discontinuation of an inquiry into an earlier attempt on Stanford's life, only added layers of doubt and speculation. As decades passed, Speculation continued to swirl around the motives and identity of those involved in Jane Stanford's poisoning. One prevalent theory cast suspicion on Bertha Berner, who was present at both incidents involving poison. Some suggest Berner may have had a financial motive or a fear of losing her job, which could have driven her to commit such an act. Another theory points to David Starr Jordan, whose strained relationship with Stanford and her intentions to dismiss him from his position at the university may have provided him with a motive to eliminate her. Despite the plethora of historical research and burgeoning academic interest, the true circumstances of Jane Stanford's demise remain shrouded in mystery, with the identity of the perpetrator still elusive. Her death is a striking example of the convergence of wealth, power, and academia during the early 20th century, spotlighting the dark undercurrents that lurked beneath the polished veneer of America's elite society and its revered institutions. Thus, the legacy of Leland and Jane Stanford is deeply rooted in the inception and evolution of Stanford University, standing as a living tribute to their vision for higher education and public welfare, and the controversial yet inspiring history of the state of California overall. While on one hand, Leland's rapacious business practices are a contentious stain on the family legacy, the tragic loss of Leland Stanford Jr. not only catalyzed the couple's philanthropic efforts, but also infused the university bearing their name with a profound sense of purpose, aiming to benefit the children of California as if they were their own. Today, Stanford University is celebrated not only as a premier educational institution in the United States, but also on the global stage, renowned for its groundbreaking contributions to research, particularly in technology and engineering, which have been instrumental in the rise of Silicon Valley. Furthermore, the architectural essence and the layout of the university's campus were meticulously shaped by the Stanfords. They incorporated elements of California mission architecture and the visionary landscape designs of Frederick Law Olmsted, creating an environment that is both inspirational and iconic. These days, it seems like every two-bit social media influencer and semi-savvy pop star is making $1 billion. Yet much like a sports debate between father and son about how, back in my day, it was much harder to win a championship, the money game played by the family we'll discuss in this video had a totally different set of rules. And making that coveted first $1 billion wasn't easy at all. Indeed, from the very beginning, the world's first billion-dollar media family has been marred in controversy. First, they had arguably the greatest film of all time, made specifically to lampoon its billionaire patriarch, William Randolph Hearst. A few decades later, a family member surprisingly got imprisoned after getting Stockholm Syndrome during a kidnapping by political radicals. All the while, the Hearst almost lost multi-billion-dollar empire in a custody battle due to a bad divorce at the hands of one of their more fanciful heirs. And yet somehow, for more than a century, the Hearst family has managed to keep their coffers not only afloat, but filled to their absolute brims to the tune of over $30 billion as of 2023. With that all said, today's episode of Old Money Luxury will be undoubtedly like no other, as we describe. The Hearst family, the first billionaires of media. In the grand parade of American family sagas, few names ring out as loftily as the Hearsts, a family original hailing from Irish soil, their origin story unspooled in South Carolina back in 1766. Way before anyone even thought of Silicon Valley's tech empires or Hollywood's cinematic aristocracy. Yes, these Hearsts got the ball rolling with a patriarch named George, whose gumption in the mining business could put any venture capitalist to shame. In the mid-19th century, George Hearst left a humble Missouri farm for the glinting allure of California's gold rush. Though he didn't strike it rich immediately, he eventually hit pay dirt, quite literally, with the Homestake Mine in South Dakota. But George wasn't just a miner. He was also a gambler with a knack for scoring in high-stakes games. Winning the San Francisco Examiner in a bet, George branched into publishing, weaponizing the ink to champion Democratic Party causes. He turned a poker hand into a political platform, and honestly, you have to tip your hat to that kind of chutzpah. Yet while George made the money, it was his wife, Phoebe Apperson Hearst, who arguably made the legacy. This matriarch had more than domesticity on her mind. She was a visionary. Starting her career as a schoolteacher, she eventually entered the philanthropic arena, earmarking significant funds for scholarships at the University of California. An international architectural competition for the university also bears her name, as does the less succinctly titled Phoebe A. Hearst Museum of Anthropology. But perhaps her most important project was her only son, William Randolph Hearst. Thanks to a private education and extensive European tours, courtesy of Mama Dearest, young William was groomed for greatness. By 16, he was attending St. Paul's Preparatory School, and although he exited stage left 2 years later, he had a few more acts to go. William then matriculated at Harvard College, where his tenure was as colorful as it was brief. Editor of the Harvard Lampoon and patron saint of beer parties, William's shenanigans even included sending chamber pots featuring professorial likenesses to his educators. Unsurprisingly, he didn't stick around to don a cap and gown. Next, in 1887, William commandeered the Examiner from his dad, and before long made it the linchpin of an emerging media empire. He went on to pioneer the much-debated yellow journalism, sparking a media rivalry with Joseph Pulitzer that had more fireworks than the 4th of July. William's media strategies, questionable though they may have been, did result in expanding his media realm. Come 1919, the establishment of King Features Syndicate had the Hearst name sprawled across multiple media channels, from comic strips to editorials, reaching a readership as broad as his ambitions. But just when you thought William Randolph Hearst had peaked and left his mark, an unseen chapter loomed on the horizon, pregnant with possibility and offering yet another audacious leap. As the Roaring Twenties rolled in, William Randolph Hearst felt an insatiable appetite for expansion. Indeed, he wasn't content with merely ruling the nation's largest newspaper chain. He coveted the ink on glossy magazine pages as well. Now his first magazine nibble was Cosmopolitan. Originating in 1886 as a family-friendly read, Cosmo, as it's colloquially known, underwent several identity shifts before settling into its current iteration as a women's magazine. When Hearst acquired it in 1905, he injected a tantalizing blend of short fiction, public affairs, and the occasional celebrity profile. By 1940, Cosmo was practically a household name, boasting a circulation of a whopping 2 million. But not one to stop at just one magazine acquisition, Hearst snatched up Good Housekeeping in 1911. Catering to American homemakers, the magazine was, and still is, a blend of women's interests, health tips, culinary delights, and consumer reports from the Good Housekeeping Institute. With Hearst's golden touch, subscription numbers soared past 1 million by the 1920s, undeterred even by the grueling years of the Great Depression. When the 1930s dawned, Hearst's avarice turned to radio waves and silver screens. His empire soon ballooned to include 28 newspapers, radio stations, a film studio, a wire service, and a bouquet of 13 magazines. And let's not overlook his silver screen dalliances. Hearst started producing films starring Marion Davies, a woman who was more than just a leading lady in his cinematic ventures. She was his lover for over 3 decades. Yet, even titans stumble. The Great Depression gnawed at Hearst's empire, puncturing his once impervious aura of wealth and influence. The downturn exposed the media mogul's laissez-faire attitude toward spending. As political allegiances shifted, Hearst's once cozy relationship with President Franklin D. Roosevelt soured, and he used his media outlets to accuse Roosevelt's policies of being not too far removed from Bolshevism. Yet perhaps the most biting blow to Hearst's ego came in 1941 with the release of Orson Welles' cinematic critique, Citizen Kane. When Hearst got wind of the film, he deployed an army of Hollywood executives and loyal journalists in an audacious, albeit largely successful, attempt to quash it. Even the FBI was brought into the fray, making Welles's film not just a commercial venture, but almost a matter of national security. All the while, the Hearst Castle in California, standing amidst 123 acres of opulent gardens and terraces, reflected the media tycoon's larger-than-life persona. Created in tandem with architect Julia Morgan over a period of 28 years, this estate wasn't just Hearst's residence. It was a gathering place for the creme de la creme of Hollywood, politics, and sports. Yet for all his grandiosity, Hearst was not immune to the ravages of time or health. As the curtain closed on William Randolph Hearst Sr.'s life in 1951, The prologue to another tale was already being written, hidden in the margins of his voluminous legacy. While Hearst Sr. dazzled his generation with what some called yellow journalism and groundbreaking multi-platform media strategies, the script for the family's sequel was secretly being rehearsed by a cadre of sons. Indeed, the next generation of Hearst children was set to expand the empire into terrains even their illustrious father couldn't have envisioned. Now, William Randolph Hearst Sr. not only amassed a media empire, but also begat a brood of 5 sons: George, William Jr., John and the twins Randolph and David, and all of them dutifully plunged into the family inkwell and piggy bank. William Jr., born in 1908, elevated the familial calling to Pulitzer Prize-winning artistry. Known for his commitment to both the family enterprise and journalistic integrity, he was, if you will, the family's editorial North Star. David Whitmire Hearst, born 1915, wasn't exactly a byline lightweight either. Starting as a beat reporter for the New York Journal-American in 1936, David navigated a maze of roles, from assistant advertising director at the Baltimore News Post to city editor, and eventually ascended the throne of publisher at the Los Angeles Herald-Express in 1950. His son, David Jr., today holds sway over a sizable share of Hearst Corp., complete with newspapers, magazines, and, because diversification is the name of the game, stakes in cable networks like ESPN and A&E. But it was Patricia Campbell Hearst, an extended family member, who provided one of the most confounding chapters in the family's history. Kidnapped in 1974 by the Symbionese Liberation Army, a radical left-wing group, the abduction took a bizarre turn. The captors intended to swap Hearst for jailed members of their group, but the drama unfolded in an unexpected direction. Instead of remaining a victim, Hearst became an accomplice, participating in criminal activities that included robbery and extortion. Arrested 19 months later, she faced a trial in 1976 and was convicted on charges of bank robbery and illegal use of firearms. While initially sentenced to 7 years, her term was commuted by President Jimmy Carter in 1979. Then the 1980s were transformative for the Hearst Corporation. A strategic pivot toward the burgeoning cable television industry saw the company join forces in ventures like the Arts and Entertainment Network and Lifetime. However, this recalibration was not without its intra-family tensions. It culminated in a lawsuit filed by William Randolph Hearst II against a 1999 merger of Hearst's television stations with Argyle Television, manifesting discord among family members regarding the corporation's future direction. Moving into the 1990s, the Hearst Corporation deepened its cable TV footprint by acquiring a 20% stake in ESPN, followed by investments in French television production and distribution firms associated with Canal+. By the late 90s, the company had morphed into one of the largest independently owned broadcasting groups in the nation, with its television and radio stations reaching a whopping 17% of all U.S. households. Thus, when the 20th century drew to a close, the Hearst Corporation had its fingers in more pies than a competitive eater at a county fair. With a broadcast empire that reached into nearly 1/5 of American homes, they were the proverbial 800-pound gorilla in the room of media conglomerates. But as the calendar flipped to a new millennium, a different kind of beast was emerging: the digital age. This posed a challenge, but also an unprecedented opportunity. Now, William Randolph Hearst III, a Harvard-educated math whiz, spent decades ascending the corporate ladder, even donning the hat of editor and publisher of the San Francisco Examiner, echoing his grandfather's tenure. Simultaneously juggling roles as director and philanthropic trustee for over 3 decades, he's essentially the de facto patriarch. His cousin, George Randolph Hearst Jr., presided over the Hearst Corporation's board like a symphony conductor until his 2012 swan song. Leaving behind 4 offspring, including George Randolph Hearst III, he kept the family enterprise humming in harmony for more than 40 years. Then there's John Randolph Bunky Hearst Jr., the favorite grandchild of William Randolph Hearst, who was indeed a controversial figure in the Hearst family. His life escapades include twice-divorced status, race car adventuring, and editorial pursuits. But his dalliance with matrimony took a darker turn when his nuptials to Barbara cascaded into a legal scrimmage that rocked the gilded Hearst corridors. After Barbara sought a divorce, alleging everything from abandonment to inhumane treatment, a court drama unfolded, replete with a plot to allegedly drain Bunky's financial reservoir. Legal acrobatics took center stage in 2006 when Bunky's counsel designed a cunning plan: sue Barbara for fraud. If the court was convinced Barbara had performed financial sleight of hand, she'd have to return his assets. Unfortunately, the spotlight on this soap opera momentarily veered toward Hearst Corp's confidential ledger. Ultimately, Bunky withdrew his claims, ending the legal tempest, but not before exposing uncomfortable family and corporate financial particulars. Moving on to the more spiritual side of the family, we could say Victoria Hearst, an evangelical outlier among socialite siblings Anne and Patty, adds a dash of ideological spice to the family tableau. Her convictions starkly contrast the family's more conventional views, providing journalists with ample fodder for stories on family dynamics. And philanthropy is another family forte. Involved in the Pocantico Declaration in 1999, the Hearsts promised to marshal their assets for public welfare, demonstrating that their riches aren't solely reserved for Hearst Castle upkeep or high society galas. As we veered into the 21st century, Hearst Corporation grappled with the digital revolution, and the year 2000 proved a Rubicon moment. Balancing a print legacy with the bite-sized attention spans of the internet age, Hearst made strides, including strategic acquisitions and digital overhauls. 8 years deep into the digital shift, and another plot twist, the 2008 financial meltdown. A saga in itself, the crisis disrupted global economies, pressing media entities like Hearst to hasten their transformation into digital juggernauts. However, for those corporations with a well-balanced portfolio and multiple income channels, like Hearst Corporation, the bumpy ride of market fluctuations turned into more of a manageable seesaw. Yet, even as the family comfortably steered the Hearst ship to seemingly placid waters, little did anyone know that the winds of change were about to pick up, setting the stage for another significant shift in the company's leadership. In 2012, the corridors of Hearst Corporation felt a seismic shift as a figurative family baton passed hands. The venerable George Randolph Hearst Jr., board chairman and patriarch in every sense, drew his last breath. It was the proverbial end of an era, and you can think of it sort of like a classic episode of HBO's Succession in terms of family dynamics. Enter stage right, Stephen R. Swartz, the understudy you didn't know was about to steal the show, again, much like Succession. Swartz, once the company's chief operating officer, ascended to the throne of president and CEO in 2013. With 2 decades of Hearstian experience under his belt, he piloted the media empire through a landscape that saw not just growth, but a blossoming of innovative diversification. Furthermore, in 2015, Hearst threw its hat into the real estate ring. They ventured into a 4-acre slice of downtown San Francisco with the aptly named 5M project. Hearst didn't go it alone, though, sharing the spoils with Forest City Realty Trust. A lucrative contract ensured Forest City would have a gleaming new office tower and a 288-unit apartment building to their name, while Hearst cozied up to its Chronicle and Examiner buildings like a comfort blanket. And the same year saw Hearst partnering with the Georgetown Company to breathe new life into the iconic Herald Examiner building. Picture it. Creative office spaces mingle with the aroma of artisanal coffee and the buzz of commerce. This isn't just real estate. It's Hearst applying a Midas touch to mortar and bricks. Fast forward to the 2020s, and the Hearst family's reach has stretched its tentacles into diverse and engaging avenues. Among the newer branches on the family tree, Lydia Marie Hearst Shaw and Gillian Hearst Shaw are more than just ornamental. Lydia, a great-granddaughter of the original media magnate William Randolph Hearst, balances her life as a fashion model, actress and lifestyle blogger with the ease of a Wall Street juggler. Her fashion line, Lydia Hearst for Puma, speaks to a new generation of style mavens. Her sister Gillian, while a tad more reserved, adds her own brand of social allure to the Hearst name. She juggles the responsibilities of being a single mother and a socialite, a modern Renaissance woman in her own digital domain. And while you might peg them as mere purveyors of newsprint and pixel, Hearst Corp is a giant squid in a global media ocean. Under the chairmanship of William R. Hearst III, the family business has amassed an astonishing portfolio. Think ESPN and a slew of financial information services. And lest we forget, a family fortune that hovers around the $30 billion mark. And so the world's first billion-dollar media dynasty is, much like many families, flawed but trying to always improve, experiencing ups and downs, valleys and peaks, but a lot more coins in the bank than most of us. If you've clicked on this, you're already wondering, why would New York City, the Big Apple, city of dreams, destroy one of its most prized architectural gems? Adorned with intricate stone carvings and lavished with bronze details, the Charles M. Schwab Mansion was once a crown jewel that stood grandly on the growing Manhattan skyline. Resplendent in its Beaux Arts style, the mansion, completed in 1906, was the epitome of Gilded Age opulence. Each one of its 75 rooms showcased the finest examples of artisan craftsmanship. Frescoed ceilings that told tales of centuries long gone, hand-laid mosaic floors reflecting the glittering chandeliers above, and walls of mahogany and imported silk that whispered stories of the privileged few who had crossed their thresholds. Gardens designed by the famed landscape architect Charles Welford Levitt surrounded this massive abode, creating a sanctuary of tranquility amidst the constant bustle of the city. The Charles M. Schwab Mansion was an awe-inspiring residential monument to an era when the city's elite, like its steel magnate owner, wielded their wealth with an ostentatious display of power. Of course, with all of this once standing in beautiful granite reality, one can't help but wonder, how did such a remarkable monument to excess meet its fateful end in a cloud of dust and rubble replaced by cheap apartments? In today's video at Old Money Mansions, we'll tell you the true, rags to riches to rags story of its builders, what possessed them to build such a palatial abode in what would become the center of America's largest city, and how it sadly met its final demise as we describe why New York's most opulent mansion was demolished for cheap apartments. Charles M. Schwab. It's a name that's more than just a name. It's a symbol, a snapshot of a time when the clang of metal and the glow of molten steel were the beating heart of America. Born in 1862 to a blanket manufacturer in the quaint borough of Williamsburg, Pennsylvania, little did anyone suspect that this modest lad would one day become a titan of the steel industry. Life began simply for Schwab, his hands learning the gritty texture of honest labor at Edgar Thomson Steel Works, an enterprise owned by the formidable Andrew Carnegie. But it was soon clear that Schwab was not one to be confined within the maze of machines and molten metal. His people skills and harmonious leadership style caused him to climb the ranks, reaching the zenith as the president of Carnegie Steel. Yet this was only the beginning. Schwab would become the first president of the United States Steel Corporation, masterminded by the legendary J.P. Morgan, before setting up Bethlehem Steel, which would claim its own spot as the second largest steel producer in America. Even though wealth poured in, Schwab remained warm-hearted, known for his down-to-earth charisma and ability to connect with people. Amidst all this, he found love and married Emma Urana Dinky in 1883. The future Urana Schwab grew up in the modest charm of Weatherly, Pennsylvania, a far cry from the opulent life that would eventually unfurl before her as the spouse of one of the wealthiest individuals on the globe. Her life took a dramatic turn in 1883 when she crossed paths with Charles M. Schwab, who was then residing in Braddock, Pennsylvania, during his tenure at the Edgar Thomson Steel Works. As the Schwab fortune swelled, Urana, with grace and adaptability, transitioned into their increasingly luxurious lifestyle. She was by Charles' side at glittering social events and within the lavish walls of their opulent residences. And Urana wasn't simply a silent partner in their matrimonial bliss. When Charles stood on the precipice of a monumental $50 million offer for half of the Bethlehem Steel Company, he sought Urana's counsel, seeing her as a shared partner in the business claim. This detail not only sheds light on their marital dynamic, but also suggests that Urana Schwab played an active and influential role in their fiscal decisions, sharing in their triumphs and navigating their vast wealth together. It paints a picture of a woman who was more than just a companion. She was a confidant, a partner, and, at times, cog in the Schwab empire. Before the grandeur of the subject of today's video, the 75-room mansion, Riverside, in Manhattan's Upper West Side, Schwab resided in a stately house in Braddock, Pennsylvania. A stunning creation of brick and sandstone built between 1890 and 1893, It showcased Schwab's status as the superintendent of the nearby Edgar Thomson Steelworks. Tennis courts, greenhouses, a carriage house, and a stone porch provided a canvas for leisure, while the interiors were a masterclass in oak paneling, a grand staircase, wide stained glass windows, and ornate fireplaces. Soon, Charles M. Schwab set his sights on a grand vision, a contemporary mansion, a cutting-edge sanctuary standing in defiance of the traditional grandeur of Fifth Avenue. His eyes landed on a coveted plot on Riverside Drive, nestled between 73rd and 74th Streets, the perfect canvas for his modern chateau. Now, Urana initially balked at the idea of uprooting so far from her social circles. A bona fide socialite who enjoyed the glamour of Central Park's balls, she feared isolation from her close-knit community of friends. Charles, however, comforted her with a promise that their forthcoming home would be an irresistible lure for any guest. Subsequently, Schwab, in his daring pursuit of architectural grandeur, appointed Maurice Hebert, an architect yet to secure a significant reputation, with the awe-inspiring task of designing his Beaux-Arts-inspired palace. Over an intense period of 4 years, this awe-striking monument of pink granite began to emerge, a true testament to the ambitious vision that guided it. The Beaux-Arts style, steeped in the robust traditions of ancient Roman and Greek aesthetics, was widely favored in the United States from the late 19th to the early 20th century. It reflected an amalgamation of classical elements and the glamour of modernity, striking an impressive balance between the two. These grand mansions were symmetrical in design, harkening back to the classical emphasis on harmony and balance. The interiors were thoughtfully structured, with a clear demarcation between formal entrances, grand staircases, and the intimate quarters designed for daily living. Classic Greek and Roman architectural elements like columns, pediments, and cornices were employed to infuse a sense of timelessness and sophistication. Elaborate ornamentation was characteristic of Beaux-Arts, with intricate sculptural reliefs, friezes, and moldings adorning the surfaces. Statues and figures were often incorporated into the facades, amplifying the grandeur and opulence of the design. The first floor of these palaces was usually elevated, bestowing upon it an air of prominence and importance. Materials like limestone, marble, or granite were predominantly used, enhancing their imposing and awe-inspiring visage. In particular, the Gilded Age saw the rise of various Beaux-Arts marvels like the Vanderbilt Mansion, the so-called Triple Palace, in New York City, the Henry Morrison Flagler Museum, aka Whitehall, in Palm Beach, and the Breakers Mansion in Newport, Rhode Island. These mansions were designed to be dazzling emblems of wealth, flaunting sumptuous interiors, grand staircases, elaborate woodwork, and extravagant furnishings. Additionally, the Beaux-Arts style was not only limited to private residences, but also extended to public edifices like libraries, museums, and government offices. It was seen as a manifestation of prestige and civic pride, adding to the architectural allure of the urban landscape. Now back to our audacious Schwab mansion. A staggering $3 million each was spent on the house and its furnishings, a total of $6 million, or a jaw-dropping $200 million in today's currency. So magnificent was this 75-room mansion that even Schwab's erstwhile boss, and arguably the second richest man in American history, Andrew Carnegie, conceded, "Have you seen that place of Charlie's? It makes mine look like a shack." Indeed, nothing less than bespoke would suffice for Schwab. Over 100 artisans, designers, and engineers were employed to meticulously craft every detail of the mansion. Noteworthy works of art were recreated in-house, and even Schwab's collection of tapestries took a detour to the 1904 World's Fair before adorning his residence. The mansion boasted marble pillars, South American mahogany paneling, a custom chapel large enough to accommodate an orchestra, a bowling alley, and a glazed brick pool. A home gym of unprecedented scale, and an art gallery filled with $50 million worth of art, a quarter of the mansion's overall budget, added to its splendor. Other remarkable features included a power plant, air conditioning, and 6 elevators, luxuries unheard of in even the most elite homes of the era, confirming Schwab's mansion as a groundbreaking beacon of modernity. However, despite the glory of his domicile, soon Schwab's personal life began to unravel. Notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle, grand parties, high-stakes gambling, and multiple extramarital affairs, his antics, including fathering a child out of wedlock, strained his relationship with Urana. His extravagant expenditures and risky ventures, including a memorable instance of breaking the bank at the Monte Carlo casino in Monaco, led to the depletion of his fortune, once estimated between $25 million and $40 million, equivalent to $500 million and $800 million in today's currency. His mansion, an incarnation of his innovative spirit and love for luxury, also served as a backdrop to his tumultuous personal life. However, it was through these troubles that we can, with hindsight at our sides, see the extravagant Charles M. Schwab mansion was on a calamitous trajectory towards its demise. Urana, Charles's wife, whose social life had been promised to burgeon in the mansion, additionally found herself sinking into an engulfing melancholy. Gradually, she shunned the social milieu, seeking solace within the grand walls of her mansion, distancing herself from the city's glitz and glam, even declining prestigious invites, including those from the White House. The burgeoning isolation paralleled her physical transformation. Urana, who was once the radiant belle of society, was becoming overweight, and the stigma associated with her changing appearance pushed her further into her self-imposed exile. Thus, the mansion, once alive with energy and laughter, became a sanctuary of solitude. In 1917, with World War I ravaging the world, Urana breathed life back into the mansion, opening its grandeur to the Red Cross, allowing the vast space to contribute to the war effort. However, the Schwabs' endeavor to reclaim a sense of normality was abruptly disrupted by the cataclysm that was the Great Depression. Charles, erstwhile a titan of industry, witnessed his fortune evaporating overnight. Desperate, he listed the mansion on the market for $4 million, roughly $71 million in today's dollars. With no buyers forthcoming and the maintenance of the mansion turning insurmountable, Charles found himself marooned within his own architectural masterpiece. In 1939, Charles, now merely a walking echo of his former glory, packed his possessions and moved to a modest Park Avenue apartment. A year later, he passed away, leaving behind a legacy diminished to mere pennies. The mansion, once the pinnacle of luxury and opulence, stood eerily abandoned. Although there were deliberations about repurposing the mansion for government use, the mayor refuted the idea, deeming the mansion too grandiose for such functionality. Sadly, the dismantling of the Charles M. Schwab mansion began in 1948. Its ornate mahogany doors and exquisitely carved marble pilasters were salvaged and later installed in Brooklyn's Our Lady of Lebanon Cathedral. The mansion's former glory was replaced by a large red brick apartment complex aptly named the Schwab House. The 19-story, 636-unit Schwab House was completed in 1950 and transitioned from rental to co-op in 1984, marking the final chapter of the Charles M. Schwab mansion's legacy. During the middle of the Gilded Age in the city that never sleeps, where steel meets sky and ambition knows no bounds, two monumental landmarks once soared above the rest: the Astor and Waldorf hotels. Think of them not merely as hotels, but as palaces of dreams, peak shrines of American extravagance. Erected in 1905, the Astor Hotel was a celestial wonder, an embodiment of Beaux-Arts elegance, crowned by a sky garden that almost touched the heavens. Just a stone's throw away, its sibling rival, the original Waldorf Hotel, had already unfurled its opulence in 1893. A monolith of majestic architecture, this masterpiece was conceived by none other than the iconic Henry Janeway Hardenberg, inspired by the lofty German Renaissance ideals. Yet what fueled such grandiosity? Family, or specifically the Astor Family, one of America's most storied old money dynasties. William Waldorf Astor graced Fifth Avenue with the Waldorf first, laying down the gauntlet. Not to be outdone, his cousin John Jacob Astor IV took the challenge head-on, responding with the Astoria Hotel, each structure a flamboyant rebuttal to the other. And yet, despite standing as monoliths of splendor, these icons of opulence faced an unforeseeable destiny. They eroded, crumbled, and ultimately were razed to the ground. In this thrilling installment of old money mansions, join us as we retell a saga that consistently echoes through the corridors of architectural history. Why were New York's most opulent hotels demolished? In the bustling urban landscape of Gilded Age New York City, amidst Fifth Avenue's burgeoning architectural splendor, emerged the unparalleled duo of the Astor and Waldorf hotels. Stemming from a family rivalry between the affluent cousins, William Waldorf Astor and John Jacob Astor IV, these luxurious havens were erected as monuments to both grandeur and one-upmanship. It all begins in 1893 when William Waldorf Astor inaugurated the Waldorf Hotel, an opulent German Renaissance marvel designed by the eminent architect Henry Hardenberg. 4 years thereafter, itching with family rivalry, William's cousin John Jacob Astor IV would grace the adjacent plot with the towering Astoria Hotel, its particular design entrusted to the celebrated architects Schulze and Weaver. However, trouble was soon afoot in the family's game of hotelier thrones. In its inaugural year, William's Waldorf Hotel faced skepticism and was colloquially known as Bolt's Folly, attributed to the proprietor George Bolt, with critics condemning the luxurious hotel as a blight upon a respectable neighborhood. However, parrying the media's doubt, Bolt ingeniously planned a charity concert for St. Mary's Hospital for Children the day after the hotel's opening. With tickets priced at $5, $163 in today's currency, New York's elite filled the grand ballroom, dismissing earlier skepticism. Thus, by the end of its first year in 1893, the Waldorf had generated an incredible $4.5 million in revenue, an astonishing sum for the time that would equal over $100 million in 2023. Not long after, in 1897, John Jacob Astor IV inaugurated the Astoria Hotel adjacent to the Waldorf. Quickly seizing on an even larger opportunity, the cousins soon agreed to a truce, creating a unified entity known as the Waldorf Astoria. With 250 feet stretching from the sidewalk to its highest point, this combined colossus reigned as the world's largest hotel, having the buildings eventually being connected through a 300-foot marble corridor known as Peacock Alley. This Peacock Alley was soon seen as a grand promenade for the who's who of New York high society that connected the Waldorf and Astoria hotels, becoming an enduring symbol of the combined social and business establishments. Now, at a staggering expenditure of approximately $5 million, equivalent to $138 million today, the Waldorf Hotel graced Fifth Avenue and 33rd Street with its German Renaissance structure, consisting of an impressive 450 guest rooms, 15 opulent public rooms, and an additional 100 rooms designated for staff. Intricate architectural features such as loggias, balconies, and gables adorned the exterior. Inside, a breathtaking garden court featuring fountains and terracotta walls offered a sanctuary of splendor. Sienna marble, mosaic tile floors, and a coffered ceiling framed the entrance hall, immediately declaring the building's opulence to anyone crossing its threshold. Delving further into the Waldorf, you could see a marble entrance that leads to the Empire Room. This dazzling space, furnished with an alcove featuring elevators and a grand staircase, swiftly gained notoriety as one of New York City's premier dining establishments, rivaling even the likes of Delmonico's and Sherry's. You see, the room was an Empire-style marvel, resplendent with mahogany pilasters, gilded accents, and lavish frescoes. Adjacent to this culinary delight was the Marie Antoinette parlor, an elegant reception room graced with 18th-century European antiques, including a cherished bust of Marie Antoinette. Bearing artistic excellence, the ceiling showcased frescoes by Will Highcock Lowe, with The Birth of Venus as the central piece. Further enhancing the hotel's splendor was the Gentleman's Cafe, a hunting-themed sanctuary adorned with robust black oak paneling and staghorn chandeliers. This was complemented by suites such as the Henry IV drawing room, furnished with rare French and Italian antiques, as well as a banquet hall seating 20 and a music room. And while the Waldorf was indeed a paragon of opulence, its sibling, the Astor Hotel, was no less grand. Opened in 1897 and situated at the intersection of Fifth Avenue and 34th Street, this 16-story marvel was also designed by Henry J. Hardenberg. Boasting 25 public rooms and 550 guest rooms, its dimensions were grandiose, extending 270 feet from its sub-basement to its roofline. Constructed of stone, marble, and brick, its architectural style was a harmonious blend of French Second Empire and Austrian Baroque influences. A double set of plate glass doors graced the entrance, alongside a U-shaped driveway for carriages and horses. As you would navigate the Astor, to the left of Peacock Alley resided the Astor dining room. This expansive space showcased Italian Renaissance pilasters, Russian marble columns, and silk hangings in rose pompadour. Directly opposite lied the garden Court of Palms, a triple-height dining venue adorned with a dome-like roof of amber glass. Here, the Italian architectural influences were elegantly portrayed through grey and terracotta hues, embellished with Pavonazzo marble. The café, found on the 34th Street side, was a spacious room finished in English oak and accented with German Renaissance and Flemish decorations. Proceeding to the first floor, you'd find the Astor Gallery, a luxurious space graced with towering French windows and a colour scheme of blue, grey and gold. Nearby, the Colonial Room contrasted its red ambience with white woodwork, adding another layer of complexity to the design palette. On the second floor, a private suite of apartments in Old English oak offered a range of amenities, including large drawing rooms and a butler's pantry. And above the third floor, the hotel transitioned to suites and bedrooms, each offering unique luxuries like individual baths and spacious trunk closets. However, the crown jewel in the Astor was undoubtedly the ballroom. Conceived in the Louis XIV style, this grandiose space could accommodate 700 guests for banquets and 1,200 for concerts. Adorned in shades of ivory, grey and cream, it welcomed the most cherished voices of its day, with season tickets for musical performances costing up to $350, around 12 grand in today's dollars, underscoring the high value placed on cultural offerings held within these hallowed walls. Upon entering the zenith of the hotel, you'd find a paradisiacal roof garden encased in glass, adorned with rattan furnishings in shades of pale green and pink. A stroll along the 34th Street side revealed the Grand Promenade, Peacock Alley, a lofty terrace furnished with a bandstand, fountains and trellises. Adjacent was the Roof Garden restaurant, possessing a high ceiling that stretches 24 feet above the floor. At the corners of this exalted realm were spiral stairways within towers, ascending to the copper roofs of pavilions that stand a staggering 250 feet above the ground level. Thus, from its subterranean machinery to its skyward gardens, from its shaky beginnings to its golden reputation, the Waldorf and Astor hotels embodied both engineering excellence and unparalleled luxury, forever imprinted in New York's architectural and cultural history. Now, from their earliest days, both the Astor and Waldorf hotels became synonymous with glittering social events, with philanthropic dinners and balls frequented by luminaries like Andrew Carnegie. The resplendence extended to hosting dignitaries like Viceroy Li Hungchang of China, who in 1896 imported 100-year-old eggs and even his kitchen staff. Upon his departure, Li graced every female guest with a basket of roses and lavished generous tips on the hotel personnel. The Astor and Waldorf additionally pushed the envelope in hospitality, from Prince Henry of Prussia, who enjoyed a private door and elevator, to a staff forming an emergency bucket brigade for his royal bath. The level of service was unparalleled. Exclusivity extended to guest policies as well, allowing only registered individuals access to rooms, thereby upholding a superlative standard of etiquette. Membership clubs within the premises offered perks like preferential pricing and discounted spa treatments, attracting an even more elite clientele. The Waldorf Astoria Bar, established in 1893, was the sanctuary of the city's financial magnates and vivid personalities, from Diamond Jim Brady to Buffalo Bill Cody. Even the cocktail world owes its heritage to this establishment, credited with inventions like the Rob Roy and the Bobby Burns. But here's the paradox. The very grandeur that made these establishments landmarks of American luxury also sowed the seeds of their own downfall. As we sit here basking in the glory of the Astor and Waldorf hotels' most radiant days, a looming shadow creeps closer, whispering a harrowing question that we can no longer ignore. What catastrophic chain of events could pull these icons down from their lofty heights? Sadly, the halcyon days of the original Astor and Waldorf hotels soon met an inexorable decline, compelled by an interplay of economic downturns, ownership transitions and societal evolution. Thus, as the years marched on, the Astor family's grip on the hotel industry loosened, signaling a change in leadership that would have profound implications. Initially, these grand hotels had captivated New York City, hosting society's elite and even contributing innovations to the world of cocktails and hospitality. They epitomized luxury, becoming glittering settings for illustrious balls, philanthropic dinners, and visits from foreign dignitaries. But as the 20th century unfolded, fresh competitors emerged. Luxurious new establishments like the St. Regis sprung up, endowed with modern amenities that lured away clientele. The Astor and Waldorf found themselves as relics in a city that had moved forward, the glamorous heart of New York City shifting northward beyond 34th Street. Then, the Great Depression struck in 1929, casting a dark shadow over these citadels of extravagance. Eroded by financial constraints, their luster dulled significantly, setting the stage for a diminishing role in a city always chasing the next big thing. Adding insult to injury, the costs of preserving their architectural grandeur began to spiral out of control. Ensuring their structural integrity while maintaining lavish interiors became an insurmountable challenge, pushing them further into decline. Furthermore, as New York City evolved, so did its land value. The very ground upon which these hotels stood became coveted real estate, more valuable than the aging structures themselves. This paved the way for the demolition of the original Waldorf Astoria in 1928, making room for none other than the Empire State Building. Yet, although the original Waldorf Astoria was razed to make room for the Empire State Building, the legend was far from over. In 1931, a new Waldorf Astoria was resurrected on Park Avenue, and the name once again captivated the imagination of the public. This new location recaptured much of the original grandeur and became an iconic symbol in its own right, playing host to presidents, celebrities, and dignitaries. While it wasn't completely shielded from the economic and societal forces that had impacted its predecessor, the Park Avenue Waldorf Astoria stood as an enduring beacon of luxury, proving that the allure of a name could transcend time and place. Yet, despite this resurgence, a definitive end was marked for the Astor family's hotel empire on May 3, 1929, when they sold their remaining interests to the developers of the Empire State Building. The original structures disappeared, their once mesmerizing elegance archived in the New York Public Library. But the Waldorf Astoria name lived on, solidifying its place as an irreplaceable jewel in the crown of New York City's rich history. Once upon a time, in the heart of New York City, stood a mansion so luxurious that it was known as the Jewel of Fifth Avenue. This eye-waveringly beautiful abode was the home of Louis Comfort Tiffany, one of the world's most famous jewelers and designers. Indeed, the mansion was a masterpiece of American architecture and design, symbolizing Tiffany's success and his love of art. And yet in 1936, the mansion was demolished, certainly a tragic loss for New York City, and to this day it remains a controversial topic. In today's video at Old Money Mansions, we'll explain how such a glittering jewel in the city that never sleeps could ever be removed, and tell you why New York's most luxurious mansion was demolished. Born into a family already bathed in the aura of luxury and artistry, Louis Comfort Tiffany was born in New York City on the 18th of February, 1848. He was the son of Harriet Olivia Avery Young and Charles Louis Tiffany, the latter being the founder of the inimitable jewelry empire, Tiffany & Company. Though his early life involved stints at military academies, the magnetic pull of the arts was irresistible, likely influenced by his father's involvement in fine and decorative arts. He sought the mentorship of renowned painter George Inness and had a meteoric rise, joining the American Society of Painters in watercolor by just 19, while his works found a place at the esteemed National Academy of Design. Indeed, Tiffany's artistic endeavors were not limited to one medium. His oeuvre stretched from painting to ceramics, jewelry design, and metalwork, all through the transformative decades from the 1870s to the 1920s. However, he carved a niche in the annals of art history for his innovations in stained glass, making him an eminent figure in the American Art Nouveau movement. Specifically, his genius was part of the esteemed Associated Artists Collective, collaborating with such illustrious names as Lockwood de Forest, Candace Wheeler, and Samuel Coleman. Now one might surmise that a man of Tiffany's artistic passion and family legacy would seek to manifest his ideals in a personal space, a sanctuary of aesthetic expression. Thus the seeds were sown for the Tiffany Mansion. As a resounding statement of his family's artistic and business legacy, as well as his personal love for multiple art forms, the mansion could stand as an enduring edifice to creativity and luxury. And, when crafting this haven, Tiffany enlisted none other than the iconic architect Stanford White. White's name was synonymous with architectural elegance during that period, having designed the Washington Square Arch and the second Madison Square Garden. Additionally, we've featured Stanford White's achievement before in other episodes here at Old Money Mansions. Now, completed in 1885, the Tiffany Mansion stood as an architectural tour de force, a physical embodiment of Louis Comfort's unique artistry and a symbol of his illustrious family legacy. Not just a residence, but a monument to American art and design, the Tiffany Mansion incorporated Tiffany's passion for various artistic mediums into its very walls, while also serving as a beacon of his achievements. This structure, often associated with Louis Tiffany alone, was in fact an amalgamation of three distinct apartments. The first, reserved for Charles Louis Tiffany, remained unoccupied, a poignant symbol of a son's distant relationship with trade. The second apartment belonged to Louis's unmarried sister, Louise, while the third, spanning the fourth and fifth floors, became the private domain of Louis himself. This architectural masterpiece reached new heights with turrets, balconies, oriel windows, and a formidable tile roof as its cap. Yet its massive castle-like facade was met with mixed reviews, some finding it incongruent with the concept of a domestic dwelling. In contrast, others hailed it as one of the nation's finest examples of residential architecture. One feature often overlooked, but equally spectacular, was the colossal gable facing Madison Avenue. It had a 15-panel window that glowed onto Louis Tiffany's opulent studio, which was 80 feet wide and towering in height. This studio, veiled in curiosity and mystery, became integral to the mansion's allure. As the 1890s unfolded, the Tiffany Mansion evolved into a symbol of opulence and artistic prowess. It was an embodiment of Louis Tiffany's unique artistic vision, a fusion of Islamic motifs and natural elements in the Art Nouveau style. Indeed, the mansion stood as a symbol of Tiffany's mastery in stained glass, with its windows captivating viewers with depictions of nature, religion, and mythology. Additionally, the mansion's opulence extended beyond its stained glass windows, as Tiffany commissioned custom furniture and furnishings crafted from precious metals and gemstones. It thus became an artistic headquarters where art, luxury, and innovation coexisted harmoniously. However, with such a grand entrance into the world of architecture, it seems almost unimaginable now that one day this lovely home would meet its eventual end, due to a confluence of harrowing factors that we will soon discuss. Throughout its heyday, the Tiffany Mansion would play host to lavish social events that further solidified its position as the epicenter of New York's elite society. The mansion's opulent interiors and Tiffany's artistic innovations were showcased to the city's luminaries and foreign dignitaries, who marveled at its grandeur as they enjoyed a series of socialite soirees hosted by Louis Comfort Tiffany himself. Indeed, these gatherings transcended mere entertainment. They were pivotal in solidifying Tiffany's position as a leading figure in New York society. Furthermore, for a while, amid economic downturns, the Tiffany Mansion displayed astounding resilience, and the year 1912 marked a period of remarkable innovations showcased within the mansion's walls, with innovative techniques such as the copper foil method and Favre glass taking center stage. These pioneering methods not only earned Tiffany recognition, but also set new standards in stained glass production. Soon thereafter, World War I would leave an indelible mark on the Tiffany Mansion. Louis Tiffany, leveraging his wealth and influence, actively supported the war effort, and the mansion would serve as a venue for fundraising events that rallied the community to contribute to the cause. In addition to financial contributions, Tiffany opened the mansion's doors for a noble purpose. It became a training center for nurses under the American Red Cross, and also housed a military hospital where wounded soldiers received essential care. Thus, during this period, the Tiffany Mansion went beyond its role as a symbol of opulence. It became a place where people came together to support the troops and provide vital aid to the wounded. Yet, as they always say, no good deed goes unpunished. And true to form, shortly after the cessation of hostilities in World War I, and, ironically, during the economic boom of the Roaring Twenties, Louis Comfort Tiffany's fortunes, and thus his lovely home, would be put in heart-stopping jeopardy. In 1922, the Tiffany family came to face financial struggles that affected the upkeep of their sumptuous mansion. Specifically, Louis Comfort Tiffany's sister, Louise, had to provide the foundation with $7,000 in funds, equivalent to over $100,000 today, and she repeated the gesture the following year with an additional $10,000 gift, which Tiffany himself also matched. The building was crumbling, a terrace had collapsed under the weight of snow, and combined with a hefty legal retainer to their lawyers, the foundation's finances were in peril. By 1927, the Tiffany family had decided to sell their Tiffany Park estate in Irvington to the Mathewson family. This marked the first shift in ownership of the mansion, which had been the site of Charles Tiffany's mansion since he and his niece's husband, banker James L. Dunham, purchased 50 acres from a financially strapped Ellis in 1863, and the Great Depression in 1931 further accelerated the mansion's decline. The economic realities of the time, along with several cumbersome maintenance issues at Laurelton Hall, made the foundation's financial situation increasingly precarious. The house and its grounds required constant upkeep, and the foundation's endowment needed to be frequently mined to keep the estate running. Louis Tiffany died in the 72nd Street house in 1933, and within 3 short years, his family's great mansion was demolished in 1936. However, this story may arguably not have a sad ending, for the demolition of the Tiffany mansion in 1936 was not just an isolated event. It served as one of the catalysts for an architectural revolution in the subsequent decades. Several decades after the demolition of the iconic Tiffany mansion, New Yorkers rallied for change after learning of the loss of such a magnificent structure. In 1965, Mayor Robert F. Wagner would sign groundbreaking legislation that resulted from this public outcry and established the Landmarks Preservation Commission. The destruction of the Tiffany mansion, along with other heartbreaking demolitions like that of the old Penn Station, likely served as a poignant reminder of what was at stake, influencing New York's newfound commitment to safeguarding its architectural gems. Additionally, the Tiffany mansion continued to live on in collective memory, partly thanks to its depiction in popular culture during the 1990s. Films such as Woody Allen's Manhattan and The Bonfire of the Vanities, along with the iconic television series Sex and the City, paid homage to the mansion, sparking renewed interest in its history. In Manhattan specifically, Woody Allen's character debates modern architecture within the mansion setting, subtly criticizing the movement that often led to the loss of such historic buildings. Likewise, in The Bonfire of the Vanities, the mansion is a backdrop to the social intricacies of New York's elite, capturing its lasting cultural influence. Thus, even decades after its demolition, the Tiffany mansion's allure remains practically undiminished. In the 2010s, it featured prominently in historical texts and exhibitions, with a notable example being its inclusion in the 2012 exhibition at the Museum of the City of New York, titled Lost New York. Such references signal an ongoing fascination with the mansion and, by extension, a continual examination of the importance of architectural preservation in shaping a city's identity. Indeed, the long-term impact of the mansion's demolition on New York's cultural and architectural scene may be difficult to quantify, but its absence speaks volumes. In the Windy City, Chicago, a place renowned for its colossal architectural legacy, the Gilded Age marked an era of extraordinary architectural development. Indeed, it was a time when magnificence in design and grandiosity in scale were not just aspirations, but realities. And the Chi-Town's skyline was a canvas for the era's most ambitious architects. And at the forefront of this opulent era was the Palmer Mansion, a jewel in Chicagoland's architectural crown and at one time the largest mansion in town. Crafted with a fusion of European flair and American ingenuity, the Palmer Mansion was a monument to luxury and a reflection of the city's burgeoning cultural and economic power, and its sprawling spaces and intricate designs epitomized the wealth and aspirations of a city on the rise. Yet, despite its unbridled magnificence and historical importance, the Palmer Mansion could not withstand the relentless march of time and urban development, marking a significant moment in Chicago's history that underscores the delicate balance between preservation and progress. In today's episode, we'll share the entire history of the Palmer Mansion, Chicago's largest home at one time, as we describe why Chicago's largest mansion was demolished. Potter Palmer, a living emblem of entrepreneurial flair and visionary foresight, and the man whose name would come to don today's iconic mansion, originated from Albany County, New York, before venturing into Chicago's dynamic milieu to set up his dry goods enterprise, Potter Palmer and Company, in 1852. Diverging from conventional retail practices of the era, his store uniquely catered to women, demonstrating Palmer's profound grasp of market demands and his adeptness in addressing them. By 1856, Palmer had pioneered a new retail dimension in Chicago with Palmer's Palace. Far more than a mere store, it stood as a concrete manifestation of his ambition and dedication to crafting an extraordinary shopping milieu. And his establishment outshone others, with its grandeur and distinctiveness marked by pioneering large window displays that transparently showcased product prices, a strategy that distinctively positioned him in the retail landscape. You see, Palmer's trailblazing approach extended beyond architectural and marketing innovations. By the late 1850s, he had introduced the groundbreaking concept of a money-back guarantee, and this policy, inviting customers to return goods without any interrogation, significantly bolstered consumer confidence and amplified sales. This move, therefore, not only underlined Palmer's assurance in his merchandise's quality, but also demonstrated his unwavering commitment to customer satisfaction. Additionally, his inventive strategies and customer-focused ethos not only propelled his business, but also resonated profoundly across the retail sector. Palmer's methodologies, including offering credit and a liberal exchange policy, soon became standard practices among Chicago's merchants, highlighting his influential role and capacity to redefine industry norms. Next, venturing beyond the confines of retail, Palmer, in the 1860s, ventured into real estate, playing a pivotal role in shaping Chicago's principal commercial avenue, State Street. Indeed, his visionary efforts transformed State Street into an iconic boulevard adorned with sophisticated shops and businesses, thus altering the city's commercial landscape. Upon withdrawing from the active management of his store in 1865, Palmer had not only established a prosperous enterprise, but also imprinted a lasting influence on the retail sector. His novel approaches, focus on consumer satisfaction and real estate endeavors profoundly impacted Chicago, leaving an enduring legacy in the city he so significantly influenced. Then, in 1870, Palmer's marriage to Bertha Honoré markedly enhanced his societal stature, with their nuptials being a highlight in Chicago's social calendar. Post-marriage, the couple rapidly ascended the social ladder, hosting opulent gatherings that became the talk of the town, thus reinforcing their societal prominence. But then, the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 was a pivotal moment for Palmer. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos, he invested aggressively in real estate, particularly on State Street. By 1875, the Palmer House Hotel, a beacon of opulence and a symbol of his success, was established, heralding a new era of wealth accumulation through real estate. Subsequently, through the 1870s and 1880s, Palmer's fortunes swelled, thanks to strategic real estate investments post-fire. By 1885, his extensive real estate portfolio solidified his position as one of Chicago's wealthiest individuals, enhancing not only his financial stature, but also his societal influence. It was within this context that Palmer would decide to create a stone and steel monument to his rags-to-riches tale in the heart of Chicago, a city, even by then, synonymous with legendary architecture and the inevitable march of progress in commerce and creativity. Now, in the early part of 1881, Chicago's skyline was about to witness the rise of an architectural marvel, a brainchild of the esteemed Potter Palmer. Known for his influential status in both social and business realms, Palmer had already left an indelible mark on the city with the aforementioned Palmer House Hotel. Yet, his aspirations soared higher towards constructing a mansion that would eclipse all in Chicago in terms of both magnitude and grandeur. And this ambition transcended the mere desire for a lavish abode. It was a physical manifestation of his achievements and societal standing. Next, Palmer's quest for an architect capable of bringing his majestic vision to fruition led him to Henry Ives Cobb. A prodigy in architecture, Cobb, hailing from Massachusetts and a graduate of both the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Harvard University, had garnered acclaim for his remarkable designs. After establishing his reputation at Peabody and Stearns in Boston, Cobb relocated to Chicago in 1882, where his talents quickly resonated with the city's affluent. And Cobb's architectural prowess was already on display in the Chicago Athletic Association building, where he demonstrated a flair for creating structures of grandeur and elegance. Thus, Palmer found Cobb's architectural style aligning perfectly with his vision, and the construction of his own mansion commenced in 1882. Embarking on an audacious three-year endeavor, a substantial workforce was mobilized for its completion, employing an array of sumptuous materials that spoke to the sheer magnificence and scope of this undertaking. The incorporation of exotic marbles and rare woods from across the globe, starting in early 1883, further enhanced its allure, cementing its status as a paragon of luxury and elegance. While the exterior was completed by the end of 1883, the interior's lavish ornamentation took an additional 2 years to perfect. Situated at 1350 North Lakeshore Drive, a standout feature of the mansion was its state-of-the-art central heating system, a novelty in the 1880s. This system, a marvel of the era's technological advancements, reflected Palmer's commitment to both comfort and modernity. Furthermore, the mansion was envisioned as a sanctuary for Palmer's burgeoning art collection. By the end of 1883, Palmer had begun amassing an assortment of masterpieces, eventually culminating in one of the Midwest's most distinguished art collections, including works by celebrated artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Camille Pissarro. More than a mere display of wealth, this collection was a symbol of Palmer's profound appreciation for the arts, intending to meld the concepts of a home and an art gallery. Yet, the mansion's journey to completion was fraught with adversity. Technical hurdles were a constant companion, compounded by the tumultuous economic climate of the era. The Depression of 1882 to 1885, which negatively impacted key industries like iron and steel, undoubtedly influenced the construction. And the panic of 1884, with its resulting credit crunch, turned a recession into a full-blown depression, thus adding layers of complexity to the building process. And financial setbacks also marked the mansion's construction. By mid-1884, expenses had soared well beyond the initial estimate. Such financial escalations are not unusual in high-profile construction ventures, where budgetary excesses loom large. Originally estimated at $90,000, the final cost exceeded $1 million, exemplifying the extent of these overruns. Despite these obstacles, the mansion's construction pressed on, showcasing the unwavering commitment and tenacity of its creators. 1885 would thus mark the completion of the majestic Palmer Mansion, ushering in a significant milestone in Chicago's architectural and social history, and soon it would truly become the talk of a town at its peak. In 1885, the illustrious Palmer Mansion quickly became a central figure in the city's elite social circles. Its inaugural event in September of that year, a grand ball, attracted Chicago's most influential personalities, alongside distinguished guests from across the nation. And the Palmers, renowned for their lavish lifestyle, made their home the center of numerous prestigious gatherings throughout the late 1880s. These events, often featured in the press, included a particularly notable gathering in 1889, attended by several dignitaries, marking it as a significant social highlight of that year. With the arrival of the 1890s, the Palmer Mansion assumed a role beyond a mere social venue. It emerged as an emblem of Chicago's cultural refinement. By 1895, the Palmers' impressive art collection displayed within the mansion became a cornerstone of the city's cultural landscape and transformed the residence into a gallery reflecting their exquisite artistic preferences. Furthermore, beyond the arts, the Palmers significantly influenced Chicago's social fabric. By 1896, Bertha Palmer had established herself as a fashion and etiquette icon, profoundly impacting the city's societal norms. Thus, the Palmer Mansion transcended its role as a private residence or event space. It became a cultural and social nexus, mirroring the Palmers' impact on Chicago's high society and culture. From its grand opening to its role as a cultural hub and a trendsetter in social etiquette, the mansion symbolized the Palmers' affluence, taste, and societal prominence. Additionally, its significance was particularly highlighted during the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, commemorating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's voyage. The mansion became a focal point for entertaining distinguished guests from around the world. However, as the turn of the century descended upon Chicagoland, the Palmer Mansion would witness a dramatic shift in its status and significance. In the early 20th century, the stately Palmer Mansion, which had once been the centerpiece of the Palmer family's social and economic life, began a gradual transformation following the death of patriarch Potter Palmer in 1902. This event marked the beginning of a series of changes that would alter the mansion's role in the family and, by extension, in Chicago's social landscape. The subsequent decade saw the younger Palmers, Honore and Potter Palmer Jr., increasingly diverge from the mansion's orbit, absorbed in their own endeavors. Meanwhile, their mother, Bertha Palmer, maintained her residence in the mansion, albeit while splitting her time between homes in London and Paris. She would continue this lifestyle until her passing at her winter home in Osprey, Florida, but Bertha's death in 1918 and the bequeathing of her substantial estate to her sons signified yet another pivotal moment for the mansion. In 1928, amidst a changing social milieu, the Palmer Mansion was sold to industrial magnate Vincent Hugo Bendix for a sum of $3 million. Indeed, the Roaring Twenties were a time of dramatic societal and economic evolution, and this era was marked by the ascendance of new affluent families, shifting social norms, and the emergence of fashion trends and lifestyles that defined modernity. These transformations also influenced the status of the Palmer Mansion, with its once unchallenged prominence beginning to fade as new architectural marvels and social hubs emerged. Concurrent with these economic shifts, the neighborhood surrounding the mansion underwent significant urban development. The emergence of high-rise buildings and commercial centers transformed the area's character, and by 1930, this evolution had reshaped the neighborhood, transitioning it from a residential haven to a bustling commercial district. This change further diminished the mansion's residential allure and, along with it, its standing as a focal point of social and architectural significance in Chicago. Very soon, a decision would have to be made about the declining mega mansion on North Shore Drive. Would Chicagoland keep their legendary edifice or decide to make a more permanent change to the area? Let's find out the answer to this query in the next chapter. In the first half of 1950, a pivotal decision was made that would indelibly transform Chicago's architectural scene. The Palmer Mansion, an emblematic structure epitomizing the city's affluence and history, was sadly destined for demolition. This was a decision born of necessity, stemming from the economic burdens of upkeeping such a vast, aging edifice and reflective of the evolving urban dynamics reshaping metropolitan areas nationwide. As the demolition of the mansion commenced in mid-1950, it marked a notable chapter in Chicago's historical narrative. The impending destruction of this landmark drew widespread attention from the public, evoking a sense of loss for a treasured piece of history. The decision, marred by controversy and long-standing opposition, symbolized to many a disregard for the city's rich architectural lineage. Notably, the intricately carved wood railings from the mansion's staircase were salvaged, a small preservation of its historical essence. The Palmer Mansion's fall was more than just a physical demolition. It represented the end of an era in Chicago's history. The mansion's former site soon gave rise to two 22-story apartment buildings, accommodating 740 families, signaling a shift in the city's architectural ethos. Although the mansion itself has vanished, its legacy endures through various artifacts, photographs, and memorabilia housed in museums and private collections. These remnants of the Palmer Mansion stand as enduring symbols of its architectural splendor and cultural relevance. And the story of its demolition and the subsequent commercial development serves as a poignant reminder of the relentless evolution of urban landscapes and the imperative to safeguard the architectural heritage of cities like Chicago. In the early morning hours of the 18th of April, 1906, a veil of San Francisco's characteristic fog blanketed the city, an unwitting prelude to the cataclysm that was to unfold. The day had begun like any other, with the mist gently caressing the elegant contours of the James C. Flood Mansion atop the city's iconic Nob Hill. But as the clock hands inched towards dawn, the earth beneath San Francisco roared to life, with tremors shaking the very soul of the city, an angry titan awakening. Buildings trembled and crumbled, but the Flood Mansion, a bastion of strength, defied this ferocious upheaval. Its foundations, deeply rooted, resisted the violent shudders that ravaged the cityscape, unleashed their fury. And as the quake's aftermath saw fires igniting throughout the city, flames hungrily devouring everything in their path, the mansion was cloaked in a protective shroud, its silhouette a constant through the smoke and flames. In today's episode of Old Money Mansions, we'll share the full saga of the iconic James C. Flood Mansion in Nob Hill and describe how San Francisco's most iconic mansion survived demolition. James Clare Flood was born on the 21st of October 1826 in Staten Island, New York, as the son of Irish immigrants. Indeed, Flood's journey from a modest upbringing to becoming one of America's wealthiest individuals is a vivid illustration of the American dream in the 19th century. Beginning in the bustling streets of New York, Flood was apprenticed as a carriage maker, laying the foundation for his relentless work ethic and sharp business acumen. Then, in pursuit of prosperity, Flood made a strategic move to San Francisco, following the fervor of the gold rush. The city and county of San Francisco in the 1850s, particularly for Irish immigrants like Flood, was a city of both opportunity and challenge. By then, a significant portion of the city's population, these immigrants of Irish origin, often found themselves congregating in neighborhoods like the Mission District, and they took up various jobs, from labor-intensive roles in construction and dock work to skilled trades like Flood's own carriage crafting. Thus, upon his arrival, Flood initially stuck to his professional background, continuing his trade in carriage making. However, his entrepreneurial spirit soon led him to co-found a saloon with William S. O'Brien, but this was not just any saloon. Indeed, its strategic location near the stock exchange made it a bustling hub for stockbrokers and mining magnates, an environment that soon provided Flood with a unique vantage point into the thriving world of stock investments. You see, during this era, San Francisco's finance market was burgeoning, fueled by the wealth flowing from mining ventures. Therefore, saloons like Flood's became informal trading floors and networking hotspots where deals were struck and fortunes were made and lost over drinks. Then, the discovery of silver in Nevada in 1859 marked a pivotal moment for Flood and his associates, O'Brien, James Graham Fair, and John William Mackay. The four wide-eyed budding entrepreneurs ventured into the world of mining stocks, which in the 1860s was a dynamic and somewhat speculative landscape. Indeed, mining stocks were the lifeblood of investment in the West, offering immense potential for wealth to those who could navigate its volatility. Specifically, in Nevada, particularly with the Comstock lode, the largest silver deposit discovered at the time, mining stocks became a frenzy of investment and speculation. Investors from all over the country were drawn to these stocks, seeing them as a ticket to instant wealth, akin to finding a fortune in gold or silver ore. Thus, James Flood and his team's strategic investments, particularly in the Comstock Lode, proved fortuitous. Furthermore, the formation of the Consolidated Virginia Mining Company, a venture that led to the discovery of the Big Bonanza in 1873, was a watershed moment, netting Flood and his associates over $150 million, equal to billions today, and etching their names in the annals of American financial history. And Flood's financial prowess was further highlighted in the aftermath of the Bank of California's failure. He and O'Brien established the Nevada Bank, transitioning from mining to finance and real estate investments, a move that amplified his influence in financial circles. And the Nevada Bank's eventual merger with Wells Fargo was a testament to Flood's far-reaching impact in the banking sector. Consequently, Flood's wealth enabled him to become a key player in San Francisco's social and architectural landscape. His investments in real estate transformed the city's skyline, with the Flood building on Market Street standing as a physical reminder of his family's legacy. Indeed, during this era, James Clare Flood's family life was intimately intertwined with his burgeoning business empire. He was married to Mary Emma Leary from County Wexford, Ireland, and the couple had 2 children, Jenny and James Leary. This familial backdrop played a crucial role in shaping his business strategies and decisions. For example, James Leary Flood, born in 1857, was particularly influenced by his father's success in real estate. Following in his father's footsteps, he developed a keen interest in the sector. This familial influence was palpable when he purchased Linden Towers, the family home, for sentimental reasons. The acquisition of Linden Towers was thus not just a real estate transaction. It symbolized the continuation of James Clare Flood's legacy through his son. However, the Flood family's dynamics were marked by complexities and challenges. James Leary's marriage to Marie Rosina Rose Fritz, a burlesque dancer, stirred controversy within the family, leading to a temporary estrangement. This union, viewed unfavorably by the family, highlighted the tensions between personal desires and family expectations. Despite these challenges, James Leary eventually returned to the family fold, assuming the presidency of the family's Nevada Bank. This move signified not only a reconciliation, but also the enduring influence of the Flood family in his life. However, before the family legacy of James Clare Flood and his descendants was to fully play out, he had a mansion to build to place atop the city of San Francisco as a beacon of his rags to richest prosperity. In the next chapter, we'll detail exactly how he built it. In the late 1870s, the silver baron James C. Flood embarked on a grand endeavor to construct a residence in San Francisco's Nob Hill that would eclipse all others in splendor. His ambition was clear: to create a home not merely as a place to live, but as a shining symbol of his considerable success and elevated societal standing. Flood's eyes turned eastward for inspiration, where the opulent, Gilded Age mansions of the East Coast sparked his imagination. To bring his vision to life, he chose Canadian architect Augustus Lever. Lever, known for his work with Thomas Stent and significant contributions to Ottawa's architectural landscape, including the Russell Hotel and parts of Parliament Hill, was the ideal choice for Flood's ambitious project. Interestingly, around the same time as the conception of the Flood Mansion, Lever and Stent jointly secured the commission to design San Francisco's new City Hall and Law Courts in 1871. This parallel project underscored the era's appetite for grandeur in both public and private spaces in the Bay Area. Now, the Flood Mansion, occupying a full city block, was more than just a large house. It was a statement, and its interiors mirrored Flood's vast wealth and high status. Indeed, the mansion was a gallery of sorts, housing art treasures from Asia and Europe. Italian artists were brought in to paint frescoes and murals, bringing a slice of European finesse to San Francisco. And the furniture was nothing short of exquisite, with pieces likely crafted by top cabinet makers like George A. Sheasty and Company, renowned for their intricate marquetry work. The decorative choices, crystal chandeliers custom-made for the mansion, along with ornate copper and bronze work, elevated the luxurious atmosphere within. Furthermore, the exterior and the gardens of the Flood mansion were equally meticulous in design. Encompassing a whole block, the mansion's presence in Nob Hill was, and is, unmistakable. The garden was an Eden of sorts, featuring exotic bushes, bronze fountains, and marble steps and balustrades, harmoniously blending with the estate's overall aesthetic. Thus, the James C. Flood mansion was more than a home. It was a manifestation of the Gilded Age's extravagance and a physical embodiment of Flood's aspirations and status. From its inception to its completion, every aspect of the mansion was a careful consideration to detail and luxury, setting it apart as a jewel in the heart of San Francisco. However, despite the Flood family's unparalleled attention to detail, there was one piece of planning that, at the time, no one could expect. A natural disaster awaited the grand mansion that no amount of planning could be prepared for. In the early hours of the 18th of April 1906, San Francisco was struck by a devastating earthquake, reshaping the city's landscape and history forever. Among the chaos, the James Clare Flood mansion, the recently completed grand structure on California Street, emerged as a symbol of enduring strength. Unlike many of its contemporaries, this opulent residence withstood the seismic shocks, standing firm amid widespread destruction. Indeed, the mansion's journey through this disaster is a remarkable tale of survival. Although the earthquake's ferocity spared the building's exterior, the raging fires that followed gutted its lavish interiors. Remarkably, its stone facade, a silent sentinel, withstood the fiery onslaught, and the preservation of its exterior was not merely a stroke of fortune. During the calamity, innovative tactics were employed by the fire department and army, with teams resorting to a daring yet desperate measure, creating fire breaks by demolishing unaffected buildings. This strategy, while controversial, likely played a role in shielding the mansion from the encroaching inferno. Post-earthquake, the mansion's story took a new turn. Acquired by the Pacific Union Club, a vision for its resurrection was entrusted to Willis Polk, an architect of repute, and Polk's restoration plans were ambitious. He added a third floor and flanked the mansion with new wings, meticulously using brownstone from the original quarry to maintain the building's historic integrity. This commitment to preserving its architectural heritage ensured that the mansion's rebirth was in harmony with its storied past. As the years passed, the mansion's resilience was tested again by subsequent seismic events. Each time, it stood undaunted, a living proof of the effectiveness of even its early 20th century reinforcements. And the enduring brownstone walls, once a shield against the 1906 inferno, continued to serve as the mansion's steadfast guardian. In 1966, the James C. Flood mansion, still standing strong for more than a half-century at that point, gained the prestigious title of National Historic Landmark. But this designation, a salute to its architectural splendor and historical importance, was just the beginning of its journey into the modern era. Fast forward to today, and this grand mansion has evolved into a multi-purpose hub. The Pacific Union Club, known for its exclusivity and affluence, calls it home. But the mansion's embrace extends beyond the club's members. It's also the site of an independent, not-for-profit school, fostering education and growth within its historic walls. And in the 21st century, the mansion continues to reinvent itself, adapting to the needs of the San Francisco community. Post-school hours and on weekends, it transforms into a sought-after venue for special events, and its allure for weddings and other significant celebrations is undeniable, with its grand architecture and storied past providing a backdrop like no other. But the mansion's role isn't solely celebratory. It also stands as a pillar of education and public engagement. Through a diverse array of programs and tours, it offers a window into a different time, enlightening visitors about its former inhabitants and their lives. More than just a passive experience, these educational endeavors engage guests in a dynamic exploration of history. Yet, the educational offerings at the mansion aren't confined to traditional history lessons. They encompass interactive, hands-on experiences that stir the senses and forge a personal connection with this historical gem. This approach aligns perfectly with contemporary methods of engaging audiences in historic house museums, making history tangible and relatable. Additionally, the mansion hosts an array of special events, especially during festive seasons, which are particularly appealing to the younger crowd. These events are not just about enjoyment. They play a crucial role in ensuring the mansion remains a relevant and cherished part of the community. By attracting younger visitors, the mansion sows the seeds of future preservation, ensuring its legacy endures for generations to come. Therefore, the James C. Flood Mansion on Nob Hill is more than a relic of the past. It's a living, breathing symbol that continues to evolve and serve the community in diverse ways. From being a prestigious club and educational institution to a popular venue for special occasions, it stands as a symbol of San Francisco's rich history and its unyielding spirit of adaptation and reinvention. In its heyday, the Isabella Gardner Mansion was one of the most luxurious Gilded Age homes nestled in the heart of Boston, a stone and steel symbol of cultural refinement and an epicenter for the city's elite. Its walls, adorned with a breathtaking collection of art, whispered stories of distant lands and times. Furthermore, after the passing of its founder, Isabella Gardner, the mansion was converted into one of the most iconic art museums in the northeastern United States, with each room turning into a carefully curated world unto itself, which beckoned visitors into a realm where beauty and history intertwined seamlessly. Then, shockingly, on a fateful night in March 1990, the museum's tranquility was shattered. Under the cloak of darkness, two men disguised as police officers talked their way into the museum. With an unsettling calm, they bound and gagged the guards, embarking on an audacious criminal journey through the galleries and moving with a sense of purpose, as if guided by a sinister knowledge of the museum's most prized possessions. Indeed, in just 81 minutes, these intruders executed the most staggering art heist in history. Masterpieces by Vermeer, Rembrandt, and Degas, among others, were stripped from their frames, leaving behind a haunting emptiness. The loss, valued at millions of dollars, sent ripples through the art world and beyond, leaving a lingering question of the whereabouts of these irreplaceable treasures. In today's episode of Old Money Mansions, we'll tell you the full saga of the Isabella Gardner Mansion and Museum from its Gilded Age heyday to that fateful night. As we describe why Boston's most elegant mansion was robbed for millions. Isabella Stewart Gardner, born into a life of privilege in New York City on the 14th of April 1840, was no ordinary heiress. Her father, David Stewart, had built a fortune through the importation of Irish linen before diversifying into various investments. And Isabella's childhood in the West Village was a delightful mix of culture and education, paving the way for her future exploits in the art world. She attended an academy for girls from age 5 to 15, delving into art, music, dance, and French, a blend of disciplines that would later color her legendary art collection and her worldliness. Then, as a teenager, Isabella followed the well-trodden path of the affluent, finishing her education in Europe. And it was in Paris that fate introduced her to Julia Gardner, through whom she met her future husband, John Jack Lowell Gardner, Jr., a Boston social luminary. The couple subsequently tied the knot on the 10th of April 1860 in New York City's Grace Church, marking the beginning of a shared journey in art and travel. Now, Isabella and Jack's life together in Boston's fashionable Back Bay was punctuated by shared passions, especially in the realm of art. And yet, it was a personal tragedy. The loss of their young son, followed by Isabella's miscarriage, that set them on an extensive journey across the globe, a trip that would profoundly influence Isabella's approach to art and philanthropy. Thus, from 1865 to 1880, the Gardners' travels read like a grand adventure novel. They ventured to places like Scandinavia, Russia, Italy, Egypt, even farther to Nubia, Palestine, Athens, and various cities in Europe. These travels not only healed Isabella, but also widened her cultural horizons, shaping her into a sophisticated collector of global art. And the couple's forays into Asia, including a transformative visit to Japan in 1883, along with their return to Venice in 1884, expanded Isabella's artistic network and honed her collecting instincts. Then, it was in London in 1886 that they met John Singer Sargent, a connection that would deeply influence Isabella's artistic journey. Later, back in Boston, Isabella's influence was not limited to the arts. Known for her vibrant personality, she was a beloved figure in society, and her wealth, derived from the Salem maritime trade and later investments, supported her philanthropic and social endeavors. And Jack Gardner, too, was a collector and played a significant role in Boston's Museum of Fine Arts. A pivotal moment in their journey as art collectors occurred in 1892 when Isabella acquired The Concert by Johannes Vermeer at a Paris auction. This significant purchase not only showcased her discerning eye, but also marked the inception of her illustrious career as a collector. Thus, Gardner's collection expanded rapidly, encompassing a diverse array of art and artifacts. She gathered an eclectic mix of paintings, statues, photographs, silver, ceramics, manuscripts, and architectural elements. By 1896, her residence on Beacon Street was brimming with these treasures, indicating the need for a larger space. Recognizing the constraints of the Beacon Street home, Isabella and her husband initially pondered expanding their current residence. However, as Isabella's collection and ambitions swelled, the Gardners realized that a more significant change was necessary. In 1898, Isabella Stewart Gardner and her husband, Jack, embarked on a grand endeavor to build a home for their expanding art collection. Their wealth, increased by a generous inheritance from Gardner's father in 1891, paved the way for the creation of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Mansion, also known as Fenway Court. Now, the inspiration for this architectural marvel sprang from their visit to the Palazzo Barbaro, a Venetian palace in Bostonians Daniel and Ariana Curtis's possession, which they had admired during an 1884 trip. And its Venetian Gothic revival design, especially the captivating Palazzo courtyard, left a lasting impression on the Gardners. To bring this vision to life, the Gardners reconnected with architect Willard Sears, who had previously remodeled their Brookline house. Sears skillfully integrated fragments from Gardner's collection of European Gothic and Renaissance architecture, along with elements from her former Beacon Street residence. And the building's Venetian-inspired centerpiece cleverly inverted its facade to form an inner courtyard garden. However, the construction journey was not smooth sailing. Gardner, known for her exacting standards, frequently revised design elements, leading to numerous modifications. Notably, she demanded the reconstruction of the West End's triple-arch windows and rejected all plumbing fixtures, insisting they did not meet her expectations. Despite these hurdles, the mansion was completed and Gardner moved into the private fourth-floor living quarters in November 1901. The next year, in 1902, Gardner focused on personally arranging her collection within the museum. She dedicated each gallery to a specific theme, be it Dutch, Gothic, or Chinese art, while skillfully integrating different media and adding objects from varied cultures and periods to create a visually cohesive ensemble. Soon enough, it was time to open up the grand mansion and see if all of the hard work would truly pay off. The 1903 inauguration of the Gardner Mansion was an event that Boston's cultural scene would remember vividly. In a grand gesture, Isabella Stewart Gardner, the mansion's visionary host, extended exclusive invitations for a memorable evening at Fenway Court. Specifically, the card elegantly stated, "Mrs. John Lowell Gardner requests the pleasure of your company on Thursday evening, January 1st, at 9 o'clock punctually. Music, Fenway Court, RSVP. And on that evening, the mansion transformed into a realm of enchantment. Its stunning architecture and remarkable art collection captivated the attendees, and William F. Apthorpe, a music critic, remarked that the beauty of the museum took everyone by surprise. However, not all feedback was glowing. Edith Wharton, a celebrated author, humorously likened the food to what one might find at a small French train station. Despite her comment, the event was a resounding success, setting a high bar for the museum's future. Soon, Isabella Stewart Gardner, often referred to as the Queen of the Back Bay, was a central figure in American social and cultural circles in the early 20th century. And her mansion was an eclectic mix ranged from sculptures and rare books to contemporary American art, including works by James McNeill Whistler and John Singer Sargent. And Gardner's mansion buzzed with cultural activity throughout the early decades of the century. It hosted renowned figures like opera singer Nellie Melba and dancer Ruth Dennis, and Gardner herself was an ever-present figure, sometimes greeting guests at the door, overseeing visitors, and engaging in conversations about art. These gatherings were not just social events, but a reflection of her deep love for the arts and her influential role in Boston's cultural milieu. But in the twilight of her remarkable life, Isabella Stewart Gardner faced a daunting challenge. In 1919, a stroke left her partially paralyzed, yet her indomitable spirit remained unbroken. She continued to frequent and host friends at her beloved Fenway Court, the mansion that was the embodiment of her life's work. However, in 1924, Gardner's journey came to an end, but the legacy she left behind was monumental. Fenway Court, now known as the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, stands as the most tangible part of her enduring heritage. Her foresight ensured the museum's future. Her will not only mandated that the museum's collection remain unaltered, but also endowed it with $1 million, ensuring its preservation for generations to come. And beyond the walls of her museum, Gardner's generosity knew no bounds. She was a patron saint of the arts and the community, supporting not just established institutions like the Boston Symphony Orchestra and the Episcopal Church, but also nurturing the growth of artists and musicians on the rise. Her philanthropic endeavors extended to the Boston Zoo, hospitals, literary associations, and more. Reflecting her deep compassion, her will included significant bequests to the Massachusetts Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and the Industrial School for Crippled and Deformed Children. However, even with all of the spiritual goodwill built up by this legendary female pioneer, the iconic mansion-turned-museum would soon not be able to escape the clutches of treacherous villainy. In the early 1990s, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum found itself in a precarious financial situation. Indeed, its security measures, although present, were not exactly Fort Knox. The museum was equipped with motion detectors, but adherence to security protocols was more relaxed than a Sunday morning. Thus, on the 18th of March 1990, a twist straight out of a heist movie unfolded. Two men, dressed as police officers, convinced the guard on duty to let them in through the employee entrance, citing a disturbance. This lapse in judgment led to the guards being handcuffed and confined in the museum's basement. Then, for 81 minutes, the thieves had free access to the museum, though their movements were tracked by the motion detectors. They started in the Dutch Room, where they audaciously cut Rembrandt's Christ in the Storm on the Sea of Galilee and A Lady and Gentleman in Black from their frames. Then they moved on Vermeer's The Concert, Flink's Landscape with an Obelisk, an ancient Chinese bronze gu, and a very rare small Rembrandt self-portrait. In the short gallery, 5 Degas drawings and a bronze eagle finial were stolen, and from the Blue Room, Manet's Chez Tortoni was taken. Intriguingly, Titian's The Hour of Europa, a museum highlight, was left untouched. Then, the art thieves made 2 trips to their car with the stolen goods and left the scene at 2:45 a.m., leaving the guards bound until police arrived hours later. And the subsequent investigation was like navigating a labyrinth. Numerous leads and suspects surfaced, yet the case remains a perplexing mystery, and theories about the theft are diverse. Some suggest the artworks weren't stored properly, possibly leading to damage, while others speculate they might have been clandestinely offered for sale. Indeed, the eclectic nature of the stolen items continues to baffle authorities and journalists. As of this year, 3 decades have elapsed since the brazen heist at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, where 13 invaluable artworks were whisked away into the night. Yet, the determination to retrieve these masterpieces endures, unwavering, as we step into 2024. In a collaborative effort, the museum, the FBI, and the US Attorney's Office are actively engaged in the quest, tirelessly following leads and devising new strategies to reunite the stolen art with its home. And the museum's dedication to this cause is unwavering, as evidenced by the substantial $10 million reward offered for information leading to the safe recovery of the artworks. This reward, notable for its magnitude in the art world, signifies the profound value of the missing pieces, not just to the museum, but to the broader art community. However, the pursuit of stolen art is a complex endeavor, often necessitating collaboration with international law enforcement bodies like Interpol, and utilizing specialized resources such as the Art Recovery Group's Art Claim database. These tools are crucial for tracking down artworks that could resurface anywhere, from black markets to private collections. Now, previous FBI insights suggest the artworks were moved to Connecticut and the Philadelphia area post-theft, possibly offered for sale by the culprits. However, the current location of these masterpieces remains shrouded in mystery, with the museum's empty frames poignantly symbolizing both the loss and the hope of their eventual return. And the grim reality is that less than 10% of stolen art is recovered, as per FBI estimates. Despite this, the Gardner Museum and its allies stand firm, propelled by the belief that these irreplaceable historical treasures can be reclaimed and restored to their rightful place. But the heist at the Gardner Museum is more than just a footnote in art history. It's a watershed moment. It led to a global reassessment of museum security, and despite the years and the myriad of challenges, hope remains that these masterpieces will one day return to their rightful home. Now, the 21st century has seen the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, a beacon of cultural heritage, embrace significant restoration and preservation efforts. This intricate endeavor aimed to uphold the historical essence of the mansion while seamlessly integrating contemporary necessities. A pivotal aspect of this evolution was the delicate task of honoring Isabella Gardner's original vision while infusing new life into the estate. This challenge was met with the creation of a new wing, masterfully designed by architect Renzo Piano. The wing is a marvel, featuring a transparent ground floor, a grand staircase inspired by Michelangelo's designs, and Calderwood Hall, an acoustically advanced music space blending historical reverence with modern functionality. Then, in 2019, the museum embarked on a forward-thinking journey with its 5-year strategic plan, renewing the promise for the public forever. This ambitious initiative aimed to amplify the museum's impact, focusing on dynamic exhibitions and elevating the visitor experience. And the museum's commitment to community engagement was equally impressive. Collaborating with local leaders and artists, it co-produced programs and hands-on activities. One such initiative was the Neighborhood Salon, a conclave of Boston's eminent artists and cultural figures. Visitors often express awe at the unique opportunity to explore a Venetian palace nestled in Boston, and the museum's eclectic collection spanning European, American, and Asian art only adds to the allure. making it a must-visit destination for those seeking a blend of historical richness and modern vibrancy. When you think of the Empire State, many images come to mind, depending on your temperament and life story. Perhaps you think of the titans of Wall Street, finance, fast money, and secret power. Maybe you think of the incredibly dense and diverse concrete jungle of America's most populous town. Or, like us here at Old Money Mansions, perhaps you gasp and marvel at the stunningly breathtaking opulence of the American Gilded Age, exquisitely preserved in architecture all around New York State. You see, here's the thing. Not many eras in history pack the same glamour and garish punch as the American Gilded Age. This was a time spanning from roughly the 1870s to the 1900s, when vast fortunes were amassed, and the newly minted American tycoons, these titans of industry, found themselves flush with more wealth than they could ever dream of. Indeed, this age saw a magnificent rise in opulence, with the super-wealthy erecting colossal mansions that make the modern-day billionaires' abodes look positively pedestrian. These mansions, flaunting every decadent detail, were more than just homes. They were potent symbols of an era steeped in wealth. With that said, sit back in your luxurious wall-to-wall Gilded Age library of the finest books in the world, grace us with a like as it helps the almighty Gilded algorithm, and enjoy as we describe the 5 most opulent Gilded Age mansions in New York you can still visit today. Number 5. The Frick Collection, New York City. When you first lay eyes on the Frick Collection, located on the Upper East Side of New York City, it's easy to see why it's become one of the city's most beloved landmarks. This grand mansion, meticulously designed in the Beaux-Arts architectural style, is an emblem of the Gilded Age's grandeur. This style, originating from France's revered École des Beaux-Arts, became a favorite among New York's Gilded Age moguls, thanks to its inherent ability to manifest wealth and status through architecture. Beaux-Arts often featured grand stairways, large-scale sculptures, and lavish decorative finishes. All these elements spoke to an aesthetic of excess and grandeur, making it a natural choice for the barons eager to impress. Add to this the grandiose scale that Beaux-Arts allowed, coupled with its ability to create a seamless blend of indoor and outdoor spaces, and it's clear why it was the go-to choice for the Gilded Age's elite. Thus, in the case of the Frick Collection, this isn't just a house, it's a monument to the prosperity of an era. Our man behind that splendor was none other than Henry Clay Frick, an industrial titan who made his fortune in the steel industry. Frick, you see, was not a man to do things by half. No, he was someone who craved the best of everything. And this, his New York residence, commissioned in 1912, was his crowning jewel. Once a symbol of the industrialist's vast wealth, this mansion is now an esteemed art museum, open to the public and ready to be explored. You see, when you step inside the Frick Collection, you're stepping into a world of exquisite beauty and opulence. The mansion is home to one of the world's most magnificent collections of old master paintings, with works by Rembrandt, Vermeer, and Turner, just to name a few. If you appreciate art or history, or simply jaw-dropping splendor, the Frick Collection should be at the top of your list. Number 4. The Olana State Historic Site, Hudson. Let's move north from New York City to Hudson, New York, where we find the Olana State Historic Site, a bit of a wild card in the lineup of Gilded Age mansions. This isn't your typical Victorian manor, oh no. Olana is an exotic jewel box, a home inspired by a delightful blend of Victorian aesthetics and Persian design elements. It's like a trip to the Far East without ever leaving the Empire State. Designed by its owner, the illustrious landscape artist Frederick Edwin Church, the mansion captures his extraordinary artistic vision. It brims with lavish details, Persian carpets draped over Victorian furniture, exotic patterns adorning the walls, hand-painted ceilings echoing Middle Eastern motifs, and vibrant stained glass windows. Thus, Church's deep fascination with international design is evident in every corner. Each room presents a unique tableau, marrying Victorian opulence with the allure of the Far East. The result is a captivating home that mirrors Church's artistic genius and paints a vivid picture of his extravagant lifestyle and diverse tastes. From its stenciled wallpapers to its vast collection of Eastern artifacts, Olana is a stunning example of Church's bold fusion of Western and Eastern design. Today, Olana stands as a state historic site that attracts thousands of visitors annually. It's managed with the same dedication to detail and grandeur that Church put into its creation, providing an immersive journey through a key era of American art and history. When you visit, and I wholeheartedly recommend that you do, don't miss the breathtaking panoramic views from the mansion's tower, where you'll be rewarded with sweeping vistas of the Hudson River Valley. Tours are offered Wednesday through Sunday, guiding visitors through Church's life, work, and the extraordinary home that reflects his unique vision. A place where art, history, and architecture merge in a display of Gilded Age grandeur, Olana is an unexpected delight waiting to be explored. Number 3. Vanderbilt Mansion, Hyde Park. Traveling along the Hudson River, we arrive at the grand Vanderbilt Mansion in Hyde Park, a site that screams Gilded Age in bold capital letters. This 54-room mansion, designed in the aforementioned Beaux-Arts architectural style, speaks through stone to the power and wealth that the Vanderbilts wielded at the height of their influence. Let me give you a brief glimpse into the Vanderbilt family's unimaginable wealth. They weren't just rich, they were owning the majority of America's railroads, rich. They were the embodiment of the American dream in its most opulent form, accruing wealth that made them one of the nation's most prominent families. Oh, and let's not overlook the stunning landscape designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, the genius behind New York City's Central Park. Together, they create an awe-inspiring spectacle of grandeur. The Vanderbilt Mansion today is part of the National Park Service, preserved in all its glory for the public to admire. It's a time capsule of the Gilded Age, offering a window into the life of the 1% of the 1% and the sheer extravagance that came with such wealth. Visitors are welcome to explore this historic site 7 days a week, from sunrise to sunset. You can walk through the lavish rooms, marvel at the detailed woodwork and imported marble, or simply stroll through the meticulously planned gardens. It's a first-hand experience of an era where wealth was displayed in the most ostentatious ways possible. Number 2, Lyndhurst Tarrytown. Just south of Hyde Park, in Tarrytown, New York, stands the stunningly unique Lyndhurst Mansion. A castle-like estate, Lyndhurst is an architectural gem of the Gothic Revival style, a stark departure from the more typical Beaux-Arts mansions of the Gilded Age. With its soaring turrets, intricate carvings, and pointed arches, the mansion is the stuff of fairy tales, albeit fairy tales tinged with an edge of somber sophistication. The tale of Lyndhurst intertwines with the story of Jay Gould, the railroad magnate and notorious robber baron. Gould, whose wealth was only matched by his ruthlessness in business, acquired Lyndhurst in 1880, adding his own touches of luxury and grandeur. The mansion changed hands within the Gould family for several generations, each leaving their mark on this incredible property. Today, Lyndhurst operates as a museum, offering visitors a glimpse into the glamorous and at times infamous lives of its former owners. It's also a chance to appreciate the architectural craftsmanship of the era, preserved in stunning detail. The mansion is open to the public from April to December, with guided tours available to take you through the estate's rich history and intricate design. When planning your visit, be sure to explore the mansion's interior, from the grand picture gallery filled with European paintings to the Gothic-style dining room where Gould entertained his esteemed guests. And don't miss the chance to wander the 67-acre estate, where you'll find a variety of greenhouses, an impressive rose garden, and views of the Hudson that will take your breath away. Number 1. Oheka Castle, Huntington. At the zenith of our list of Gilded Age spectacles is the jaw-dropping Oheka Castle, nestled in Huntington, Long Island. We're talking the second-largest private home in the United States, a veritable titan of a mansion boasting 127 rooms spread over a whopping 109,000 square feet. Just imagine the spring cleaning. Our maestro behind this opulent masterpiece was Otto Hermann Kahn, a financier with a penchant for the high life. Born in Germany, Kahn emigrated to America and rose to become one of the wealthiest men of his time. His fortune, derived from banking and investment, was funneled into building Oheka Castle, his very own sanctuary of splendor, and oh, what a sanctuary it is. Today, the grandeur of the Oheka Castle lives on, as the mansion serves as a luxury hotel and event venue. Fancy a night in a real-life castle, or perhaps planning your wedding to rival the extravagance of royal nuptials. Oheka Castle is at your service. Guests are invited to explore the sweeping grounds, take in the breathtaking views of the estate, and enjoy the timeless elegance of the mansion's design and decor. When visiting, be sure not to miss the meticulously manicured French gardens, an homage to the palaces of Versailles. Take a stroll along the castle's terraces for a bird's-eye view of the expansive estate, and perhaps a tour of the mansion's interior, where you'll see firsthand the level of detail that went into its construction. In a nutshell, Oheka Castle is the epitome of Gilded Age opulence. A marvel of architecture, a beacon of history, and a haven of luxury, it's a shining example of an era brimming with unparalleled wealth and glamour.